After the dictatorship of the proletariat was established, the actual practice of the Bolshevik Party was far from always in strict conformity with the Leninist principles according to 360, which the party should persuade the mass of workers, trust them, and allow them to become convinced of what is correct through their own experience. The internal changes in the party, the necessity for rapid action, the disintegration of the proletariat, the military emergencies, the disastrous economic situation, the hunger and cold that drove the less advanced section of the working class mass to despair, did not allow these principles to be fully and constantly applied. They are, moreover, not fetishes but guides to action. It is essential that they be respected as fully as possible, but absurd to try to apply them in any and every situation. The Bolshevik Party rightly considered that the fact that it had driven the bourgeoisie from power in Russia was an event of world importance, and that, consequently, everything must be done to prevent the bourgeoisie and imperialism from restoring their dictatorship. This was the meaning of Lenin's slogan, "Everything for the front." The advanced elements of the proletariat and of the broad proletarian masses were conscious of the objective necessities of the situation. They participated with extraordinary vigor in the struggles being waged on the military and production fronts, showing trust in the Bolshevik Party, and eventually winning victory in spite of extreme material difficulties. This political victory par excellence proves concretely that the most active elements of the proletariat and the popular masses gave active support to the Bolshevik Party, and also that the political line and practice of the party were fundamentally correct. This fundamental correctness does not mean that no mistakes were made. Once victory had been won over the white and imperialist armies, the mistakes which had been made, and which were admitted by Lenin when he drew up his critical balance sheet of war communism, entailed not only a worsening of the party's relations with the peasant masses, as has already been explained, but also a falling off in its 361 relations with part of the working class. This unfavorable evolution in relations between the party and the masses led to the political crisis of the winter of 1920 to 1921. The political crisis of the winter of 1920 to 1921. The gravity of the political crisis of the winter of 1920 to 1921 resulted from the conjunction of discontent among a section of the peasantry, who were subjected to requisitioning, with a dramatic worsening of living conditions in the towns. Since the beginning of 1920, inflation had assumed enormous proportions. In April, the food rations officially issued to the urban workers accounted for only 30 to 50% of what was needed for survival, which explains the immense role played at that time by the black market. On the black market, the prices of many products were, as early as April 1920, 40 or 50 times as high as the official prices. Subsequently, the currency was devalued still further, and workers more and more frequently received their pay in kind. This collapse of the currency was one of the factors which contributed to the development of the illusions of war communism. One aspect of these illusions was, indeed, the identification of the disappearance of money with the building of entirely new economic relations leading to the abolition of wage labor. The extreme shortage of goods condemned the townspeople, and also many peasants, to hunger and cold, while the factories were paralyzed by the lack of fuel. This situation gave rise to serious discontent on the part of the petty bourgeoisie and the less advanced elements of the working class, who blamed the Bolshevik Party for their difficulties and refused to accept that these were the result of several years of imperialist war, civil war, and foreign intervention. The worsening of the economic situation lay behind the 362 peasant revolts that developed from the end of 1920 onward and the strikes that broke out in February 1921, in Petrograd, Moscow, and other industrial centers. These strikes were not directed against the Soviet power, but were essentially elementary expressions of the discontent of the workers who were suffering from very inadequate feeding. However, the workers' demands also included some anarchist, SR, or Menshevik slogans. Some of the leaders of these political movements thought, indeed, that the moment had come to launch once more an anti-Bolshevik operation. their hopes actually collapsed very soon. Thus, in Petrograd, the stoppages of work began on February 24, and continued for 2 days. On February 26, the Petrograd Soviet and the Defense Committee headed by Zinoviev started a campaign of explanation. At the same time, measures were taken to improve the food supplies available to the factory workers, and suppress the activities of the SRS and Mensheviks who were trying to subvert the Soviet power. The campaign of explanation undertaken by the Bolshevik Party and the Petrograd Soviet clarified the situation. On February 28, the strikes in Petrograd ended, the signal for return to work having been given by the Pilov Works, that workers' stronghold. 21 in the other towns affected, the course of events was similar, which confirms that the discontent of the striking workers was not general and profound in character, but due essentially to the difficulties of everyday life. In the countryside, however, a real political crisis developed early in 1921. It affected part of the armed forces, and had serious repercussions a few days after the Petrograd strikes had ended. The discontent which prevailed at that time in the Kronstadt naval base then took concrete form in the holding of a number of general meetings of the sailors and workers of the naval base, which elected a conference of about 300 delegates. On March 2, 1921, this conference elected in its turn a bureau of 5 members, presided over by Petrochenko, senior clerk on the battleship Petropavlovsk. Soon afterward, 363. This bureau, having been enlarged to 15 members, proclaimed itself a provisional revolutionary committee and came out in opposition to the Kronstadt Soviet. Events then followed swiftly. By order of the committee, 3 Bolshevik leaders were arrested, including the deputy Vasilyev, a genuine revolutionary who had nothing about him of the bureaucrat type the committee claimed to be attacking. Pressure was brought to bear on the members of the Bolshevik Party to leave the party, and, in the confused atmosphere that prevailed in Kronstadt, at least 1/3 of them did this. Some days later, when tension was mounting between the Soviet power and the Revolutionary Committee, several hundred communists were arrested. 22. The program of the leaders of the insurrection was a mixture of various slogans intended to mobilize as wide a degree of support as possible, with the aim of developing a movement that would dislodge the Bolsheviks from power throughout Russia. Certain features of this program were especially significant. It was demanded that the Soviets be open to the SRS and the Mensheviks, many of whom had entered into arrangements with the counter-revolutionaries, or, where they had come to power locally and temporarily as a result of the retreats which the Red Army had been forced to make during the Civil War, had served as bridges for the White Guards, whom they were unable to resist even if they had wanted to. The Kronstadt leaders also called for the establishment of non-party Soviets, which was a way of excluding Bolshevik candidates in the event elections should be held in conformity with this demand. Among the significant features of the Kronstadt program was the demand for abolition of political commissars in the Red Army, though it was this institution which enabled control to be maintained over the ex-Tsarist officers in the army. Not surprisingly, some high-ranking officers of the Tsarist army served the Kronstadt rebels faithfully, even though they did not, of course, push themselves to the forefront. This was the case with General A. N. Kozlovsky and the officers under his command. 23. On the economic plane, the Kronstadt program called, ES. 364. Sentially, for freedom of trade and respect for peasant property. Actually, the content of this program, though significant, was of secondary importance. What was decisive were the social and political forces that backed the Kronstadt movement. In order to grasp the nature of these forces, we must distinguish between the leaders of the movement and the masses who were behind them. Relatively little is known about the former. We do know, however, that one of them, A. Lomonov, was a former SR maximalist and, especially, that the chairman of the Revolutionary Committee, SR Petrochenko, had belonged to the Bolshevik Party for a few months. He had then left the party and engaged in counter-revolutionary activity, for which he was several times arrested. Later he had tried to join the Whites, but they had rejected his services because he had been a member of the Bolshevik Party. 24. As regards the social basis of the movement, it must be said that at the beginning of 1921 the sailors of former times who had been among the strongest supporters of the Bolsheviks during the October days were no longer more than a minority in Kronstadt. The bulk of the forces that supported the Revolutionary Committee consisted of young recruits from the Ukraine, without any political training, who responded readily to the anti-authoritarian slogans of the leaders of the Revolutionary Committee. The dominant ideological current among the Kronstadters was, in fact, anarcho-populist, anti-state, and strongly marked by Slavonic nationalism, anti-Semitism, and orthodox religious feeling. More than once we find among them the amalgam propagated by the whites, communist means Jew. 25. On the international plane, the Kronstadt movement was fully supported by all the counter-revolutionary tendencies. The actual relations between the Kronstadt leaders and the National Center formed in Paris, mainly by former cadets, have never been clarified. Some things are certain, however. A few weeks before the revolt, the National Center had drawn up a plan, known as the Secret Memorandum, which assumed that Kronstadt could be used as the base for a new counter-revolutionary onslaught on Petrograd. During the revolt, all 365. The forces of the center, together with the SRS in exile, were mobilized to help it, millions of francs being collected for the purpose in a few days. Finally, when the revolt had been suppressed, 11 of the 15 members of the Revolutionary Committee took refuge with counter-revolutionary elements. 26. In fact, contrary to the hopes entertained by the leaders of the revolt, it produced hardly any echo in Russia. 27. In the eyes of the masses at large, the Bolshevik Party, regardless of the mistakes it might have made, was still the only bulwark against restoration of the bourgeois order. The Bolshevik Party naturally did all it could to stop the revolt from spreading or even from continuing. The location of Kronstadt close to Petrograd, on the one hand, and to the counter-revolutionary forces in Finland, on the other, did not permit protracted negotiations. It was necessary to crush the revolt before the ice melted. Once the water was free of ice, Kronstadt could be reached by sea by the White and imperialist forces, and this would have meant a direct military threat to Russia's chief city. After sending an ultimatum calling upon the rebels to surrender, and receiving a negative reply from the Revolutionary Committee, the Red Army took the offensive. On March 17, the main attack was launched, and by early morning of March 18 all resistance had ceased in the allegedly impregnable fortress of Kronstadt. So ended an especially sad episode of the crisis of the winter of 1920-1921, an episode which deserves attention from two standpoints. First, the very fact that the revolt could occur confirms that discontent among a section of the masses, especially the peasants, had then reached the pitch of explosion in some places, so that some of the peasantry were wide open to the petty bourgeois propaganda of the SRS, Mensheviks, and anarchists, or even of men who were supported de facto by the Cadet Party, though they employed ultra-revolutionary language. Secondly, the absence of any extension of the Kronstadt 366 revolt, despite the appeals that were issued, shows that in the eyes of the broadest masses, whatever tension there might have been where particular problems were concerned, such as requisitioning, the Bolshevik Party was still the party that had led the revolution and whose capacity for organization had ensured victory in the struggle against the landlords, the capitalists, and imperialism. The Kronstadt episode led the Bolsheviks to harden their attitude more than ever against the former Soviet parties, which now seemed to be conniving with the most reactionary political émigrés and with the Anglo-French imperialists. It was now more than ever out of the question to allow these parties to take part again in the work of the Soviets. Inside the Bolshevik Party itself there was no hesitation regarding the line to be followed, in the given circumstances, toward the revolt. On this point the party showed remarkable unity. In other forms, however, the discontent that had arisen among the masses produced splits in the party and conflicts between different tendencies. Ideological and political struggle had always been part of the life of the Bolshevik Party, but the gravity of the crisis of the winter of 1920 to 1921 caused the party leadership to alter the conditions governing the conduct of this struggle. In order to understand the implications of the decisions taken on this point by the 10th Party Congress, and to appreciate the Bolshevik Party's ideological vitality, it is necessary briefly to recall some aspects of the internal struggles that had taken place in the party, and it will be useful to carry our study of these struggles a little beyond the period of the 10th Congress. To the ideological and political struggles in the Bolshevik Party before the Civil War. The tradition of Bolshevism is a tradition of ideological and political struggle. In 1903, when Bolshevism came into being as a distinct political trend, and 1 year after the publication of What is to be Done? Lenin said that it was essential to hospitably throw open the columns of the party organ for exchanges of opinion, and that the party must have at its disposal all, absolutely all, the material needed to form an independent judgment. He condemned those who had an exaggeratedly stern and stiff attitude towards so-called anarchistic individualism, for he considered it preferable for the party's life to be tolerant, even if it involves a certain departure from tidy patterns of centralism and from absolute obedience to discipline. In 1904 Lenin reaffirmed his conviction that a broad exchange of views, and even battles between tendencies, were essential to party life. The existence of divergent views within the party was inevitable, being an effect of the class struggle, since the party was not an isolated islet of socialism. It was inevitable that party members should at certain moments fall under the influence of bourgeois ideology. By discussion in the party one could fight to prevent ideological representatives of the bourgeoisie from taking over leadership of the proletarian movement, but in order to do this, one must remain on the terrain of Marxist analysis and not compromise on principles. Once decisions had been adopted, of course, these were obligatory upon everyone, since the party was not a discussion group but an organ of struggle which must be disciplined and obedient to its leading bodies. 368. 369. Lenin's line on ideological struggle was considered by the party as a whole as necessary to the functioning of democratic centralism and to respect for discipline in the application of decisions. This line prevailed not only until 1917 but also in the first years following the October Revolution. Discussions within the party were even exceptionally lively in that period, reflecting the magnitude of the class struggle that was going on in the country. The conflicts that took place on the very eve of October and in 1917 to 1918 found expression in a number of documents, analysis of which enables us to bring out the chief conceptions that existed in the party at that time and to grasp their essential class content. The ideological and political struggles in the party between February and October 1917. Between February and October, two lines became defined inside the Bolshevik Party. First, before Lenin's return from exile, there was the line of support for the provisional government. Whereas Lenin put forward the slogan of revolutionary struggle against the bourgeoisie and refusal to fight under its orders, a section of the Bolshevik leaders gave conditional support to the provisional government. This defensist line was maintained, from March 14, 1917 onward, by Pravda, which had just been taken over by Kamina and Stalin. In the first issue of Pravda published under the new editorship, Stalin said that the rights one must be upheld so as to destroy completely the old forces and, in conjunction with the provinces, further advance the Russian Revolution. In the next day's issue, Kamina expressed an even more clear-cut defensist attitude, and on March 16 Stalin said that it was necessary to bring pressure on the provisional government to make it declare its consent to start peace negotiations immediately, for which amounted to adopt 370. The Menshevik standpoint of pushing the bourgeoisie from behind, instead of a consistent Bolshevik line of standing at the head of the masses and ahead of them. 7 years later, in a speech to a plenum of the Communist group in the Ale Union Central Council of Trade Unions, Stalin referred to this period and admitted his mistake, but tried to justify it by showing that he had not been alone in the attitude he had taken up. The party, he said, adopted the policy of pressure on the provisional government through the Soviets on the question of peace and did not venture to step forward at once from the old slogan of the dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry to the new slogan of power to the Soviets. 5. Lenin's arrival on April 3, 1917, enabled the revolutionary line he advocated gradually to become victorious, but this did not happen without resistance. Kamina still declared, the day after the publication of Lenin's April Theses, which looked toward proletarian revolution, in so far as concerns Lenin's general scheme, it appears to us inacceptable, since it starts from the assumption that the bourgeois revolution is finished and counts on the immediate transformation of this revolution into a socialist revolution. 6. Kamina soon found himself isolated, with Stalin and Zinoviev rallying to Lenin's theses. Even so, the triumph of the revolutionary line was not yet complete. Thus, in September 1917, there was a majority in the Central Committee in favor of Bolshevik participation in a democratic conference formed independently of the Soviets, whereas Lenin had put forward the slogan, "All power to the Soviets." Only Lenin's threat to resign from the Central Committee induced the latter to revoke its decision. Soon afterward, Lenin called on the Central Committee to prepare for insurrection. He was supported by a majority of 10-2, the minority consisting of Zinoviev and Kamina. These two waged a public campaign against Lenin's revolutionary line. At the time, Stalin, who was, 7 years later, to present these divergences as a mere matter of different shades of opinion, pronounced the following judgment. 371. There are two policies. One is heading towards the victory of the revolution and looks to Europe, the other has no faith in the revolution and counts on being only an opposition. 7. Zinoviev and Kamina were not expelled from the party, as Lenin had demanded. By a majority of 5-3, the Central Committee simply decided to accept their resignation. In practice, even this resignation did not take effect. Immediately after the insurrection, Zinoviev and Kamina were again participating in the work of the Central Committee and entrusted with important political responsibilities. After October, the struggle between the two lines continued, of course, but the concrete problems it involved were different. 77. The struggles over the problem of a coalition government. Among the questions that gave rise to serious divergences was, as we have seen, that of forming a coalition government. It arose in this way. After the formation, in the evening of the day of the insurrection, of a homogeneous Bolshevik government, the latter came under heavy pressure from the SRS and Mensheviks, who demanded that a coalition government be formed, to be made up of all the parties represented in the Soviets. The Central Committee agreed to enter into negotiations with the SRS and Mensheviks, but, whereas for Lenin these negotiations were merely a tactical operation, for Kamina and Zinoviev they were really intended to lead to the formation of a coalition government. A fresh crisis broke out in the party leadership when Lenin proposed on November 1, 1917, to call off these talks. Zinoviev, Kamina and Rykov opposed this move, which was nevertheless approved by the Central Committee. Kamina 372. And Rykov, who had been the Bolshevik Party's delegates for the negotiations, went so far as to violate the decision by failing to act in accordance with it. During the winter of 1917 to 1918 and the spring of 1918, an extremely profound crisis occurred. Not only did it cause divergences in the Central Committee and in some of the party organizations, it developed on a much wider scale. The period saw the formation of the group of left communists. The ideological struggle that broke out at this time was concerned principally with the question of the Peace of Brest-Litovsk and with the conception of state capitalism. The struggles in the Bolshevik Party and the Peace of Brest-Litovsk. The crisis provoked by the peace negotiations held at Brest-Litovsk, and then by the treaty itself, opened on January 5, 1918, when, by decision of the Central Committee, peace negotiations were begun with German imperialism. It became apparent that the latter would sign a peace treaty with the Soviet power only if immense territories were ceded to it, Poland, Lithuania, Belarusia, and the half of Latvia occupied by the German army. Lenin declared for acceptance of these conditions and for the immediate conclusion of a treaty. He was aware of the country's desire for peace. He knew, too, that the disorganized state of the armed forces was such that they could not resist a renewed German offensive. Trotsky was for trying a delaying tactic. Bukharin favored revolutionary war, but finding himself isolated, he supported Trotsky's line, so that Lenin was placed in a minority in the Central Committee. Following this decision by the Central Committee, the German army resumed its offensive on all fronts and penetrated deeply into Soviet territory. On January 17, Lenin put 373 forward his proposal once more and was again defeated, this time by 6 votes to 5. The German army advanced so rapidly that on January 18 the Central Committee held another meeting, and now Trotsky came round to Lenin's view, which was approved by the Central Committee though only by 7 to 5. The position maintained for several days by the majority of the members of the CC, a position which, while outwardly left, was really nationalist and petty bourgeois, and the defeat suffered during that period meant that Soviet Russia had now to accept additional demands from German imperialism. To the territories already listed for annexation were added the Ukraine, Livonia, and Estonia. As a result, in the area it controlled, the Soviet power would lose 26% of its population, 27% of the cultivated land, and 75% of the capacity for producing iron and steel. Lenin called for the peace treaty to be signed without further discussion. The Central Committee hesitated. Stalin proposed that the German demands be not accepted purely and simply, but that negotiations be reopened. However, Lenin's proposal was adopted by 7 votes to 4. 9 On March 3, 1918, the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was formally signed, but the weeks which had passed since the negotiations began showed how deeply the party was divided. Basically, this division counterposed those who agreed with Lenin that maintenance of a proletarian power in Russia was vital for the future of the world revolutionary movement to those who thought it would be better for this power to disappear rather than survive at the price of concessions they considered inacceptable. The signing of the treaty did not put an end to the crisis which had begun in the party, as was shown by the declarations issued by various regional party organizations. After the Central Committee's decision to sign the treaty, 374. The Party Bureau of the Moscow region voted a resolution declaring that it would no longer recognize the authority of the CC until an extraordinary party congress had been held and a new CC elected. The existing Central Committee formally acknowledged the right of those who did not agree with the decision it had taken to express their view. Commenting on the resolution of the Moscow Regional Bureau, Lenin wrote, "It is quite natural that comrades who sharply disagree with the Central Committee over the question of a separate peace should sharply condemn the Central Committee and express their conviction that a split is inevitable. All that is the most legitimate right of party members, which is quite understandable." 10 The day after the actual signing of the treaty, on March 4, 1918, the Petrograd Party Committee brought out the first issue of a daily paper entitled Communist, the organ of the left communists, who formed an opposition moving openly toward a split and the formation of a new party. For the left communists and state capitalism. After Brest-Litovsk, the left communists directed their attacks increasingly not so much against the line on foreign policy and military problems, as against the concessions which the party leadership thought it necessary to make to that part of the bourgeoisie which agreed to collaborate with the Soviet power. These attacks reflected the pressure brought to bear on the party by a part of the working class wishing to retain the existing forms of organization of the factory committees and of workers' control, and unwilling to let posts of responsibility or leadership be given to capitalists and bourgeois technicians, engineers, and administrators, in the factories and in the various organs of the VSNKH. At this time, as we have seen, the majority of the Central 375 Committee decided to change the Soviet power's relations with a section of the bourgeoisie whose skill was considered indispensable for the management and administration of the state-owned factories and for coordinating economic activities. The former capitalist administration of the enterprises was thus partly maintained or re-established, and concessions were granted in the matter of salaries to the bourgeois specialists and technicians, so as to ensure their collaboration. The principle of one-man management of enterprises was adopted, and it was decided to introduce a system of bonuses, under trade union control, in order to bring about an increase in the productivity of labor. The left communists denounced these measures. In the first issue of Communist they attacked a labor policy designed to implant discipline among the workers under the flag of self-discipline, the introduction of labor service for workers, piece rates, and the lengthening of the working day. According to Communist, the introduction of labor discipline in connection with the restoration of capitalist management of industry cannot really increase the productivity of labor. It would only diminish the class initiative, activity, and organization of the proletariat. It threatens to enslave the working class. It will arouse discontent among the backward elements as well as among the vanguard of the proletariat. In order to introduce the system in the face of the hatred prevailing at present among the proletariat against the capitalist saboteurs, the Communist Party would have to rely on the petty bourgeoisie as against the workers. Consequently, it would ruin itself as the party of the proletariat. The same issue of Communist denounced bureaucratic centralization, the rule of various commissars, the loss of independence for local Soviets, and in practice the rejection of the type of state commune administered from below. Bukharin recalled that Lenin had written in The State and Revolution that each cook should learn to manage the state, and added, but what happened when each cook had a commissar appointed to order him about? 376. The second issue of Communist carried an article by another member of the left communist group, Osinski, who wrote, "We stand for the construction of the proletarian society by the class creativity of the workers themselves, not by the ukases of the captains of industry. If the proletariat itself does not know how to create the necessary prerequisites for the socialist organization of labor, no one can do this for it and no one can compel it to do this. The stick, if raised against the workers, will find itself in the hands of a social force which is either under the influence of another social class or is in the hands of the Soviet power, but the Soviet power will then be forced to seek support against the proletariat from another class and by this it will destroy itself as the dictatorship of the proletariat. Socialism and socialist organization will be set up by the proletariat itself, or they will not be set up at all, something else will be set up, state capitalism." 11. Lenin answered these statements by showing that, at the actual stage of the Russian Revolution at that time, it was not a question of building socialism, nor, therefore, of undertaking to change in depth the relations of production, but of coping as expeditiously as possible with the growing disorganization of the economy. It was in order to explain this immediate task that Lenin put forward the notion of state capitalism under the dictatorship of the proletariat. The Seventh Party Congress, held at the beginning of March 1918, condemned the line of the left communists and declared in favor of the measures proposed by Lenin. After this Congress, the organizational forces which until then had been at the disposal of the left communists in the party collapsed very quickly, partly as a result of administrative measures, transfers of cadres, and so on. Communists ceased to appear every day. Its production was shifted to Moscow, where a few more numbers appeared, but the left communists lost the majority they had held in that city, and also in the Ural region. They gave up the idea of founding a new communist party, and decided to remain in the Bolshevik party. 377. A year later Lenin drew a positive conclusion from this crisis, saying, "The struggle that flared up in our party during the past year was extremely useful. It gave rise to numerous sharp collisions, but there are no struggles without sharp collisions." 12. By then the former left communists had resumed their place in the party, and some were again holding leading positions. The crisis experienced by the Bolshevik Party in early 1918 showed the capacity it then possessed for allowing an open ideological struggle to develop within it. The crisis also showed the coming together of ultra-left and petty bourgeois attitudes, in particular where problems of peace and war were concerned, with attitudes which undoubtedly reflected the aspirations of part of the party's working class base. It was certainly no accident that it was in Moscow, Petrograd, and the Ural region, that is, in the major industrial centers, that the left communists found their main support. By the end of the spring of 1918, the group of left communists had disappeared as such, but many elements of its political line, for example, its opposition to administrative centralism, which it sought to replace by greater initiative on the part of the working people, both in the Soviets and in the workplaces, were to reappear again and again, giving rise to new oppositions. I shall return to this point. In any case, the problems raised by the platform of the left communists sank into the background when the principal contradiction shifted. The outbreak of the White Revolt, backed by imperialist intervention, brought to the forefront the problems of armed struggle. Before proceeding to analyze the period that opened then, I must emphasize once more the scale of the struggles that Lenin had to carry on, before and after October 1917, in order to win victory for his ideas. This needs emphasis because the extensiveness of the discussions and disputes, and the frequency with which Lenin was put in a minority, show that, contrary to what is alleged in the official history of Bolshevism, open ideological and political conflicts were particularly intense at this time. Emphasis is also called for because 378. These conflicts show the pressure to which the Bolshevik Party was subjected by the class contradictions developing in Russian society as a whole. The foregoing also shows, and this is important for understanding what was to happen after Lenin's death, that during the decisive period between February 1917 and June 1918 no group of leaders appeared in the Central Committee who firmly and constantly upheld the same views as Lenin at best. Some of them rallied more easily or more quickly than others to his views. While there was no group of leaders of whom it can be said that they took up more or less regularly the same attitude as Lenin, it is, however, possible to identify two successive tendencies which had serious divergences with Lenin. One of these was a rightist trend which manifested itself especially between February and December 1917. It included not only Kamina and Zinoviev, but also, sometimes, Stalin, that is, the men who were to form the leading nucleus of the party immediately after Lenin's death, what has been called the Troika, the triumvirate, that succeeded him. The other tendency developed mainly from January 1918 onward. It included Trotsky, Bukharin, and also Stalin. This was, above all, the trend of the left communists. It commanded larger forces than the previous one, and lasted longer. Positions close to those of this tendency were to be advocated subsequently by various other oppositions. With Soviet Russia's entry into a period of armed struggle against White Revolt and foreign intervention, however, many problems presented themselves in new forms. We must now consider the principal aspects of the ideological struggles which developed in the Bolshevik Party during the Civil War period. 379. 3. The ideological and political struggles during war communism. During most of the war communism period, ideological and political struggles were less acute than in previous years, the party's attention and efforts being mainly concentrated on problems of defense. The Bolshevik Party was, on the whole, relatively united in its views on these problems, so that they did not give rise to major disputes, especially since those members who differed from the majority usually came into line quickly. There were, however, some acts of indiscipline amounting to a sort of undeclared opposition to the policy decided on by the Congresses and the Central Committee, and some of the questions raised by the left communists reappeared during this period. Most important, new divisions appeared from 1920 onward, when victory drew near and post-war problems had to be faced. These new divisions became noticeable at the Ninth Party Congress, and more plainly still toward the end of 1920. Let us first, though, consider the period preceding that year. The oppositions of 1918 and 1919. Even before the White Revolt broke out, opposition to Lenin's policy on nationalities made itself apparent. It was not an open opposition, but it became manifest in the party's practical activity. Although this opposition had no immediate effects, it is important to recall it, for it reasserted itself, with serious consequences, as soon as the Civil War was over. One of the first expressions of this trend occurred in April 1918, when a Soviet government for the Ukraine was formed. 380. 381. Under the leadership of the Bolshevik N.A. Skripnik. Although, on April 3, 1918, Lenin sent a message of support to the Ukrainian Soviet government, expressing his enthusiastic solidarity with the heroic struggle being waged by the working and exploited people of the Ukraine, who now constitute one of the vanguard detachments of the world's social revolution. Stalin, who was at that time People's Commissar for Nationalities, opposed the formation of the Soviet government of a Ukraine independent of Russia. Stalin's attitude produced the following reaction from Skripnik: "We must protest in the strongest possible way against the statement of Commissar Stalin. We must declare that the Central Executive Committee of the Ukrainian Soviet base their actions, not on the attitude of any Commissar of the Russian Federation, but on the will of the toiling masses of the Ukraine, as expressed in the decree of the Second All-Ukraine Congress of Soviets." Declarations like that of Commissar Stalin would destroy the Soviet regime in the Ukraine. They are direct assistance to the enemies of the Ukrainian toiling masses. 1. Stalin's hostility to the formation of a Soviet Republic which was not included within the Russian Soviet Republic did not remain an isolated episode. This was a manifestation of a political conception that was to be reaffirmed on numerous occasions, and subsequently to be supported by the Russian bourgeoisie in emigration and by elements of this class in the Soviet state and the Bolshevik Party. It surfaced again in May 1918, for example, when Stalin sent to Stepan Chomayan, the Soviet representative in Dagestan, where counter-revolutionary armed bands were then operating, instructions which made no distinction between the counter-revolutionary leaders and the peasant masses whom they had misled. These instructions were to act without hesitation and make examples by reducing to ashes a certain number of villages. 2. The military opposition. After the summer of 1918, another opposition developed which had a left-wing look about it, and was known as the 382 military opposition. Not many documents have been published regarding this tendency, although it existed relatively openly and included among its avowed supporters such men as Voroshilov, E.N. Yaroslavsky, A.Z. Kamensky and S. Milin, some of whom were at that time and in many cases remained very close to Stalin. 3. One of the points of the program of the military opposition was refusal to accept the recruitment of military specialists to the Red Army. Stalin, though he made no public declaration favorable to the military opposition, took decisions in 1918 on the Tsaritsyn front, where he was in charge politically, which corresponded to the line of this group, removing a number of officers from their posts in violation of the instructions of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and those of the CEC and the CC. As a result of these measures, Stalin was eventually himself removed from his position on the Revolutionary War Council of the Southern Front, while S.N. Sidin, whom Stalin had wanted to deprive of his command, was confirmed in his appointment. It is known, too, that Lenin spoke out severely at the 8th Party Congress against decisions of the Revolutionary War Council of the 10th Army, taken at the instigation of the military opposition, which had resulted in serious losses by the Red forces. For by and large, however, this opposition played only a comparatively minor role. Its importance was mainly symptomatic. The way it functioned shows that at that time there were, within the party apparatus, elements which were sufficiently well organized to be able to oppose, for a certain period at least, the decisions of the CC and the Soviet government. The 8th Congress and the new party program. During the preparations for the 8th Congress, some parts of the earlier platform of the left communists continued to be defended by a small number of members who had belonged to that group. Among them was V. Smirnov. 5. 383. Other well-known Bolsheviks, such as Ossinsky and Sapronov, defended similar positions. At the 8th Party Congress, Osinski demanded that workers be brought onto the Central Committee in sufficient numbers to proletarianize it. 4 years later, Lenin was to make a similar proposal. At the same Congress, Sapronov and Osinski called for the Soviets to function more democratically, instead of being reduced to the role of mere organs of ratification. These views were rejected by the Congress, which declared, on the contrary, for a high degree of administrative centralization. This was the Congress which set up the Politburo, the Orgburo, and the Central Committee Secretariat. The Eighth Congress adopted a new party program, in which point 5 of the economic section read, the organized apparatus of social production must primarily depend upon the trade unions. Inasmuch as the trade unions are already participants in all the local and central organs administering industry, they must proceed to the practical concentration into their own hands of the work of administration in the whole economic life of the country, making this their unified economic aim. The participation of the trade unions in the conduct of economic life, and the involvement by them of the broad masses of the people in this work, would appear at the same time to be our chief aid in the campaign against the bureaucratization of the economic apparatus of the Soviet power. 6. Actually, this point 5 had no concrete effect. Managers of enterprises were unwilling to allow the trade unions to interfere in management at the very moment when the party was insisting on these managers taking personal responsibility. The adoption of point 5 seems to have been mainly an echo of the discontent which existed at that time in part of the working class regarding the increasing role played by the bourgeois technicians, engineers, and administrators. The principle set forth in point 5 was later, moreover, to be viewed as reflecting a syndicalist distortion. It was to be the point of departure in a conflict between the majority of the Central Committee and 384. One of the new oppositions, which demanded that this section of the party program be honored. The year 1920 and the party crisis. It was in 1920, mainly from the time of the Ninth Party Congress, that an important political crisis broke out, a crisis that continued, growing more serious and assuming new aspects, until the 10th Congress. March 1920 saw the appearance of a new left opposition in the group calling itself Democratic Centralism. The composition of this group had little in common with that of the left communists, though Osinski, Smirnov, and Sapronov were included. The Democratic Centralism group denounced what they saw as excessive centralization and abuse of authoritarian methods. In 1920 to 1921 they intervened actively in the discussion in which Trotsky and Bukharin maintained positions differing from those of Lenin, who opposed Trotsky's plan for complete subjection of the trade unions to the state machine. The position of Trotsky and Bukharin in 1920 to 1921. At the moment of the Ninth Congress, the majority of party members were still under the influence of the conceptions of war communism. They favored the adoption of measures for the militarization of labor and strict subordination of the trade unions to the administrative apparatus of the state. The measures in question did not, however, have the same significance or implications for all the different tendencies which existed in the Bolshevik party and which were generally represented even in the party leadership. For some, the measures taken at this time were essentially conjunctural, whereas others saw in them decisions of principle which should be adhered to even after the war. These divergences gave rise to conflicts which lasted until the 10th Congress. 385. In 1920 Trotsky was one of the theoreticians most resolutely in favor of militarizing labor and the trade unions. He denied that the measures discussed by the Ninth Congress were only circumstantial and provisional in character. He saw in them, on the contrary, the expression of lasting needs which pointed in the direction of transforming the trade unions into state organs strictly subordinate to the government, with their leaders appointed by the government and the party. Addressing the Ninth Congress, Trotsky said that the mass of the workers must be bound to their jobs, made liable to transfer, told what to do, ordered about. Before it disappears, he declared, state compulsion will, in the period of transition, reach its highest degree of intensity in the organization of labor. In a pamphlet written for the Congress, he urged that planned, systematic, persistent and stern struggle be waged against desertion from labor, in particular by the publication of black lists of labor deserters, the formation of penal battalions made up of these deserters, and, finally, their confinement in concentration camps. 7. At the same Congress, Trotsky insisted that the militarization is unthinkable without the militarization of the trade unions as such, without the establishment of a regime in which every worker feels himself a soldier of labor who cannot dispose of himself freely. If the order is given to transfer him, he must carry it out. If he does not carry it out, he will be a deserter who is punished. Who looks after this? The trade union. It creates the new regime. This is the militarization of the working class. 8. Radek concluded a speech to the Congress with an appeal to organized labor to overcome the bourgeois prejudice of freedom of labor so dear to the hearts of Mensheviks and compromisers of every kind. 9. He was, however, the only speaker to use such expressions. The Ninth Congress did not adopt the line advocated by Trotsky and Radek. It refused to see in coercion and militarization of the workers the supreme form of socialist organization of labor, and declared that militarization of labor could be justified only by war conditions. Point 14 of the resolution on the present tasks of economic construction said that the 386 employment of entire labor armies, retaining their military organization, can be justified only insofar as this is necessary in order to keep the army as a whole in being for military purposes. 10. The Congress thus declined to follow Trotsky in his idea of the militarization of labor and of the trade unions as measures required for the transition from capitalism to socialism. It even adopted one of the proposals of the Democratic Centralism Group, for the setting up of a control commission charged with publicizing abuses in the use of coercion, without regard to the position or function of the person so incriminated. This was actually a mere sop to the demands of the group. The commission seems never to have functioned. Throughout 1920 and early 1921, Trotsky continued to advocate the same ideas, coming increasingly into conflict with the different ideas held by Lenin. Addressing the Third All-Russia Congress of Trade Unions, Trotsky even offered a sort of apologia for forced labor, asking, for example, is it true that compulsory labor is always unproductive? This is the most wretched and miserable liberal prejudice. Chattel slavery too was productive. Compulsory slave labor was in its time a progressive phenomenon. 11. By this retrospective apologia for slavery, Trotsky claimed to show that resort to militarization of labor could be justified throughout an entire historical period provided it was decided upon by the Bolshevik Party, the instrument of the proletarian dictatorship. As an advocate of state compulsion, Trotsky opposed those who wanted to allow greater independence to the trade unions, in which they saw one of the forms of expression of proletarian democracy. It is not unjustified to anticipate events at this point by quoting a passage from one of Trotsky's speeches at the 10th Party Congress. They have come out with dangerous slogans. They have made a fetish of democratic principles. They have placed the workers' right to elect representatives above the party. As if the party were not entitled to assert its dictatorship even if that dictator 387 ship temporarily clashed with the passing moods of the workers' democracy. The party is obliged to maintain its dictatorship, regardless of temporary vacillations even in the working class. The dictatorship does not base itself at every given moment on the formal principle of a workers' democracy. 12. The idea of an infallible party, situated outside the class struggle and by its mere existence guaranteeing the perpetuation of the dictatorship of the proletariat, was at that time common to Trotsky and Bukharin, hence the latter's idea of compulsory self-discipline. 13. According to Bukharin, the proletariat imposes discipline on itself through the party and the state. He represented the party as both identical with the proletariat and at the same time superior to it, which in his view justified the coercion exercised by the party upon the mass of the workers, this coercion being identified with self-discipline. Bukharin argued along the same lines regarding state power, its various organs, and the authority of the technicians appointed by the state. To a large extent, it will be seen, The theses of Trotsky and Bukharin were rooted in the idea of the infallibility of the party, of its superiority, by its very nature, in relation to the masses, of the guaranteed permanence of its proletarian character and that of the state which it leads, whatever the party's ideological and political practices may be. The theses of Trotsky and Bukharin implied also that the party had been assigned a new role. No longer was it a vanguard with the task of guiding the masses, while remaining alert to their initiatives and their criticisms. It now had the role of controlling and coercing the masses. It was in his book The Economics of the Transformation period that Bukharin developed in a systematic way the non-dialectical conceptions on which he claimed to base his political views. Now the Bukharin who in 1918 had opposed the appointment in each enterprise of a single manager, personally responsible for the way it was run, saw in the establishment of one-man management a form of proletarian administration of industry, compressed and consolidated, and 388. For him the militarization of the population constitutes a method of self-organization of the working class and organization of the peasantry by the working class so that, in certain circumstances, the dictatorship of the proletariat can take the form of a military proletarian dictatorship. 14. Furthermore, Bukharin saw in the distribution of rations in kind, instead of wages in money form, the disappearance of wage labor, and this, for him, justified the conscription of labor. He considered that during the period of transition the monetary system would collapse, and, with it, the commodity system in general, this being made manifest through devaluation of the currency. 15. The theses of the workers' opposition. 16. Whereas Trotsky was expressing support for extremely accentuated centralization and militarization, a different tendency was developing in the party. This tendency extended the ideas of the former democratic centralism group which, enlarging its membership through the entry of party members like Shlyapnikov and Alexandra Kollontai, who had not belonged to democratic centralism, now took its stand on point 5 of the economic section of the program adopted in 1919 by the Eighth Party Congress. It denounced the development of authoritarian practices in the party and in the state machine, and also the ascendancy of many bourgeois elements. Workers' opposition advocated a radical alteration in the party line handing over the management of industry to the trade unions. The workers' opposition wanted the factory committees to play a big role, and it also called for a much more egalitarian policy on wages. 17. As Lenin saw it, the theses of the workers' opposition reflected a trade unionist outlook alien to Marxism, which ignored the leading role of the party of the proletariat. The theses of the workers' opposition were widely 389. Cussed in January and February 1921. They were published in Pravda on January 25, and circulated in pamphlet form by their supporters. On the eve of the 10th Congress, the workers' opposition possessed seemingly firm footholds in the party organizations in a number of industrial areas, Moscow, the Donets Basin, etc., but it was a minority in the party as a whole, and poorly represented at the Congress. Lenin's fight against the ideas of Trotsky and Bukharin. During the months leading up to the 10th Party Congress, a huge political battle was waged. One of the first episodes in this battle took place on November 8 to 9, 1920, at meetings of the Bolshevik faction at the 5th Trade Union Conference and in the Central Committee. Trotsky said that it was necessary to continue applying the measures that had been taken during the Civil War, and even to extend them, regardless of the fact that they had been emergency measures. He defended the view that the Soviet state should be able to remove from their posts, by a simple decision from above, those trade union leaders whose ideas on problems of discipline and wages differed from the ideas of the majority in the Central Committee. He thus declared in favor of statization of the trade unions, aimed at turning the latter into instruments for increasing production and the productivity of labor. He wished to see reasserted, even in the new conditions that were emerging at the end of 1920, the right to replace any trade union leaders who did not agree that the task of the trade unions was to serve production. On November 8, 1920, Trotsky clashed with Lenin, who recalled that the measures adopted by the Ninth Congress had been exceptional in character and that the new features of the situation, which was no longer dominated by war emergencies, must be taken into account. Lenin's view carried the day by a narrow margin. By 8 votes to 6, Trotsky's view was defeated and Lenin's resolution adopted. This resolution DE 390 declared that a gradual but steady transition must be effected from urgency procedures to a more even distribution of forces, and that it was necessary to extend to the entire trade union movement those methods of the broader application of democracy, the promotion of initiative, participation in the management of industry, the development of emulation, and so forth. 18. The Central Committee adopted a resolution directed against the positions supported by Trotsky. This condemned the degeneration of centralization and the militarizing of labor into bureaucracy, arrogance, petty functionarism, and pestering interference in the trade unions. A commission was set up to study relations between the party and the trade unions, with Zinoviev as rapporteur. 19. The divergences in the Central Committee reached such a pitch that it was decided, at the beginning of December 1920, to open a broad public discussion. The entire party leadership, Lenin, Trotsky, Bukharin, Zinoviev, Stalin, Shlyapnikov, and many others took part in the discussion. Important episodes in the political battle included 2 meetings held in December 1920. On December 24, Trotsky spoke to a gigantic gathering of trade unionists and delegates to the 8th All-Russia Congress of Soviets. 6 days later, a meeting took place at which several party leaders spoke, including Lenin, Zinoviev, Trotsky, Bukharin, and Shlyapnikov. The speeches were published in 1921 under the title The Role of the Trade Unions in Production. A week after this second great meeting, Zinoviev addressed another gathering in Petrograd. 20. Throughout January 1921, Pravda published nearly every day an article about the problems of militarizing labor and statizing the trade unions. Gradually, Lenin's arguments, together with the evolution of the objective situation itself, weakened the position of the group represented by 8 members of the Central Committee. They found themselves no longer supported by more than a dwindling minority, while the workers' opposition took up attitudes 391. Which were radically opposed to Trotsky's but which were not in accordance with Lenin's views, either. The Battle of the Winter of 1920 to 1921 provided the occasion for Lenin to denounce the dogmatic stereotypes which Trotsky and Bukharin were employing to justify their positions. Lenin thus broke openly with a problematic which was not merely that of Trotsky and Bukharin, but which had implicitly also been that of nearly the entire party, namely, the problematic which identified the Soviet state with a workers' state. In December 1920, without as yet carrying through this break to completion, and without using the formulations he was to produce later, Lenin set forth a certain number of basic propositions. The most important of these criticized the one-sided character of the theses of Trotsky and Bukharin, which reduced the Soviet state to a workers' state, whereas the real nature of the Soviet state was extremely complex. 21. The nature of the state was such as to oblige the workers to have organizations of their own which were sufficiently independent of the party in power to be able to protect the workers from their state. 22. About a year later, Lenin returned to this problem, when, on January 12, 1922, he put before the Central Committee a resolution on the role and functions of the trade unions under the new economic policy. 23. The resolution pointed out that there could be an antagonism of interest between the working class and the management of Soviet state enterprises, and that struggle might be justified by the necessity facing the workers of combating bureaucratic distortions and survivals from the capitalist past. 24. Lenin's fight against the line of Trotsky and Bukharin is of substantial importance. It shows that the divergences between Lenin and those 2 members of the political bureau were based on what he called our different approach to the mass, the different way of winning it over and keeping in touch with it. 25. The discussion brought to light divergences that went even deeper, affecting, at bottom, the whole question of what was meant by the dictatorship of the proletariat. Trotsky and 392. Bukharin conceived the Soviet state in a mistakenly abstract way, as being, so to speak, the pure expression of proletarian dictatorship, whereas Lenin sought to elucidate the dual nature of the Soviet state, a workers' state insofar as it was led by a proletarian party, yet also a bourgeois or petty bourgeois state by virtue of a number of its features: its dependence on bourgeois administrators, technicians, and specialists, and the political relations that largely prevailed in the work of its administrative organs. Lenin did not shrink from adding that the workers' state, in the true sense, was an ideal we shall achieve in 15 or 20 years' time, and I am not sure that we shall have achieved it by then. 26. The prospect of achieving it being dependent, of course, on the disappearance of those features which made it impossible to call the Soviet state of 1921 a workers' state. This discussion gave Lenin the opportunity to recall that the fundamental problem of the dictatorship of the proletariat is that of the struggle to consolidate proletarian power and, therefore, the struggle to win the masses and not, as Trotsky maintained, the struggle for production. In his pamphlet Once Again on the Trade Unions, Lenin made this observation, the significance of which transcends by far the limits of the particular polemic of that period: Trotsky and Bukharin make as though they are concerned for the growth of production, whereas we have nothing but formal democracy in mind. This picture is wrong, because the only formulation of the issue is, without a correct political approach to the matter the given class will be unable to stay on top, and, consequently, will be incapable of solving its production problem either. 27. For the ideological and political struggles at the end of war communism and the beginning of the NEP. The struggles that developed in the Bolshevik Party during the winter of 1920 to 1921 mark a turning point in the party's history, on two accounts. On the one hand, a certain way of seeing the problem of relations between the party and the trade unions, reflecting the practice of war communism, which the groups headed by Trotsky and Bukharin wanted to treat as a principle, ceased to be officially approved after the 10th Congress. This did not mean that the practices underlying this conception disappeared altogether; nevertheless, they were now on the downgrade, and were no longer defended in the name of the alleged demands of the proletarian dictatorship. During the 5-year plans, however, ideas similar to Trotsky's were to reappear, especially those concerning the productionist and disciplinary tasks considered as the essential functions of the trade unions. On the other hand, the 10th Congress was the last to have been preceded by a broad, open discussion. At subsequent Congresses, the various oppositions would not be allowed to express themselves with such freedom, which meant a break with the Bolshevik tradition. Increasingly, the means of expression were to be withdrawn from opposition tendencies, in the end disappearing altogether. The 10th Congress of the Bolshevik Party and the close of the debate with the two oppositions of 1920. The diversity of the tendencies which clashed in the period preceding the 10th Congress testified to the magnitude of 395. 396. The ideological struggles in the Bolshevik Party and the depth of the crisis it was undergoing. When preparations for the Congress began in December 1920, there were 7 distinct platforms, and at the Congress 2 organized tendencies were still opposing the theses maintained by Lenin. After extensive discussion, the workers' opposition succeeded in drawing up a document which received the support of related tendencies, while Trotsky and Bukharin, on their side, had also worked out a joint statement which was backed by 8 members of the Central Committee. The majority of the Central Committee held the same views as Lenin, and the motion reflecting their views was called the Motion of the 10. Among its backers were Stalin, Tomsky, Zinoviev, and Kamina. The 10th Congress put an end to the debate between the Central Committee majority and the 2 main opposition tendencies. 18 delegates voted for the workers' opposition motion, 50 for that of the 8, while the motion of the 10 received 336 votes. The hardest fight at the Congress was waged against the workers' opposition, as the line of the 8 had already been plentifully criticized in the previous months. The rejection of the workers' opposition theses. During the 10th Congress, especially lively attacks were directed against the ideas of the workers' opposition, which up to that time had benefited to some extent from the criticism aimed at Trotsky's ideas, that is, at tendencies to authoritarianism, administrative solutions, and productionism, and from the confusion caused by certain formulations of Bukharin's, which sought to build a bridge between Trotsky's line and that of the workers' opposition by calling both for statization of the trade unions and trade unionization of the state. 3. Originally, some of the workers' opposition theses represented, as Lenin acknowledged, a healthy reaction against the 397 authoritarian tendencies which had developed during war communism, and reflected the genuine aspirations of broad sections of the working class. But the workers' opposition systematized these aspirations in a one-sided way, ignoring the contradictions between the working class and the peasantry, and it carried its formulations beyond the point at which they squared with what was needed to consolidate the dictatorship of the proletariat. This opposition also forgot, no less than did Trotsky and Bukharin, the fundamental problem, that of power, which requires that maximum attention be paid to what Lenin rightly called the revolutionary interest to which formal democracy must be subordinate for. Despite appearances, the theses of Trotsky and those of the workers' opposition both advocated an orientation which, if adopted, would, in the given situation, have led to the collapse of the Soviet power through failure to take account of the totality of concretely existing class relations. 5. There were also other reasons for the severity of the defeat suffered at the 10th Congress by the workers' opposition. The very preparations for the Congress had been carried out in a highly administrative fashion, the weight in the party of bourgeois and bureaucratized elements was considerable, and was reflected in the number of votes cast for the theses of Trotsky and Bukharin, and many wavering delegates were anxious to contribute to party unity at a difficult moment by voting for the motion of the Central Committee majority. The need to take account of the revolutionary interest was one of the chief arguments used by Zinoviev against that part of the program of the workers' opposition which called for the convening of an All-Russia Supreme Congress of Producers. Zinoviev pointed out that, at such a Congress, the majority at this grave moment will be non-party people, a good many of them S.R.S. and Mensheviks. 6. And the task of the hour was to win over the non-party mass organizations in support of the Soviet power. The platform of the 10 recognized that, in principle, some of the demands included in that of the workers' opposition were correct. For example, the point about the need for 398 greater equality in wage levels, but considered that these demands corresponded to long-term objectives which could not be regarded as immediate aims. The platform of the 10 also rejected the statization of the trade unions called for by Trotsky. It reaffirmed the necessity for the party to play a leading role in trade union work. The Russian Communist Party continues unconditionally to direct, through its central and local organizations, all the ideological side of trade union work. Selection of the leading personnel of the trade union movement must take place under the party's guiding supervision. However, the party organization must be especially attentive to the applying of normal methods of proletarian democracy in the trade unions, where the selection of leaders must, above all, be made by the organized masses themselves. 7. While the theses of the workers' opposition had been extensively discussed before the Congress, this was no longer the case during its actual sessions. It was the moment when the Kronstadt crisis occurred, which revealed that the main task of the moment was to settle correctly the problem of relations with the peasantry. Lenin therefore spoke principally about this problem, confining himself, where the platform of the workers' opposition was concerned, to an essentially polemical attack, in which he compared it to the policies of the anarchists and syndicalists. He also seemed to threaten the workers' opposition in an indirect way, as when he said, "We have spent quite a lot of time in discussion, and I must say that the point is now being driven farther home with rifles than with the opposition's theses. Comrades, this is no time to have an opposition. Either you're on this side or on the other, but then your weapon must be a gun, and not an opposition. This follows from the objective situation, and you mustn't blame us for it." 8. Soon afterward, Lenin had to explain that when he spoke of countering it with rifles, he did not at all mean carrying on a discussion in that way with the workers' opposition, but with the declared enemies of the party. Furthermore, later on, 399. In the debate, Lenin several times praised what he regarded as sound in some of the proposals of the workers' opposition. 9. The resolution on party unity. As regards the subject of ideological conflict within the Bolshevik Party, the 10th Congress was of major importance, for it passed a resolution laying down new rules which prohibited factions. In principle, this resolution forbade the formation within the party of groups organized on the basis of a platform and having their own internal discipline, that is, tending to constitute a sort of party within the party. The ban was adopted as a temporary measure justified by exceptionally difficult circumstances. 10. Any party member, including any member of the Central Committee, who acted in violation of this resolution, could be expelled by decision of the Central Committee. This was an extremely severe penalty, putting exceptional power into the hands of the majority in the CC. Application of it would enable a CC, after being elected by a party congress, to alter its own composition. Commenting on this provision of the Unity Resolution, Lenin said, "Our party has never allowed the Central Committee to have such a right in relation to its members. This is an extreme measure that is being adopted specially, in view of the dangerous situation. A special meeting is called, the Central Committee, plus the alternate members, plus the Control Commission, all having the same right to vote. Our rules make no provision for such a body or plenum of 47 persons, and never has anything like it been practiced." 11. The circumstances in which the party was to function after Lenin's death would enable this resolution to be used as a means of preventing the expression of opinions diverging from those of the political bureau and the party secretariat, thereby completely altering the conditions under which ideological struggles could be carried on in the party. This outcome contradicted a number of provisions contained in the resolution on party unity, which did not con. 400. Internal party disputes and even allowed for the publishing of a periodical, discussion bulletin. Lenin's speeches at the 10th Congress show, too, that he recommended that in the event of disagreement on fundamental issues, this should be settled by appeal to the party, and also that, when a party congress proved unable to arrive at a satisfactory degree of unity, elections to the Central Committee be carried out according to platforms, so that the main rival tendencies should secure representation thereon. 12. In practice, despite what was said at the 10th Congress, the Unity Resolution was to become the point of departure for increasing restrictions on open ideological struggles within the party. The discussion bulletin was never published. Gradually, after Lenin's death, the majority in the CC or the Politburo, or even the party secretariat, were to claim a monopoly of correct conceptions and the right to decide what might or might not be really discussed in the party. In another way, too, the 10th Congress limited the possibility of open ideological debate, for it considerably reduced the authority of the CC, which was precisely where extensive and thorough discussion took place. From this time onward, in fact, the Central Committee ceased to be the party's supreme body between congresses. The intervals between its meetings were made longer. Henceforth, it was to meet only once every 2 months, and its powers were in practice delegated to the Political Bureau, which, beginning in 1921, had only 7 members. Inside the Political Bureau itself, the dominant position was increasingly held by representatives of the party's administrative apparatus, those who headed the Secretariat, the Assignments Office, and so on. Thus, the Political Bureau, which had formerly been a mere executive organ of the Central Committee, was transformed into the supreme body of the party, closely linked with the administrative apparatus and the Secretariat of the Central Committee, whose own powers were greatly increased. The 10th Congress thus marked in more than one way the close of the debates of the last phase of war communism, by its condemnation of the theses of the two oppositions, and by 401. The de facto restrictions it imposed on open discussion inside the Bolshevik Party. It was in a deeper sense, however, that this Congress constituted the end of one period and the beginning of another, for it set in motion the new economic policy, 13 the principal features of which were abandonment of the requisitioning of agricultural produce, a tax in kind being substituted for this, and the introduction of a certain amount of freedom of trade between agriculture and industry. Gradually, the application of the NEP altered the political atmosphere by enabling the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie to develop a variety of private activities which contributed, among other things, to aggravating an economic inequality which bore especially heavily upon the working class and the poor peasants. Under the influence of the changed political atmosphere connected with the NEP, and also, and especially, as a result of the changes made in the Bolshevik Party, open ideological struggle within the party gradually disappeared. Increasingly, these struggles took place only among the top leaders of the party, inside the political bureau in some cases, perhaps, in the Central Committee, but without the participation of the party members or cadres as a whole. Before saying something about the undeclared ideological and political struggles which marked the early period of the NEP, before Lenin's death, it is desirable to indicate some of the limits to the disagreements between the party majority and the workers' opposition, and to recall the issues which at that time underlay all the ideological and political conflicts in the party. 2. The limited nature of the disagreements between the party majority and the workers' opposition. Of all the ideological struggles that took place in the Bolshevik Party between 1918 and 1921, the most significant, both 402. In its implications and in its limitations, was the one aroused by the theses of the workers' opposition. The implications of these theses were considerable, in that they raised a number of absolutely fundamental questions. The workers' opposition pointed to the grave dangers threatening Russia's socialist future as a result of the increased powers enjoyed by bourgeois specialists and administrators. It fought for the granting of broad rights of initiative to the workers and for greater trust to be shown in relation to them, with the establishment of forms of organization such as would allow the workers really to develop their own initiative. It called for an effective struggle against the tendencies for the administrative apparatuses to acquire independence and to dominate the masses. It declared for freedom of criticism in the party, and for the working people as a whole, especially for the workers and their trade unions. It demanded that all party members engage regularly in productive manual labor and that inequality in wage levels, which had been intensified during war communism, be reduced. These theses of the workers' opposition repeated to a large extent the ideas expounded by Lenin in his April Theses and in the State and Revolution. They voiced the aspirations of part of the Soviet working class and expressed some of the requirements for the revolution's progress towards socialism. They were presented at a particularly difficult moment, during the social and political crisis of the winter of 1920-1921, the moment of Kronstadt, that is, when forces objectively hostile to the dictatorship of the proletariat and liable to be directly used by imperialism were intervening openly in the political situation, and were formulating demands which seemed to coincide, partly at least, with the theses of the workers' opposition. It was undoubtedly this conjuncture which caused Lenin to take up a particularly stern attitude toward the workers' opposition and to refrain from according a thorough critical examination to its theses. It is enough to read what Lenin said at the 10th Congress. To see how far this Congress was overshadowed by the 403 Kronstadt events, and the extent to which the workers' opposition was blamed for putting its theses forward precisely at that moment. Thus, in his speech of March 9, 1921, Lenin, addressing his remarks to the workers' opposition, said, "You have come to the party Congress with Comrade Kolonty's pamphlet which is entitled The Workers' Opposition. When you sent in the final proofs, you knew about the Kronstadt events and the rising petty bourgeois counter-revolution. And it is at a time like this that you come here, calling yourselves a workers' opposition. You don't seem to realize the responsibility you are undertaking, and the way you are disrupting our unity." 14 Shortly after saying this, Lenin went even further, practically identifying the workers' opposition with the anarchists and syndicalists, who did not accept the necessity for communist leadership if the proletarian dictatorship was to be preserved. This certainly failed to correspond to anything actually said by the workers' opposition, but it did correspond to the conclusions that could be drawn from their theses, if the logic of these theses were pushed to its ultimate conclusion. Independently of the conjuncture, however, other factors relative to the content of the theses considerably restricted their effective significance. In the first place, they lacked theoretical articulation. Even when they expressed fundamental concerns, and dealt with questions which must be answered if the revolution was to advance towards socialism, they were not argued in a well-grounded way. They were not founded upon a rigorous analysis of the relations between the economic base and the superstructure, between productive forces and production relations. Furthermore, they practically ignored the decisive problem of the conditions for a genuine political alliance with the peasantry. In the case of the theses of the workers' opposition, this was a particularly grave weakness, as the increased role which this opposition claimed for the workers' trade unions might easily lead, through giving priority to the satisfaction of 404. The workers' demands, to a deep split with the peasantry. In this respect, the workers' opposition took up an ouvriériste position which was incompatible with the leading role of the proletariat, especially in a country where the majority of the people were peasants. On the whole, the theses of the workers' opposition voiced aspirations which were partly correct, but they did not constitute a break with the elements of economism that still remained in the Bolshevik Party's overall positions. This was their major weakness in relation to defense of the proletarian dictatorship and the leading role that the party of the proletariat must necessarily play in that defense. Concretely, the theses of the workers' opposition included contradictions which considerably reduced their impact. Thus, on the one hand, they demanded that the producers' trade unions should play a directing role in the economy, while, on the other, they denounced, and with reason, the bureaucratization which had taken place in Soviet trade unionism during the period of war communism. This caused Lenin to comment, when speaking of the workers' opposition theses presented by Sapronov, the Sapronovites have gone so far as to insist in the same thesis on a profound crisis and a bureaucratic necrosis of the trade unions, while proposing, as being absolutely necessary, the extension of the trade unions' rights in production. Probably because of their bureaucratic necrosis? Can this group be taken seriously? 15. The principal weakness of the theses of the workers' opposition lay, as has been said, in their failure to tackle the problem of the basic conditions for maintaining and strengthening the dictatorship of the proletariat, the problem of the leading role of the proletarian party and that of the specific relations between this party and the masses as a whole. This needs to be made clear by a closer examination of some of the concrete questions that were taken up during the discussion at the 10th Congress. 405. The problem of the mode of appointment of cadres and functionaries. Implicit in the dispute between the workers' opposition and the CC majority was the question of the relations of mutual trust that ought to exist between the Bolshevik Party and the masses as a whole, if the party was to be able to fulfill its leading role correctly. Instead of taking up this problem in an explicit way, however, the CC majority and the workers' opposition argued about the mode of appointment of the leading personnel in the political, administrative, and economic spheres. As the CC majority saw it, the party could not really carry out its leading role unless a substantial proportion of the leading personnel, in the trade union as elsewhere, were appointed by the party. As the workers' opposition saw it, only the election of such personnel was in conformity with socialist principles and would guarantee the confidence of the masses in the leaders they had chosen. By discussing the question in this way, the workers' opposition refused to analyze, first of all, the actual situation. Moreover, by imprisoning itself in the ideological issue of election versus appointment from above, it remained captive to the politico-juridical ideology of the bourgeoisie, and so was prevented from raising in a clear-cut way the true problem of the concrete relations which, in a given situation, ought to prevail between the party and the masses. In order to understand what lay behind the proposals of the workers' opposition, it is helpful to recall that they continued the line of the various left oppositions which had appeared in the Bolshevik Party since early 1918. These oppositions commonly referred to Lenin's own words in defense of the principle of electing all functionaries, as when he said, all officials, without exception, elected and subject to recall at any time, their salaries reduced to the level of ordinary workmen's wages. These simple and self-evident democratic measures, while completely uniting the interests of the workers and the majority of the peasants, at the same time serve as a bridge leading from capitalism to socialism. 16. 406. Now, already at the Ninth Party Congress, Lenin had rejected the views of those who referred to his previous statements, as he considered the latter to be inapplicable in the existing conditions, and even incompatible with the lessons of 2 years in power. He said that after 2 years of experience it was impossible to discuss certain problems as if they were being encountered for the first time. We committed follies enough in and around the Smolny period. That is nothing to be ashamed of. How were we to know, seeing that we were undertaking something absolutely new? 17. In that same report presented to the Ninth Congress on behalf of the Central Committee, Lenin attacked those who advocated collective management and election of cadres and leading personnel, in the trade unions or other apparatuses, saying, all these outcries against appointees, all this old and dangerous rubbish which finds its way into various resolutions and conversations must be swept away. Otherwise we cannot succeed. If we have failed to master this lesson in these 2 years, we are lagging, and those who lag get beaten. 18. In reality, what was concealed behind the pseudo-problem of election versus appointment from above was a real problem, namely, that of consulting the masses, not only appealing for their suggestions but also, and above all, for their criticisms. Only such consultation and such seeking for criticism can enable the party to concentrate the initiatives and indications coming from the masses, so as to arrive at conclusions conforming to the general interests of the proletarian dictatorship. The real problem, in fact, is not that of the mode of appointment but that of the actual, concrete relationship between the party, the machinery of state, and the masses. And the nature of this relationship is not basically determined by the mode of appointment of the persons making up the staff of the state machine. It depends upon a set of social practices, and the ideological relationships developing through these practices. 407. At the beginning of 1921 Lenin was trying harder and harder to find a basis for considering this problem other than that defined by the contrast between appointment from above and election. He saw clearly the need to open up new opportunities of expression for the aspirations of the masses, and he knew very well that, if such expression was kept within the forms of bourgeois democracy, there was serious danger of a bourgeois political offensive developing by way of the activity of the Mensheviks, SRS, and anarchists. It was in order to change the basis on which the problem was approached, to get away from the issue of appointment from above versus election, that Lenin envisaged numerous conferences of non-party people. These conferences were to enable the Bolsheviks to hear the criticisms of the masses, to take account of these criticisms, and to answer them in a practical way. Early in 1921, for example, Lenin wrote, replying to some Bolsheviks who were afraid that such conferences of non-party people might turn out to favor the Mensheviks and SRS. Non-party conferences are not an absolute political weapon of the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries plus anarchists. 19. Actually, as a result of the worsening of the political and economic situation, especially through the famine of 1921, the final text of Lenin's pamphlet on the tax in kind was much more reserved than his first draft had been, when the question of conferences of non-party people was concerned, precisely because of the continuing influence of the Mensheviks and SRS, especially among the peasant masses. Thus, Lenin said in this pamphlet, the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries have now learned to don the non-party disguise. This has been fully proved. Only fools now fail to see this and understand that we must not allow ourselves to be fooled. Non-party conferences are not a fetish. They are valuable if they help us to come closer to the impassive masses, the millions of working people still outside politics. They are harmful if they provide a platform for the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries masquerading as non-party. 408. In practice, then, owing to the extreme difficulties that marked the end of war communism, and the recrudescence of the activities of the petty bourgeois parties which was facilitated by these difficulties, the Bolshevik Party in 1921 did not take the path of a broad campaign of discussion among the masses and systematic listening to their criticisms. The acquisition of independence by the machinery of state and the concepts of efficiency and inefficiency. Another ideological pair of opposites helped to define in the wrong way the ground on which discussion and thinking developed concerning the acquisition of independence by the machinery of state. This was efficiency versus inefficiency. The conduct of the argument in these terms tended to reduce a problem that was fundamentally political to the level of a technical problem. In the main, the case for a certain degree of independence for the administrative apparatus of the state was based, more or less, on the concept of technical efficiency, and most of those in the party who were opposed to this independence also put forward considerations relating to the concept of efficiency. Outwardly, the workers' opposition tended to break through the circle in which discussion and thinking about these problems had been confined up to that time, when it declared that the political problem of the relations between the organs of power and the mass of the workers could not be solved either by absorbing the trade unions into the state machine or by saying that one must wait until the masses were sufficiently educated before it would be possible to restore life to the Soviet institutions. 21. The workers' opposition rightly denounced the illusions which postponed the return to Soviet democracy to a distant future, to the day when the masses had become better educated. Educated by whom? But they were not able to show the road to self-education of the masses, to the training of the 409 masses through their own mistakes, under conditions that would not lead to a rapid restoration of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie and imperialist domination. In fact, the workers' opposition remained on the ground of economism, the spontaneist form which suggests that the proletariat's position in production generates spontaneously proletarian class consciousness in this class, thereby, in effect, dodging the whole problem of education and self-education. Contrary to certain appearances, here again the workers' opposition, by not abandoning a certain form of economism, took its stand on the same ground as the CC majority, even though it came, at the given moment, to different practical conclusions. At the end of war communism, the Bolshevik Party hoped that the masses would be drawn back into the working of Soviet democracy in a spontaneous way, through the recovery of production and the development of exchange. This hope expressed a certain economism from which Lenin himself was not entirely free when, instead of explaining the acquisition of independence by the state machine and the development of bureaucracy by the totality of social relations and the bourgeois class struggle, he saw in it a result of the economic situation itself, that is, a consequence of the disorganization of exchange, of want, 22 and so forth. Such an analysis could suggest that a withering away of bureaucracy would ensue from a recovery of production, centralization of production, a campaign against illiteracy, etc. This was not, of course, Lenin's point of view. He explicitly associated the existence of bureaucracy with petty commodity economy and the existence of bourgeois and petty bourgeois elements, and treated as quacks those who claim to attack bureaucracy without attacking its social foundations. 23. Nevertheless, some of Lenin's writings were interpreted subsequently in a narrowly economist sense, especially by the Trotskyists, who claimed to explain the existence of bureaucracy by the low level of development of the productive forces. To return to the workers' opposition, it can be said that its defeat resulted principally from the extreme limitedness of its proposals, its incapacity to open up a truly new road of political struggle that would enter into the play of the contradictions and ensure a strengthening of the proletarian dictatorship. This limitedness and this incapacity, which were shared by other Bolshevik leaders, helped block the path to the attempts made later to improve the party's practice in the direction of a mass line, so as to draw the peasants onto the road to socialism. The left oppositions which appeared later on showed themselves, in this respect, still more backward than the workers' opposition. The door was thus opened for an offensive by right opportunism, though this did not come forward in a clearly defined shape. Before considering this last point, let us recall what was ultimately at stake in the ideological and political struggles going on in the Bolshevik Party. 3. The issue involved in the ideological and political struggles in the Bolshevik Party. The historical experience of proletarian parties, especially of the Bolshevik Party and the Chinese Communist Party, shows that what is involved in the disagreements that arise in such parties is the working out of a correct political line that can enable the working class to conquer and then to consolidate its ideological and political hegemony. In the long run, it is the proletarian character of the party itself that is at issue. And this character can be lastingly maintained only if the ideological unity of the party is based on the principles of revolutionary Marxism, and if the party, in its functioning, respects these principles, thus constituting a revolutionary vanguard supported by the working masses. The ideological unity of a proletarian revolutionary party cannot long survive mistakes in its political line, a party which over a 411 long period follows a non-proletarian line must eventually be forced to deny the principles it swears by, and lose the support of the advanced elements of the proletariat and the masses. However, a wide discussion aimed at drawing the lessons of the results practically achieved through actually applying the political line is essential in order to determine the more or the less correct aspects of the line that has been followed, and the rectifications the line requires in view of the experience acquired and the changes that have occurred in the objective situation. This discussion is needed because there is no recipe stating a priori that a certain measure or a certain slogan does or does not serve the basic interests of the proletariat. Except where obvious violations of the principles of revolutionary Marxism are concerned. Only a thorough study of reality, of practice, and of the contending theses enables the party to decide correctly how to solve the problems posed by the concrete elaboration of a correct line and by the practical application of this line. Only respect for democratic centralism, provided that democracy is its dominant aspect, can enable those who, though they uphold correct conceptions, are in the minority, to make themselves heard, if they themselves dare to go against the tide. A given political line is proletarian in character only if it does not violate the principles of revolutionary Marxism, but it must also correspond effectively to the needs of the actual situation, thus making it possible to deal correctly from the standpoint of the proletariat with the principal contradiction in the particular situation prevailing, and with the secondary contradictions which are subordinate to this one. In a situation which is evolving quickly, a political line or slogan that was correct at a particular moment may become wrong quite soon afterward. For example, the slogan "All Power to the Soviets" was a correct slogan from February 27 until July 4, 1917, in a period when armed counter-revolution presented no threat. It ceased to be correct after July 4 when, as Lenin wrote, the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie, working hand in glove with the monarchists and the Black Hun 412 dreads, secured the support of the petty bourgeois socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks, partly by intimidating them, and handed over real power to the Khavanaks, the military gang. 24. What applies to a particular slogan or measure applies also to the concrete political line of a party. This line can be revolutionary and proletarian only if it corresponds to the needs of the actual situation. Accordingly, when the situation changes, when, for example, a period of civil war gives way to a period of peaceful construction, appropriate changes have to be made in the party line, in the measures the party takes, and in the slogans it issues. In order to cope with the demands facing it, a proletarian party must be able to recognize and rectify in good time the mistakes it has made. A revolutionary party can make mistakes, even serious ones, without losing its proletarian character, but it loses this character when it becomes lastingly incapable of recognizing that it has made a mistake, and of correcting its political line accordingly. The process of recognizing and rectifying mistakes can develop fully only under conditions of sufficiently open ideological struggle. Without such a struggle it becomes more and more difficult to work out and apply a proletarian line, and, in the long run, to preserve the party's proletarian character. And also, consequently, if the party is in power, the proletarian character of the state. When, in a proletarian party, several political lines are in conflict, all of which seem to correspond to the needs of the revolution, it is only by applying theoretical analysis and concrete analysis that it becomes possible to decide which of these lines really best serves the interests of the proletariat. Open discussion, criticism, and self-criticism are thus of very great importance. They make it possible to carry out analyses which are as thorough as possible, to appreciate the significance of all the shades of difference, to draw up a detailed balance sheet, and to deduce lessons from past mistakes, and thus to rectify past errors. 413. As long as social classes exist, the class struggle going on in society is reflected in the party in the form of ideological and political struggle. The proletarian line, the one which in the given situation is best calculated to serve the interests of the proletariat, is therefore inevitably confronted by a bourgeois line. The latter is the one which, in the given conditions, serves best the interests of the bourgeoisie. In relation to the bourgeois and proletarian lines, the other lines represent right or left opportunist orientations. In circumstances where it corresponds better to the interests of the bourgeoisie, an opportunist line may become a bourgeois line. At a given moment, the existence of a definite bourgeois line conceals the bourgeois content of a particular opportunist tendency, which thus seems to blend with the proletarian line, but will at a later stage come into open conflict with the latter. A correct ideological struggle requires that at each moment the principal target must be the bourgeois line, without losing sight of the opportunist tendency. Thus, in November-December 1920, Lenin's principal target was the Trotsky-Bukharin opposition. Then, when that trend had been practically beaten, he took as his principal target the workers' opposition. There is no recipe for spotting at first glance the bourgeois line of the moment. It is often a line which seems to be particularly close to the revolutionary line, for it is in this way that a great number of party members can be more easily misled. It may seem merely to take revolutionary orientations to their logical conclusion. Only when its true class character has been exposed does the bourgeois line cease to seem close to the revolutionary line, but its place is then inevitably taken by another tendency which, in turn, seems to blend with the revolutionary line. Those who defend a bourgeois line are, objectively, representatives of the bourgeoisie inside the proletarian party, but this does not imply that they are its conscious agents. One has, therefore, to start from the assumption that they can be won over to the proletarian line. This is 414. Why it is important to leave a way out for those who oppose the proletarian line, provided that they are not splitting the party and are not playing a double game. It is clear, and experience confirms this, that there is no guarantee that a proletarian party will always, at every moment, rally round the line which is correct from the standpoint of the interests of the proletariat, the revolutionary line. The definition of the proletarian revolutionary line can therefore not be left to a mere majority vote, whether in a popular assembly, in a party congress, or in a meeting of the party's central committee. Experience shows that, faced with a profoundly new situation, it is usually only a minority that finds the correct path, even in an experienced proletarian party. This being so, to suppose that a majority vote can settle difficulties and decide the correct line would be quite illusory. Generally speaking, what is correct does not immediately appear as such. This clarification comes about only after struggle, free discussion, experience, and the test of time. In order that what is new and true may make its way in the world without too much difficulty, there must be no claiming that what is true and what is false can be decided by the simplistic method of voting, when what is involved calls for analysis and discussion. It was not accidental that Lenin was more than once beaten. When votes were taken in the Bolshevik party at crucial moments, so that he had to go against the tide. Mao Zedong has stressed that going against the tide is a Marxist-Leninist principle. 25. It is therefore essential that new revolutionary ideas be given the possibility of being defended, and that those who are the bearers of these ideas possess the right, and the courage, to defend them. The problem of what is true and what is false as regards the conditions for consolidating the dictatorship of the proletariat is all the more difficult to settle because the practice of pro. 415. Leaderian rule is historically in its infancy, as compared with the thousands of years of experience of rule possessed by the exploiting classes. This is also why what might have seemed obvious 50 years ago, and which was indeed so on the basis of experience up to that time and the corresponding development of theory, may seem today only partly true. Every scientific truth is capable of developing and getting enriched, thereby becoming a new truth through the shedding of what, in the former truth was really false. If the presence within a proletarian party of a majority favorable to a particular political line, or to certain measures, does not guarantee the proletarian character of this line or these measures, it is nonetheless necessary, when the moment comes to act and when the highest party bodies have declared for them, that the minority submit in action, even while reserving their own opinion so as to be better able subsequently to correct mistakes. It is only if there are profound divergences, and if there is no other way to correct the party orientation, that a split is to be preferred to unity. 26. And in this case, it is those who are violating party principles who bear responsibility for the split. Naturally, the possibility of correcting mistakes of orientation becomes more restricted when these mistakes do not emerge openly but only in the form of a certain practice, that is of an undeclared opposition. 27. For the undeclared oppositions of 1921 to 1923. After 1921 a trend of undeclared opposition developed, characterized by a tendency toward right opportunism, which was able to make itself felt and to intervene practically in political decisions. This opposition was rooted in the administrative machinery of the party and the state, in the bourgeois practices and political relations which reproduced themselves within it. The bourgeois forces present in the 416 administrative machinery used their positions to try to secure ascendancy for orientations favorable to their interests, by influencing those party leaders who, by virtue of their conception of what the party line should be, were susceptible to this influence. During Lenin's illness, 28 a political line different from his own showed itself on more than one occasion. This line can be regarded as that of an undeclared opposition in the sense that it did not usually clash head-on with Lenin, even though it advocated measures in contradiction to those recommended by him. The term opposition bears, however, a special significance in this context, since it happened more than once that the measures advocated by this opposition, which then had Stalin as its practical leader, obtained the support of the majority of the political bureau or the Central Committee. This support was usually only momentary, however, for when Lenin intervened, the organs concerned more often than not went back on the decisions they had taken. Given the right-wing orientations toward which the majority of the Central Committee and the Political Bureau tended during the period of Lenin's illness, it is not surprising that these orientations deeply affected the line of the Bolshevik Party after Lenin's death. The question of the foreign trade monopoly. It was in connection with the question of the state monopoly of foreign trade that right-wing attitudes found expression at the level of the Central Committee, at the time when Lenin was beginning to feel the first effects of his illness and had to withdraw from public work for a few weeks. The Riga Conference 29 was then being held, and Milyutin, the Soviet representative at this conference, went so far as to propose abolishing the foreign trade monopoly. Bukharin, Sokolnikov, and others supported Milyutin. They were convinced that the Commissariat of Foreign Trade was incapable of properly organizing international economic 417 changes, and consequently they recommended either that the rules of the foreign trade monopoly be mitigated or else that it be completely abolished. Stalin approved of these ideas, but Lenin looked on them as a threat to the future of the proletarian dictatorship. He pointed out that, if they were adopted, foreign exporters would be able to enter into direct contact with Nepman, and this would entail danger that Soviet industry might be utterly ruined, since foreign big capital was certainly ready, if need be, to practice dumping and subsidize exports in order to paralyze Soviet industry. For some time the Central Committee failed to agree with Lenin on this point. Only in March 1922 did he secure the adoption of a number of decrees which consolidated the foreign trade monopoly. And even then, under the influence of those members of the Central Committee who were opposed to unqualified maintenance of the monopoly, the latter continued to be subject to question, to such an extent that foreign businessmen who were negotiating with Soviet representatives postponed signing contracts they had been about to clinch, in the hope that the monopoly was on the point of being abolished. On May 15, 1922, increasingly worried about the way things were going, Lenin wrote to Stalin urging that the principle of the foreign trade monopoly be reaffirmed, and a formal ban be put on all talk of relaxing it. 30. Under the text of Lenin's letter, Stalin noted, "I have no objections to a formal ban on measures to mitigate the foreign trade monopoly at the present stage. All the same, I think that mitigation is becoming indispensable." 31. After Lenin had intervened in this way, his point of view was approved by the Political Bureau at its meeting of May 22. 3 days later, however, Lenin fell seriously ill, his right hand and right leg were paralyzed and it became difficult for him to speak. It was symptomatic of the presence of a right-wing tendency in the party that the adversaries of the foreign trade monopoly now resumed their offensive. On October 6, 1922, the Central Committee agreed to proposals by Sokhonikov which intro 418 ducate important modifications in the state monopoly of foreign trade. Lenin was still sick, but he was able to follow public business, and, as a result, he intervened again with a letter dated October 13, in which he wrote, "The decision of the plenary meeting of the CC of October 6 institutes what seems to be an unimportant, partial reform. In actual fact, however, this wrecks the foreign trade monopoly." 32. Following receipt of this letter, and taking account of the political authority enjoyed by Lenin, who seemed about to take charge of affairs once more, the CC revoked its decision. These vicissitudes testify to the importance within the Central Committee of right-wing forces, or of forces susceptible to the influence of a right-wing line. The existence of a strong economist tendency was shown here by the weight given to the argument that the inexperience of those in charge of the foreign trade monopoly might cause the Soviet power a momentary loss of some millions of rubles, and that this consideration justified abandoning such a vital political command post. During this episode Stalin showed himself constantly in favor of mitigation of the foreign trade monopoly. He gave in, eventually, but only on Lenin's insistence. When he passed Lenin's letter on to the CC, Stalin accompanied it with a note in which he said, "Comrade, Lenin's letter has not persuaded me that the decision of the CC plenary meeting of October 6 on foreign trade was wrong. Nonetheless, in view of Comrade Lenin's insistence that fulfillment of the CC plenary meeting be delayed, I shall vote for a postponement, so that the question may be again raised for discussion at the next plenary meeting which Comrade Lenin will attend." Finally, in December 1922, at a meeting at which Trotsky spoke in support of Lenin's attitude on the matter, the CC cancelled the decision it had taken on October 6. 33. So ended the affair of the foreign trade monopoly. It throws much light on the relation of forces then prevailing in the Central Committee and the Political Bureau, the relation 419, which decided the orientation the party leadership would take when Lenin was no longer able to intervene. The problem of the nationalities. The problem of the relations between Soviet Russia and the independent non-Russian republics had revealed, as early as 1918, the existence within the Bolshevik Party of a tendency favoring a centralizing conception that would ensure dominance by the Russian government. At that time this tendency had striven to oppose the line of the CC majority and of Lenin. The attempt might have seemed a mere passing phenomenon, but this was not the case. In reality there were within the Bolshevik Party supporters of a political line strongly marked by bourgeois nationalism. After 1921 this line found ever clearer expression, and Lenin saw in it a manifestation of great Russian chauvinism. Already in 1918, some members of the CC, including Stalin, had cautiously spoken out against recognition of the right of self-determination for the Baltic countries and Finland, on the grounds that the proletariat was not in power there. In his report on the national question presented on January 15, 1918, to the Third All-Russia Congress of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants Soviets, Stalin voiced this idea explicitly. After saying that the bourgeoisie made use of a national cloak in its struggle for power, he added that all this pointed to the necessity of interpreting the principle of self-determination as the right to self-determination not of the bourgeoisie but of the laboring masses of the given nation. The principle of self-determination should be a means in the struggle for socialism and should be subordinated to the principles of socialism. 34 In using this formulation, Stalin aligned himself in practice with the conception held at the time by Bukharin and Preobrazhensky, and included by them in their book The ABC of Communism. 35 With one exception, an appeal addressed in 1920 to the Karelian people, the idea of self-determination of the 420 laboring masses does not appear again in official Soviet documents of the following years, but this did not prevent Stalin from trying to apply it, in Belarusia and in the Baltic states. As for Lenin and the majority of the CC, they declared for the right of self-determination of nations, and this right was reaffirmed at the party's 8th Congress, during the discussion on the national question, in March 1919. At this Congress, Bukharin still sought to defend the idea of self-determination for the working classes of every nationality, even quoting in this connection Stalin's report to the Third Congress of Soviets. Pyatakov spoke in the same sense, denouncing self-determination of nations as a bourgeois slogan which unites all counter-revolutionary forces. In his view, once we unite economically and build one apparatus, one Supreme Council of National Economy, one railway administration, one bank, etc., all this notorious self-determination is not worth one rotten egg. 36. This quotation shows clearly the link between Great Russian chauvinism and the ultra-statist ideas held by Preobrazhensky, Bukharin, Pyatakov, and some other Bolshevik leaders. At the 8th Congress, Lenin thus found himself isolated at first in defending the traditional line of the party in favor of self-determination of nations. He explained that the slogan of self-determination for the worker masses was a false slogan, for it could be applied only where a division had already appeared between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Lenin declared that the right to self-determination must be accorded to nations in which such a division had not yet taken place, that it must be accepted in the case of countries like Poland, where the communists did not yet have the majority of the working class behind them. Only in this way, he said, could the Russian proletariat avoid the charge of Great Russian chauvinism hidden under the name of communism. 37 In the end, Lenin won the day. The relevant points in the party program adopted by the Congress conformed to his views. The resolution on the national question mentioned, especially, that, on the part of the proletariat of those nations which are or have been oppressor nations, it is necessary that 421. There should be extreme discretion, and that the utmost consideration should be paid to the survival of national sentiments among the working masses of nations which have been deprived of equal rights. Only by such a policy will it be possible to create conditions for the realization of a durable and amicable union between the diverse national elements of the international proletariat. 38. Actually, the adoption by the 8th Congress of the resolution which expressed Lenin's views was not sufficient to solve the problem of relations with the various nationalities. 39 Especially as the Bolshevik Party subsequently underwent the changes already described. The national problem resurfaced with special acuteness during the summer of 1922, when Lenin was again out of action as far as the direction of political affairs was concerned. The existence of a powerful undeclared opposition on this question was revealed. In August 1922, Stalin, in his capacity as chairman of a commission charged with regulating relations between the RSFSR and the other Soviet republics, drew up a draft resolution on autonomization. This scheme provided for the inclusion of the independent republics of the Ukraine, Belarusia, Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Georgia in the Russian Federation as autonomous, that is, de facto, subordinate republics. Under Stalin's plan, the government of the Russian Republic, its CEC, and its Sovnarkom, would constitute the government. Of all these countries, the proposal, which would have abolished the independence of the non-Russian Soviet republics, encountered opposition from the central committees of the Bolshevik Party in Belarusia and Georgia. The Ukrainian CC did not discuss the matter, but its members did not view it with favor. When, on September 26, Lenin learned of this plan, he condemned the principle of adhesion to the RSFSR by the other republics, and proposed instead that a federation of republics be formed in which all the republics would possess equal rights. In his view, this federation should take the form of a union of the Soviet republics of Europe and Asia, and 422. The Russian government should not be the government of the Union. 40. The advocates of integrating the other Soviet republics into the RSFSR with a subordinate status tried to ignore Lenin's criticism. Stalin communicated his plan to the members of the CC without waiting for them to learn Lenin's opinion. 41. He even declared, during a political bureau meeting devoted to this question, that it was necessary to be firm with Lenin, and in a letter of September 27 he went so far as to speak of the national liberalism revealed by Lenin in this affair. 42. The Central Committee, at its meeting of October 6, 1922, eventually approved Stalin's plan with a few alterations. The final text took only formal account of some of Lenin's comments. The term union was substituted for federation, but the concrete provisions guaranteed in practice that great Russian hegemony would prevail. 43. Lenin was thus confronted with a fait accompli. Considering that the decision taken on October 6, 1922 was one of extreme gravity, he resolved to draw a sharp line of demarcation between his views and those which had been adopted by the CC in confused circumstances, that is, without their being fully informed of the state of discussion on the matter. The very same day that he learned of the CC's decision, he wrote a letter to Kamina in which he said, "I declare war to the death on dominant nation chauvinism." 44. For Lenin, that sentence was the statement of a fundamental political task, namely, struggle against a right-wing line, which was expressed not in a program but in a practice. All the facts, as he saw them, confirmed the urgent need for such a struggle. A rapid worsening was indeed taking place in the crisis between the Russian Central Committee and that of the other nations, especially the Georgian CC. The opposition between Lenin's internationalist line and that of the General Secretary then became acute, though this did not emerge publicly. From the end of October 1922 onward, Lenin's notes, messages, and diary revert constantly to his analysis of the risks involved if the Bolshevik Party were to become aligned with great Russian chauvinist attitudes. 423. That is, with the attitudes of the bourgeoisie. He denounced big power chauvinism and emphasized the need for actual inequality biased in favor of the small nations, so as to make up for their lack of weight in relation to the big ones. On this subject he wrote, "Anybody who does not understand this has not grasped the real proletarian attitude to the national question. He is still essentially petty bourgeois in his point of view and is, therefore, sure to descend to the bourgeois point of view." 45. Thus, in connection with the national question, the touchstone of proletarian internationalism, Lenin noted the emergence within the CC of tendencies favorable to the development of an opportunist line. Lenin now thought it necessary to denounce firmly the pressures which had been brought to bear on the CC of the Georgian Bolsheviks by the Secretariat of the Russian Party, and which constituted a manifestation of big power chauvinism. He defined his view on this point, in the document just quoted, as follows: "I think that in the present instance, as far as the Georgian nation is concerned, we have a typical case in which a genuinely proletarian attitude makes profound caution, thoughtfulness, and a readiness to compromise a matter of necessity for us. The Georgian who is neglectful of this aspect of the question, or who carelessly flings about accusations of nationalist socialism, violates, in substance, the interests of proletarian class solidarity." 46. Lenin considered that he had been deceived when he gave his approval to what had been put before him as a formula of unity for the Soviet nations. He declared that, in the prevailing political circumstances, the unification sought by Stalin should have been renounced, there is no doubt that measures should have been delayed somewhat until we could say that we vouched for our apparatus as our own. 47. A later note shows that what was at stake in this affair, as Lenin saw it, was proletarian internationalism and the future of the revolution throughout the world, the harm that can. 424. Result to our state from a lack of unification between the national apparatuses and the Russian apparatus is infinitely less than that which will be done not only to us, but to the whole international, and to the hundreds of millions of the peoples of Asia, which is destined to follow us onto the stage of history in the near future. 48. This note, in which the interests of the Soviet state are counterposed to those of the Russian and international communist movement, ends with sentences which show that Lenin had by that time become fully aware that the center of gravity of the world revolution had shifted from industrial Europe to peasant Asia. He said, for example, it would be unpardonable opportunism if, on the eve of the debut of the East, just as it is awakening, we undermined our prestige with its peoples, even if only by the slightest crudity or injustice towards our own non-Russian nationalities. The need to rally against the imperialists of the West, who are defending the capitalist world, is one thing. It is another thing when we ourselves lapse, even if only in trifles, into imperialist attitudes. 49 Towards oppressed nationalities, thus undermining all our principled sincerity, all our principled defense of the struggle against imperialism. But the morrow of world history will be a day when the awakening peoples oppressed by imperialism are finally aroused and the decisive long and hard struggle for their liberation begins. 50. The importance of this dispute and of Lenin's struggle on the Georgian question is due to what was involved, namely, the conflict between a proletarian internationalist line and a right-wing line which tended to become identified with Great Russian bourgeois nationalism. Moreover, this right-wing line, though not forming the axis of a declared opposition, did eventually gather around itself greater and greater forces within the party apparatus, and was destined to prove victorious soon after Lenin's death. In the absence of a systematic ideological struggle by the Bolshevik Party against Great Russian chauvinism, the latter was indeed tending to develop, corresponding as it did to the 425. Spontaneous state of mind of a large part of Russia's popular masses, especially of the Russian peasants who, being shut up within the narrow horizon of the village, were readily inclined to look down on the other nationalities, Poles, Tatars, Georgians, etc. 51 After Lenin's death, however, the Bolshevik Party practically gave up this struggle. The party's passivity in the matter was closely connected with the mass-scale penetration of the party and state apparatuses by bourgeois administrators, engineers, technicians, and intellectuals. This penetration strengthened bourgeois ideological and political tendencies, and also the economistic practices connected with a certain conception of the role of technicians, and with a certain conception of the new economic policy and of the state in the application of this policy. The development of a right-wing opposition on the national question was, in fact, one of the effects of the new political relations which took shape within the Bolshevik Party during war communism. The latter period had favored a highly centralistic style of leadership in the Bolshevik Party, which had undermined the quality of the relations between the different levels in the party, between the rank and file and the top leadership, and between the political and administrative leaderships. The very way in which the party's administrative leadership tried, in 1922, to settle the Georgian affair showed the extent to which non-proletarian practices and relations had become established. In fact, faced with the refusal of the Georgian Central Committee 52 to agree to the proposals drawn up by the commission chaired by him, Stalin decided to resort to administrative measures. He appointed to jobs which put an end to their political role, in some cases removing them from Georgia those members of the Georgian CC who refused to bow to the decisions of the Secretariat. Some of the Georgian leaders were unwilling to submit to decisions which aimed at settling a political problem by means of administrative measures. 53 Ordzhonikidze, who at the time represented the 426 Secretariat of the RCP in Georgia, allowed himself, during a discussion, to use violence, striking Kabanage, one of the members of the Georgian CC. Ordzhonikidze's conduct testified to the appearance in party life of the use of physical coercion against a party member in order to change his views, or at least to change the way he expressed them. In Lenin's eyes this was no mere personal defect arising from Ordzhonikidze's psychology, but the beginning of political relations that were full of grave danger for the future, since this meant the emergence in the party of a bourgeois political practice of repression, with which were associated Stalin, the party's general secretary, and Dzerzhinsky, who was head of the GPU. When, on December 30, 1922, Lenin learned what had happened in Georgia, he considered that it was a sign that the party was falling prey to serious degeneration, expressed especially by the appearance of a style of leadership which was quite inadmissible in a proletarian party. He expressly condemned such resort to violence, and said that what Ordzhonikidze had done, together with the background to this deed, showed what a mess we have got ourselves into. 54 Lenin perceived that the Bolshevik party ran the risk, if it tolerated the development of such relations, of finding itself taking a road that would lead to the stifling of any expression within the party of opinions not in accordance with those of the leaders, and more particularly of the members of the highest executive organs of the party. This would seriously jeopardize the proletarian character of the party, since preservation of this character demanded that the party remain open to discussion and criticism, and that party unity result from open and clear ideological struggle. Lenin's state of health did not allow him to carry through to the end his study of what was implicit in the Georgian events and in some other similar incidents, nor to advise on the overall measures needed to combat, by strengthening proletarian relations among party members, the degeneration that had set in. Nevertheless, he did undertake an investigation, which he was obliged to carry out by his own means, without 427. Using the administrative party apparatus which he could no longer trust, as this apparatus supported Ordzhonikidze and was dependent on the Secretariat. 55 This affair also led Lenin to dictate several notes in which he came out once more against what he called physical means of suppression. 56. He again condemned such methods in a note of February 14, 1923, saying that one should not fight comrades in the course of internal party discussions. 57 Before even learning the result of his investigation of the Georgian affair, Lenin did not hesitate to declare that what had happened there called for political sanctions. In his notes of December 31, 1922 he wrote, "Exemplary punishment must be inflicted on Ordzhonikidze. And the investigation of all the material which Dzerzhinsky's commission has collected must be completed or started over again to correct the enormous mass of wrongs and biased judgments which it doubtless contains. The political responsibility for all this truly great Russian nationalist campaign must, of course, be laid on Stalin and Dzerzhinsky." 58. The problem of relations with the non-Russian nations and that of the style of leadership and of the nature of relations between communists remained thereafter at the center of Lenin's preoccupations. It is symptomatic that his two very last writings were a letter threatening Stalin with a rupture of relations and a letter to the Georgian leaders Mdivani, Makaradze, etc., in which he promised them his support. 59 In this last letter Lenin told the Georgians, "I am following your case with all my heart. I am indignant over Ordzhonikidze's rudeness and the connivance of Stalin and Dzerzhinsky. I am preparing for you notes and a speech." 60. Clearly, this affair had assumed major importance in Lenin's eyes, and he was getting ready to denounce publicly the great Russian chauvinism of a section of the leadership of the RCP. Thus, to generalize, the transformations which had taken place in the Bolshevik party and the development of an undeclared right-wing opposition which followed an authoritarian and great Russian chauvinist line, led Lenin to issue a 428 number of new indications to the party, aimed at the application of a mass line. This line was to be combated in practice by the party's administrative apparatus, which wanted to consolidate its own authority. Mass line or administrative centralism. Even before the most obvious symptoms had appeared showing the existence of a strong right-wing, authoritarian, and great Russian chauvinist tendency, Lenin had already indicated how to fight against the basis for such a tendency. Thus, in September 1921, he spoke of the need for a mass struggle against the influence of bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideology on the party. Let us recall what he wrote on that occasion. The party must be purged of those who have lost touch with the masses. Naturally, we shall not submit to everything the masses say, because the masses, too, sometimes, particularly in time of exceptional weariness and exhaustion resulting from excessive hardship and suffering, yield to sentiments that are in no way advanced. But in appraising persons, in the negative attitude to those who have attached themselves to us for selfish motives, to those who have become puffed-up commissars and bureaucrats, the suggestions of the non-party proletarian masses and, in many cases, of the non-party peasant masses, are extremely valuable. The working masses have a fine intuition, which enables them to distinguish honest and devoted communists from those who arouse the disgust of people earning their bread by the sweat of their brow, enjoying no privileges and having no pull. 61. Lenin gave the same orientation on more than one occasion when he wrote about how the workers' and peasants' inspection should work. In one of his last writings he severely condemned the way it was run, and emphasized the fact that this body, which was headed by Stalin, was cut off from the masses. He stressed that the workers' and peasants' inspection 429 should make it possible to supervise from below the apparatuses of the state and the party. 62. Taking account of the need for struggle against the development of bourgeois political relations in the party and against the right-wing tendency developing in the administrative apparatuses of the state and the party and of the influence that these apparatuses wielded where the Central Committee itself was concerned, Lenin set out a number of pointers for action in what has been called his testament. 63. These related particularly to the makeup of the CC and to the selection of leaders. On the first point, Lenin wrote that the moment had come to introduce new blood into the party leadership, by increasing the membership of the Central Committee to 50, or even 100, and by choosing the new members mainly from among the workers and peasants. He offered precise suggestions on this point. The workers admitted to the Central Committee should come preferably not from among those who have had long service in Soviet bodies, because those workers have already acquired the very traditions and the very prejudices which it is desirable to combat. The working class members of the CC must be mainly workers of a lower stratum than those promoted in the last 5 years to work in Soviet bodies. They must be people closer to being rank and file workers and peasants, who, however, do not fall into the category of direct or indirect exploiters. 64. To be sure, the membership of the Central Committee was increased in 1923 and 1924, but neither among the 17 new members elected by the 12th Congress nor among the 15 new members elected by the 13th Congress were there workers of a lower stratum than those promoted in the last 5 years to work in Soviet bodies. On the contrary, they were party secretaries of towns and regions, a secretary of the Central Trade Union Council, a secretary of the Siberian Bureau of the CC, the 430 People's Commissar of Foreign Trade, the chairman of the Gosplan, some secretaries of the Central Council of the Young Communist League, some leading personnel of the Supreme Economic Council, in other words, eminent representatives of the higher stratum of the administrative apparatus of the party and the state. Consequently, Lenin's recommendations aimed at altering the makeup of the CC so as to weaken the representation in it of the right-wing tendency remained without effect. Furthermore, as we know, the Central Committee, though continuing to be an important organ, tended increasingly to play only a secondary role in relation to the Political Bureau and the Secretariat. It was in those two organs, closely linked with the higher administrative personnel, that effective power was tending to become concentrated. Lenin was not unaware of this. It is therefore not surprising that, shortly before he was finally condemned to silence by sickness, and then death, he returned, on December 24, 1922, in his letter to the Congress, to the question of the Secretariat and the personality of the General Secretary. A few days later, on January 4, 1923, in a continuation of his letter to the 12th Congress, Lenin came to the conclusion, already mentioned, about the need to remove Stalin from his post as General Secretary. Over and beyond the personality of Stalin, Lenin was here aiming his fire at the supporters of a certain type of political relations which, instead of permitting ideological struggle to be combined with the struggle for party unity, led to emphasis being put on an imposed unity, sometimes achieved by expelling old Bolshevik cadres whose criticisms, or even mere reservations, were to be tolerated less and less. After his disappearance from the political scene, Lenin's last recommendations were not put into practice by those who took complete command of the party leadership. This applied both to his general advice which constituted the beginning of a new strategy for leading the poor and middle peasants along the socialist road and to his ideas on organizational matters. 431. It is therefore not surprising that, after Lenin's death, both the Political Bureau and the Central Committee decided to conceal from the party the existence of his last writings, those which made up what has been called his testament. These writings, which were intended for the party congress, were not communicated to that assembly. Krupskaya tried, nevertheless, to ensure that the 13th Congress, the first to be held after Lenin's death, should be informed of them. She only managed, however, to get agreement for them to be read to a CC meeting reinforced by the most senior party members. At this meeting, after speeches by Zinoviev and Kamina, the Central Committee decided, by 30 votes to 10, to keep the testament secret and read it only to the heads of delegations to the Congress. 65. These points concerning Lenin's orientations and the tendencies which he fought against during his last 2 years of political activity, must not be lost sight of when the balance sheet is drawn of 5 years of the Russian Revolution. Part 5. The balance sheet of 5 years of revolution and the prospects on the eve of Lenin's death. During the last years of his life, between 1921 and 1923, Lenin tried to draw up a balance sheet of the Russian Revolution and, for this purpose, to define as clearly as possible the stages through which the revolution had passed, together with the nature of the changes that had been effected. He sought at the same time to grasp the mistakes made and the illusions suffered from, so as to determine the tasks which needed to be fulfilled, in terms of the existing class and social relations. This balance sheet, although incomplete, is highly important. It contains lessons that are universal in their implications and valid to this day. It deals with the fundamental problems of the transition from capitalism to communism, and in particular with those which arise at the very beginning of this transition. A clear view of the decisive contributions to be derived from this balance sheet is hard to arrive at owing to its provisional phone at the moment Lenin was obliged to stop work. At that time Lenin had not yet drawn all the conclusions toward which his analyses were leading. In order to appreciate the significance of what he said at this time, we need to continue the work he began, advancing further along the road he indicated. This we can do today by taking into account the lessons to be drawn from the course followed by the Russian Revolution after Lenin's death. An attempt to bring out clearly the decisive lessons of Lenin's balance sheet nevertheless encounters two difficulties. On the one hand, some of the new ideas set forth by Lenin between 1921 and 1923 were still expressed in terms that corresponded, more or less, to his earlier analyses, so that this 437, 438 terminology, which, though it had become inadequate, had not yet been wholly abandoned, is likely to conceal what is new in Lenin's thinking, unless one is sufficiently attentive. On the other hand, and especially, because the Bolshevik party grasped only partially what was new in Lenin's last writings, a traditional interpretation of these works has become established which needs to be set aside to some extent, if one is not to overlook some points of decisive importance. I shall endeavor first of all to present the main features of the historical and political balance sheet drawn up by Lenin on the morrow of war communism. 1. The balance sheet drawn up by Lenin on the period of war communism. When he drew up his historical and political balance sheet of the revolution, Lenin tried to define as clearly as possible the nature of the changes accomplished. This attempt was all the more necessary because the dual character of the Russian Revolution entailed a particularly complex interweaving of two revolutions, a proletarian revolution and a democratic revolution. To the proletarian revolution corresponded the leading role played by the proletariat and its party. This leading role was manifested in striking fashion in October 1917. It made possible the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the accomplishment of changes that are inherent in a proletarian revolution. To the democratic revolution corresponded the determining role played by the peasantry fighting for aims that were not socialist, such as the generalization of individual peasant production through the destruction of large-scale land ownership. Lenin distinguished therefore between the democratic work and the proletarian work of the Russian Revolution, between the tasks and possibilities of each of these two revolutions as determined by concrete conditions due chiefly to the relations between classes and to the forms assumed by the class struggle. The democratic work of the Russian Revolution. In an article written in November 1921 for the 4th anniversary of the October Revolution, and entitled The Emperor. 439. 440. Tans of Gold. Now and after the complete victory of socialism, Lenin pointed out that, our revolution has completed only its bourgeois democratic work. In saying this, Lenin evidently had in mind the revolutionary elimination of large-scale land ownership and the political superstructure that accompanied it. The expression bourgeois democratic calls for comment. In using it, Lenin referred to those changes which, in the case of previous revolutions, had been brought about by revolutions that were democratic in content, but were bourgeois by virtue of the forces leading them and of the social relations which these forces developed and consolidated. Actually, when changes similar to those realized during bourgeois democratic revolutions are carried out in the course of revolutions developed through the leading role of the proletariat and its party, these changes take on a new character, a fully democratic character. If we retain the qualification bourgeois to describe these changes, we must be alert to the new function fulfilled by this qualification. It means that these changes resemble those carried out by a bourgeois democratic revolution, and also this is what is most important, that if these changes are not followed by others, socialist in character, they can in fact open the way to a capitalist form of development. But is it true that the bourgeois democratic work of the Russian Revolution had been completed by 1921? Yes, if we allow for the fact that bourgeois democratic revolutions also permit pre-capitalist forms of production to survive, leaving them to be dissolved subsequently by the expanded reproduction of capital. No, if we consider that the bourgeois democratic work of a revolution is not completed until it has really destroyed the obstacles to the productive accumulation of capital. There are grounds for doubting whether, in 1921, this task had been completed. Indeed, the consolidation of the mere and the generalization of small-scale individual peasant production after 1917 threw up new obstacles to productive. 441. Accumulation. These developments favored an extension of a patriarchal economy cut off from the market and shut in on itself, while at the same time enabling disguised relations of exploitation and domination to develop, in accordance with the forms assumed historically by the mere. They thus induced a capitalist development of the parasitic type, which held back production accumulation and the growth of agricultural production. A few years' experience of the NEP were to show that, in this respect, the bourgeois democratic work of the Russian Revolution had not been completed. What Lenin was pointing out in 1921, as he would in 1923, was the uneven development of the democratic revolution and the proletarian revolution. The former had gone very far, whereas the latter had made relatively little progress. This unevenness of development was determined by the very nature of the two revolutionary processes and by the way they conditioned each other. It is not necessary, of course, for the democratic revolution to have been carried through to the end before the proletarian revolution can take off. In the age of imperialism it is, on the contrary, essential that the two revolutions be combined. However, for the proletarian revolution to be able to undertake socialist tasks on a broad front, certain stages of the class struggle need to have been got through, for the proletariat must have strengthened sufficiently its role as leader of the masses to be in a position to lead them effectively along the road towards socialism. In a country where the majority of the people are peasants, This presupposes that the proletariat has formed a firm alliance with the peasantry, an alliance based upon relations of profound trust. Under the conditions of the Russian Revolution, these relations needed to develop on the basis of the objective role played by the proletariat in accomplishing the tasks of the democratic revolution. For this it was necessary that the proletariat play its role in a definite way, in a way which consolidated its relations with the peasantry. In particular, the proletariat must not try to impose upon the peasantry social 442 changes for which, as a mass, the latter were not ready. On this point the Bolshevik Party did indeed make mistakes in the course of war communism, mistakes which reduced its power to lead the peasantry, and help guide it towards socialism. Lenin recognized this in June 1921 when, in his report to the Third Congress of the Communist International, he said, "In Siberia and in the Ukraine the counter-revolution was able to gain a temporary victory because there the bourgeoisie had the peasantry on its side, because the peasants were against us." The peasants frequently said, "We are Bolsheviks, but not communists. We are for the Bolsheviks because they drove out the landowners, but we are not for the communists, because they are opposed to individual farming." 2. He knew that one of the factors in the complex situation which had led the Bolshevik Party to adopt the new economic policy was, precisely, the will of the peasants to consolidate their individual farming and to exchange their products freely. This being so, it was necessary to put off till later the socialist transformation of social relations in the countryside. To the proletarian work of the Russian Revolution. In his article The Importance of Gold, Lenin also analyzed what at that moment the proletarian part of the work of the Russian Revolution amounted to. 3. For him, this work could be summarized in 3 main points, which he listed in the following order: the revolutionary withdrawal from the imperialist world war, the exposure and halting of the slaughter organized by the 2 world groups of capitalist predators, the establishment of the Soviet system, as a form of the dictatorship of the proletariat. An epoch-making change has been made. The era of bourgeois democrat parliamentarian 443 ism has come to an end. A new chapter in world history, the era of proletarian dictatorship, has been opened. The creation of the economic basis of the socialist system, the main features of what is most important, most fundamental, have not yet been completed. This statement is remarkably clear-cut. It shows the importance of the tasks accomplished, but also the magnitude of the tasks that still lay before the proletarian revolution. In this connection, the 2 last points of Lenin's statement deserve special attention. They show, indeed, that 2 of the most important tasks of the proletarian revolution were only beginning to be tackled in 1921. What Lenin was to write subsequently enables us, moreover, to appreciate better the nature of the problems that the proletarian revolution had solved and also of those that now confronted it. The creation of the economic basis of the socialist system. The field in which Lenin considered that the main features of what is most important, most fundamental, have not yet been completed was that of the creation of the economic basis of the socialist system. This was to be interpreted later as referring above all to the low level of the productive forces in Russia, from which it was deduced that the main thing was to build the material foundations of socialism. There is no doubt that Lenin did have this aspect of the revolution's tasks in mind. It really is a task without which progress towards socialism is not possible. But when Lenin spoke of the economic basis of socialism, he did not have in mind only the development of the productive forces, but also, and especially, the socialist transformation of production relations. These are 2 associated tasks which have to be accomplished by the socialist revolution, 2 tasks which the Chinese Communist Party expresses in this concise formula: make revolution and promote production. These 2 tasks are dialectically interconnected. They constitute 2 contradictory aspects of a single task. The fundamental 444 aspect of this task of the proletarian revolution is the transformation of production relations, but this does not mean that this aspect is at every moment the principal one. Actually, a socialist transformation of production relations is possible only under definite political and economic conditions. In a country like Russia, this transformation required the existence of a firm alliance between the workers and the peasants. In 1921 this alliance was not firm enough. The first task of the Proletarian Party was to strengthen this alliance, which was one of the aims of the NEP. Carrying through the task of the socialist transformation of production relations requires, furthermore, that the living conditions of the masses be such as to enable them really to devote themselves to this as the priority task. This means that the working people must not be absorbed by the struggle against hunger and cold, and not be crushed by day-to-day difficulties, physical exhaustion, and sickness. The experience of the Russian Revolution, and that of the Chinese Revolution too, shows that, in order that the proletarian revolution may be able to attack the tasks involved in bringing about the most fundamental historical changes, it is necessary that the elementary tasks of everyday life be fulfilled first of all, and that the proletariat and its party show in practice that they are capable not only of performing heroic exploits but also of organizing everyday life, otherwise, the trust accorded them by the broadest masses fades away, and nothing can be achieved without that trust. When that trust prevails, the masses go forward, whereas confusion can lead them to commit acts of desperation. Re-establishing acceptable conditions of life, ensuring the supply of food to the towns and balanced exchanges between agriculture and industry, ending unemployment as soon as possible, were therefore also among the necessary aims of the NEP. And these aims had to be attained if the revolution was to resume its upward curve. Thus, for Lenin, the creation of the economic basis of socialism meant the reconstitution and development of the productive forces and the transformation of production rela. 445. The latter of these tasks is fundamental, but it cannot be accomplished without certain preconditions. The pamphlet written by Lenin in April 1921 on the tax in kind 4 provides a clear analysis of the economic relations, or elements of economic relations, which existed in Russia at that time. The pamphlet showed that these relations and these elements were predominantly alien to socialism, and that the long-term historical task of the dictatorship of the proletariat was to transform this situation. The elements analyzed by Lenin belonged to what he called the various socio-economic structures that exist in Russia at the present time. 5. In this work of 1921, Lenin quotes long passages from a pamphlet he had written in the spring of 1918, 6 in which the present economy of Russia was analyzed. Lenin's reference back to this earlier pamphlet is highly significant. It shows that Lenin considered in the spring of 1921, after the ending of war communism, that the production relations, or the various socio-economic structures that exist in Russia at the present time, were not merely the same as in 1918 but that their respective weight had not been fundamentally altered. At the beginning of 1921, just as in 1918, Lenin declared that the term Soviet Socialist Republic implies the determination of the Soviet power to achieve the transition to socialism, and not that the existing economic system is recognized as a socialist order. 7. Even more important, in 1921 as in 1918, Lenin specified that what predominated was petty production, which he described as a combination of patriarchal, i.e., to a considerable extent natural, peasant farming with small commodity production, 8. And that the principal adversaries of this petty production were state capitalism and socialism. In his view, at this time, the immediate adversary of petty production, capable of preventing the latter from turning in on itself and vegetating, was state capitalism, for socialist relations were as yet embryonic, and could develop only if state capitalism were first strengthened. 9. 446. On the basis of the survey he made in 1921 of the existing economic relations, Lenin was to give attention, all through the years 1921 to 1923, to the conditions for socialist transformation of economic relations. We shall see what analyses he carried out and what conclusions he arrived at. The dictatorship of the proletariat in Russia. At the end of 1921, when Lenin drew up his balance sheet of the proletarian work of the Russian Revolution, he stressed that the central aspect of this work was the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The half-century that has passed since this thesis was formulated fully confirms that the Russian Revolution opened a new epoch in the history of mankind, the epoch of the dictatorship of the proletariat, of the revolutionary struggles of the oppressed peoples, the epoch in which capitalism and imperialism are suffering major defeats. Lenin's thesis, of course, did not mean that the proletarian work of the revolution had been completed in Russia itself. Nor did it mean that what had been won in October 1917 had been won definitively. On the contrary, Lenin constantly emphasized the fragility and imperfection of the form in which the dictatorship of the proletariat had been realized in Russia. He stressed that consolidation of the proletarian power necessitated close links with the masses, a correct political line, and a thorough upheaval in the existing state apparatus, even going so far as to say that it had to be smashed all over again. Already during the war communism period, Lenin had acknowledged that the form of proletarian power conceived before October had not in fact been realized, that the Soviets were not organs animated by the working masses but organs functioning on their behalf. In 1922, in the political report which he delivered on March 27 to the 11th Party Congress, Lenin returned to this same idea. 447. Our machinery of government may be faulty, but it is said that the first steam engine that was invented was also faulty. No one knows whether it worked or not, but that is not the important point. The important point is that it was invented. Even assuming that the first steam engine was of no use, the fact is that we now have steam engines. Even if our machinery of government is very faulty, the fact remains that it has been created, the greatest invention in history has been made, a proletarian type of state has been created. 10. In 1923, in his last piece of writing intended for publication, Lenin went further. Not only did he observe that the existing state apparatus was not truly socialist, but he added, the most harmful thing would be to rely on the assumption that we have any considerable number of elements necessary for the building of a really new state apparatus, one really worthy to be called socialist, Soviet, etc. 11. After 5 years of revolution, it seemed, then, that the form in which the dictatorship of the proletariat had been realized in Russia was hardly Soviet, in the strict sense of the word, and that the state apparatus was hardly to be considered socialist. Consequently, the proletarian nature of the ruling power was fundamentally determined by the proletarian character of the leading party and by the relations that this party was able to develop with the advanced elements of the working class and the popular masses. The proletarian character of the party was also fragile. As a result of the rapid growth in its membership and the entry into its ranks of elements with little political training, it was no longer the makeup of the party that determined its proletarian character. In 1922, Lenin, as we have seen, stressed this point in the letter he sent on March 26 to Molotov, for communication to the Central Committee. Taken as a whole, our party is less politically trained than is necessary for real proletarian leadership in the present difficult situation. 12. Let us also recall that in this same letter Lenin declared that the proletarian policy of the party is not determined by the character of its membership, but by the enormous undivided press. 448. Tige enjoyed by the small group which might be called the old guard of the party. 13. What then characterized the transitory form of the dictatorship of the proletariat in Russia was that its existence was closely bound up with the revolutionary work accomplished by Russia's masses under the leadership of the Bolshevik Party, with the relations of trust which, over a period of years, had been formed between the party's leaders and the advanced elements of the masses, and with the capacity acquired by these leaders to deal with some of the problems presented by the struggle against the bourgeoisie. This transitory form of the dictatorship of the proletariat was fragile, however, for the party's leading group was small in numbers, it was divided, and, above all, on several occasions the majority of its members had shown how easily they could allow themselves to be influenced by opportunist ideas, either right or left, and by nationalist tendencies. The significance of this factor of fragility must nevertheless not be overestimated. Historical experience shows that it is inevitable that, at various moments, the elements defending a proletarian line find themselves in the minority, even among the leaders of a revolutionary Marxist party. What is essential is that the proletarian revolutionary elements eventually make their ideas prevail, and that they take, or recover, in good time the leadership of the party. This possibility existed in those days in the Bolshevik Party, as was shown by the fact that when Lenin was at first in the minority, he succeeded in the end in getting his view accepted. // The stages of the Russian Revolution. The balance sheet of the work accomplished after 5 years of revolution leads us to consider what were the stages passed through by the revolution between 1917 and 1923. Lenin suggested several periodizations. During the second half of 1918, when the poor peasants 449 committees were developing, Lenin thought, as we know, that the Russian Revolution was entering a fully proletarian stage in the countryside as well. Subsequent facts showed him that this was not the case. In 1921, therefore, he acknowledged that the proletarian work of the revolution had been essentially political, and that, even at this level, the socialist stage had been begun only to a very partial degree. At that moment Lenin was brought to distinguish between 3 major periods in the revolutionary process. The first, covering the months between October 1917 and the spring of 1918, was that in which the revolution accomplished its main political tasks: establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat, expropriation of the landlords, withdrawal of Russia from the imperialist war, and nationalization of the principal means of production, of transport and exchange. 14. The second period ran from the spring of 1918 to the spring of 1921, the period of war communism. In this period, the central tasks were economic and military. A third period began in the spring of 1921. Lenin described it as a period of the development of state capitalism on new lines, 15 on the lines of the new economic policy. The state capitalism of which Lenin spoke at that time embraced also the state-owned sector of industry, in which, from March-April 1918 onward, the practice had become established of remunerating specialists at rates that conformed, not to socialist, but to bourgeois relationships. 16. It is by taking account of the nature of the predominant economic relations that we can understand the specific form toward which the dictatorship of the proletariat tended at that time, for, in the last analysis, political forms are determined by economic relations. Revolutionary class struggle may smash the bourgeois political machinery, but as long as the fundamental economic relations have not been transformed, the tendency for the bourgeois machinery of state to be reconstituted is always present. However, the socialist transformation of economic relations is a task much more protracted and 450 plex than the smashing of the state machine, and so, even after the first stage of the proletarian revolution has been traversed, struggle must still be carried on for the revolutionary transformation of the superstructure and of the production relations. We shall see that Lenin increasingly moved toward these conclusions by way of his analysis of the mistakes made during war communism and of the problems presented by the building of state capitalism under the dictatorship of the proletariat. We shall also see how the experience of the 1921 to 1923 period led him to rectify his original conception of the new economic policy. 2. The mistakes of war communism analyzed. Lenin's balance sheet of the first years of the revolution did not, of course, consist merely of an enumeration of the changes effected and the stages traversed. It included also a critical evaluation of the past activity of the Bolshevik Party. Lenin undertook an analysis of past mistakes so as to prevent their repetition. His balance sheet was also a self-criticism directed at some of the measures taken during the period of war communism, and at the significance which had been ascribed to them. The mistakes of war communism and their consequences. The passages in which Lenin subjects war communism to critical analysis are numerous, but they do not all illuminate in the same way the nature of the mistakes made and the implications of these mistakes. Lenin's analysis of the mistakes made. It was especially toward the end of 1921, at a moment when the application of the NEP was encountering difficulties and calling for rectification, that Lenin set himself to analyze war communism. Thus, in the article he published in Pravda for the 4th anniversary of the October Revolution, he wrote, "We expected, or perhaps it would be." 451. 452. Truer to say that we presumed, without having given it adequate consideration, to be able to organize the state production and the state distribution of products on communist lines in a small peasant country directly as ordered by the proletarian state. Experience has proved we were wrong. 1. The mistakenness of the policy followed is clearly acknowledged here, but the nature of the mistake is not clarified. On the one hand, the passage suggests that the obstacle to a communistic organization of production and distribution lay mainly in the existence of petty peasant production. On the other, it seems still to imply that organization on communist lines could have been established by way of orders from the state. This formulation is aimed particularly at stressing the need for stages which must be passed through before there can be any question of a communist form of organization. A few days after publication of the passage just quoted, Lenin returned to the same problem, saying, "We made the mistake of deciding to go over directly to communist production and distribution." 2. Here, too, it would seem that the mistake that was made did not relate to the significance of the measures taken but to the moment when they were adopted. They were apparently premature. Actually, however, Lenin went further than that. For him, the mistakes of war communism did not concern merely the moment when the measures of state organization characteristic of this period were introduced, but also the view that was taken of the nature of the social relations which these measures were capable of bringing into existence. This was said, for example, in the report Lenin presented on October 29, 1921, to the 7th Party Conference of Moscow Gubernia, where the following formulation appears: "We assumed that by introducing state production and state distribution we had established an economic system of production and distribution that differed from the previous one." 3. This formulation clearly recognizes that the forms of state intervention characteristic of war communism had not altered the economic system which existed previously, but only 453. Some of the conditions of its functioning, so that it was not the case that the economic system differed from the previous one, the previous production relations remained intact. This led Lenin to say, in the same report, "We must take our stand on the basis of existing capitalist relations." 4. In this passage it is made clear that one aspect of the mistakes committed during war communism consisted in believing that it had destroyed the previously existing relations, whereas in fact these relations were still there. At the 10th Party Congress, in his report on the tax in kind, presented on March 15, 1921, Lenin had already spoken of the dream some communists had entertained of being able to arrive within 3 years at the socialist transformation of Russia, and, in particular, of the country's agriculture. 5. However, in the formulation quoted above, the object of criticism is not so much the idea that it would be possible by means of state action to establish communist production and distribution, as the illusion that it would be possible to go over in a very short period of time from individual to collective farming. Even if Lenin did not in 1921 succeed in determining precisely what the mistakes of war communism were, whether they consisted in the moment at which certain measures were taken, or in the nature of these measures, or else in the effects as regards transformation in economic relations that were expected to result from them, he did consider it essential to emphasize the mistaken character of the strategy adopted and of the line followed during this period. He described this strategy as a whole as being one of an attempt at direct assault upon capitalism, an attempt which had failed, something that had to be resolutely, definitely, and clearly regarded as a mistake. 6. This, then, was most definitely a piece of self-criticism. The latter seemed to Lenin to be indispensable, in order that the Bolshevik Party might not fall into similar errors when working out new strategy and tactics, those of the new economic policy. 7. The mistakes which Lenin condemned when analyzing the 454 policy of war. Communism related essentially to the strategic conception to which this policy corresponded. His criticism therefore did not so much concern any of the principal concrete measures which were taken as the magnitude given them and, above all, the significance ascribed to them at the time. This illusory significance was what led to the field of application of the measures adopted being extended beyond the limit of what was necessary in order to cope with war needs. Lenin brought out this point very clearly at the 10th Party Congress, when he said, "The harmonious system that has been created was dictated by war and not by economic requirements, considerations, or conditions. There was no other way out in the conditions of the unexampled ruin in which we found ourselves, when after a big war we were obliged to endure a number of civil wars. We must state quite definitely that in pursuing our policy, we may have made mistakes and gone to extremes in a number of cases. But in the wartime conditions then prevailing, the policy was in the main, a correct one. We had no alternative but to resort to wholesale and instant monopoly, including the confiscation of all surplus stocks, even without compensation." 8. Shortly afterward, in his pamphlet on the tax in kind, he repeated this appreciation of war communism: "It was the war and ruin that forced us into war communism. It was not, and could not be, a policy that corresponded to the economic tasks of the proletariat. It was a makeshift." 9. The scale of the measures of coercion introduced under war communism was, indeed, largely dictated by the war needs with which the Soviet power had to cope at a time when the country was in a state of grave economic chaos, and when the prevailing indiscipline, connected with petty bourgeois conceptions that were present even in the working class, made it impossible to secure overnight a voluntary form of discipline. From the end of 1917 and still more in and after 1918, many peasants tried to keep back for themselves a large proportion of their produce, though this was needed at the front, and large-scale absenteeism developed in industry. Already in the spring of 1918 the workers in a number of factories sold off machines, spare parts, or stocks of goods so as to 455. Increase their own incomes, 10 which were rapidly decreasing in real value owing to the rise in prices. In the emergency situation created by the war it was not possible to count upon self-discipline emerging overnight. The survival of the army and of the urban population, especially the workers, had to be ensured at all costs. 11. During war communism Lenin was, in fact, the Bolshevik leader who continued to see most clearly that the measures which were then being taken were exceptional in character, dictated by war needs. Such as Trotsky, Bukharin, and Preobrazhensky followed, apparently, by many party members saw in these measures the direct transition to communism. The effects of the mistakes of war communism. The policy of war communism did indeed enable Soviet Russia to emerge victorious, despite the physical exhaustion suffered by the workers and the breakdown of the economy. Events proved that by following this policy, the ruling power set up by the October Revolution was able to mobilize sufficient strength and to concentrate upon the essential tasks of the moment, the energy and heroism of the masses fighting for the revolution. Nevertheless, the way in which the war communism measures were applied, especially on account of the mistakes resulting from the illusion of direct transition to communism, eventually produced negative effects which became particularly serious as soon as the policy of war communism ceased to be justified by war needs. This became the situation in the autumn of 1920. At that time, through not deciding quickly enough to abandon the measures for requisitioning agricultural produce, militarizing labor, and governmentalizing the trade unions, the Bolshevik Party allowed serious discontent to develop among wide sections of the peasantry and the working class. This discontent, which increased during the winter of 1920 to 1921, found local expression in peasant 456 revolts and strikes, and matured the conditions for the Kronstadt rebellion. These were the facts Lenin had in mind when he said that the mistakes made had caused the Bolshevik Party to suffer a defeat graver than any which had been suffered on the war front, 12 For the relations between the Soviet power and many sections of the popular masses took a serious turn for the worse at that time. The introduction of the NEP only gradually enabled this situation to be improved. War communism had other, more lasting consequences. The withering of the activity of the Soviets, which had begun already in the spring of 1918, was hastened by the extreme centralization to which this form of the militarization of economic and political relations tended. During the second half of 1918, the authority of the local Soviet organs was subordinated to that of the central organs, the Revolutionary Military Council of the Russian Soviets and the local revolutionary committees derived from this body, the Council for Workers' and Peasants' Defense, and the Chayka. The weakness of the party's local organizations favored this development, as we have seen, for localist or regionalist tendencies were not sufficiently countered by the unifying activity of the party, so that the various localities or regions tried to keep as much of their production as possible for themselves, which was incompatible with war needs. The tendency for the activity of the local Soviet organs to become paralyzed was thus rooted in a real situation, but this paralysis was aggravated by the false conception held by the Bolshevik Party at that time regarding the significance of war communism. The question must therefore be asked, what were the sources of this false conception? The sources of the mistakes of war communism. It follows from what has been said that the mistakes made during war communism were not all of the same nature. Some seem to have been essentially practical, due to the way in which the political line was carried out. Thus, the measures of coercion dictated by the emergency needs of the 457 war and the Bolshevik Party's inability to mobilize rapidly, and on a voluntary basis, the material and human resources required by the army and for the defense and survival of the towns, were applied on too large a scale and in an arbitrary fashion. Other mistakes seem to have been essentially political and ideological, inherent in the political line itself, in the illusory attempt at direct transition to communism. The distinction between these two types of mistake may seem to be connected with the difference between two types of apparatus. The practical mistakes might appear to have been committed by state organs which were not proletarian in character and had been penetrated by bourgeois elements, while the ideological and political mistakes were due to the Bolshevik Party itself. Actually, however, this distinction is not satisfactory. On the one hand, it is not true that the practical mistakes were committed only by state organs that were non-proletarian in character. The workers' detachments and Bolshevik political commissars sent into the countryside usually acted in the same way as the strictly state organs. Furthermore, the carrying out of the mistaken measures of war communism was governed by political directives adopted by the Bolshevik Party and not by the administrative machinery of state. On the other hand, and above all, even if we accept the distinction between the two types of mistake, it has to be recognized that since the Bolshevik Party yielded power, what played the dominant role was the political line that it, the party, decided upon. It must therefore be acknowledged that the dominant aspect of the mistakes of war communism was ideological and political. These mistakes arose from the party line and from the analysis made by the Bolshevik Party of the problems it had to solve, an analysis in which certain theoretical conceptions played their part. Lenin's explanation of the mistakes made. For Lenin there could be no doubt that the mistakes of war communism were political mistakes, and he tried to find the 458th explanation of them accordingly. In order to give his answer he made use of a metaphor. He compared capitalism to a fortress which the party had tried to take by storm instead of laying siege to it, which would have been the only way to capture this fortress. He added that until the storming of the fortress had been attempted, it was not possible to know that this was impossible and that only a siege would enable the fortress to be taken. In conclusion, Lenin laid down this general principle: in solving a problem in which there are very many unknown factors, it is difficult without the necessary practical experience to determine with absolute certainty the mode of operation to be adopted against the enemy fortress, or even to make a fair approximation of it. 13. Lenin's reply to the question is correct in principle, for it is true that, when one is faced with a new situation, Only practical experience enables one to learn how to solve correctly the problems presented. This reply thus clearly states that, in conditions where no practical experience is available, mistakes are inevitable, and that one must make mistakes in order to make progress. This means, too, that theory cannot run ahead of practice. Nevertheless, Lenin's answer is inadequate. In giving this explanation, Lenin seems to accept, in contrast to what he writes on other occasions, that the measures of war communism could be regarded as appropriate not only to ensuring the urgent defense of the Soviet power, but also to smashing capitalist relations and causing communist ones to arise. The metaphor employed suggests, indeed, that the forces available to the proletariat in order to carry through the assault were inadequate, and that this necessitated a resort to the method of siege, from which it could be concluded that when the proletariat's forces had grown, it would be correct to engage in the same sort of direct assault as had failed previously. This was, in a way, the 459 conclusion arrived at by the Bolshevik Party at the end of the 1920s. In reality, however, what was mistaken was to consider that measures of state coercion could be substituted for action by the masses and for the revolutionary transformation of ideological relations in the struggle for a radical transformation of production relations. Lenin's explanation that it was impossible to foresee that an attempt to transform production relations by the methods of war communism would fail, is unsatisfactory also from another point of view. What Marx had written on the nature of production relations and on the conditions for their transformation, for example, when he analyzed the experience of the Paris Commune, ought, it would seem, to have shown that the methods of war communism were not such as to bring about a transformation in production relations. The Bolshevik Party, and Lenin in particular, were not unaware of Marx's analysis, and they regarded it as correct. Consequently, one cannot be satisfied with Lenin's explanation of the mistakes of war communism, but must approach in another way the question of the origin of the illusions that made them possible. The origin of the illusions about war communism. Several factors seem to explain how these illusions were able to appear, to last for several years, and even to be revived at the end of the 20s. One of these factors, the significance of which can only be briefly referred to here, is the tendency to identify the activity of the party with that of the masses, and in particular with that of the mass of the workers. To be sure, there was only a tendency towards such an identification. On more than one occasion, indeed, Lenin mentioned that some measure or other adopted by the party was not understood or accepted by the working class, and that a risk therefore existed that the class might not follow the party. The distinction between party and class was thus certainly present in Lenin's thinking. 460. It is true, all the same, that where most of the measures taken during war communism were concerned and the way in which these measures were conceived, everything proceeded as though action by the party and of the state machine was identical with action by the masses themselves, which reminds us of the metaphor of merging which Lenin used. 14. A metaphor which, if taken literally, tends to hide the contradictions that can develop between the party and the working class. Later on, the tendency to identify the party with the class was to re-emerge very strongly and, because not corrected in time, to produce most serious effects. This, though, is only one factor in the explanation. We need to ask why practice itself did not reveal sooner that the measures taken by the party and the Soviet state during war communism were not leading to the destruction of the former capitalist relations and to the building of new relations. In other words, we need to consider why the economic relations that existed during war communism were taken to be communist relations in the process of construction. If the question is put like this, the elements of an answer seem to be available. First, as we have seen in connection with the role ascribed to the state economic apparatus, the Bolshevik Party had not completely broken with some of the conceptions which had taken shape in the German Social Democratic Party, identifying state ownership and state centralization with the destruction of capitalist relations, though Marx, Engels, and Lenin himself had often pointed out that development in the direction of socialism, far from implying reinforcement of the state, necessarily implies that the latter withers away, this being an effect of the consolidation of the dictatorship of the proletariat. In The State and Revolution, Lenin clearly stresses that socialism presupposes disappearance of the state in the strict sense of the word. Lenin takes over this expression quite explicitly in the notes he made while reading the critique of the Gotha program and other passages in Marx and Engels. 461. Dealing with the problem of the state, in particular the passage in a letter from Engels to Bettelheim in March 1875, in which, drawing the lesson of the Paris Commune, Engels wrote, "The whole talk about the state should be dropped, especially since the Commune, which was no longer a state in the proper sense of the word. We would therefore propose to replace state everywhere with Gemeinwesen, a good old German word which can very well convey the meaning of the French word commune." 15. If, despite the anti-statism of the state and revolution, and despite the warning given by Lenin when he used the expression state capitalism under the dictatorship of the proletariat precisely in order to prevent any confusion being made between state organization of production and distribution and the building of socialism, the governmental measures taken in the war communism period were interpreted as equivalent to the immediate building of socialism. This was because the very magnitude of the state's action destroyed at that time the old forms of existence of capitalist relations and of the bourgeoisie, and so created the illusion that this activity led by the Bolshevik party could be such as to smash the old economic relations. This illusion was reinforced by the fact that the massive intervention of the state in the sphere of distribution had resulted in largely eliminating commodity and money circulation. They were replaced by measures of requisitioning and state-controlled distribution of products. In this situation, it was enough to identify commodity and money relations with capitalist relations to proceed from recognition that commodity and money circulation had virtually disappeared to the conclusion that capitalist relations themselves had disappeared. This was how the illusion came to prevail that war communism had established socialist production and distribution. That it was indeed an illusion was confirmed by the open resurgence of commodity exchange when war communism 462 ended, when extensive application of the state measures which had removed commodity relations from the economic foreground was given up. The rapidity of this open resurgence, and the large scale on which it occurred, were due precisely to the fact that capitalist production relations had never been destroyed, that is, replaced by new social relations. It was therefore enough for repression to be relaxed and a larger quantity of goods to become available for the commodity and money relations which had been repressed until then to come to the surface once more. It is necessary, indeed, to emphasize that even during war communism the disappearance of commodity exchanges was more formal than real. In every town there were in fact places where illegal traffic was carried on almost openly, since it was tolerated by the police. An example was Sukharevka Square in Moscow, a name which even became the word commonly used in Russian to mean black market. The scale of this illegal traffic was such that in 1919 to 1920 the official distribution of foodstuffs in the towns covered, generally speaking, no more than 25 to 40% of the calories needed by the inhabitants. 16. In any case, whatever may have been the scale of the illusions which the very conditions of war communism caused to arise, certain facts are clear. These illusions were not analyzed at the time, and even afterward this analysis was not developed. Instead, it was merely recognized that war communism had failed as a policy for transforming social relations. This inadequate understanding affected the formulation of the new line adopted after the abandonment of war communism. This line was first presented as a return to the conception of state capitalism in the form which it had taken in the spring of 1918, then, as a really new policy, corresponding to the conception of the NEP which was formulated by Lenin in and after the autumn of 1921. Later, in Chapter 4, I shall come back to these different conceptions of the NEP, but before examining them it is necessary to consider the role played by the notion of state capitalism. 3. State capitalism. In the period immediately after the abandonment of war communism, between the spring and autumn of 1921, the prevailing conception of the NEP was, as we have seen, that it meant a return to the policy of state capitalism, the policy that the Bolshevik Party had proposed to follow on the morrow of the October Revolution. This return testifies to the central position occupied for a long period, in the thinking of Lenin and the Bolshevik Party, by the idea of state capitalism under the dictatorship of the proletariat. The place occupied in the policy of the Bolshevik Party by the conception of state capitalism under the dictatorship of the proletariat. When we read Lenin's writings of 1917 and early 1918, we see clearly that the expression state capitalism under the dictatorship of the proletariat is being used in order to draw a strict line of demarcation between the legal and political changes which it was then possible to carry out, and the destruction of capitalist production relations. What had to be emphasized was that, even under the dictatorship of the proletariat, the nationalization and statization of the means of production shake capitalist economic relations only to a limited extent. They do not abolish these relations, any more than they cause the bourgeoisie to disappear. However, this expression does not serve merely a 464, 465 pedagogic purpose, warning people not to confuse forms of state ownership with socialist economic relations. It corresponds also to a certain conception of the stages through which it is necessary to pass in order to reach socialism. Thus, in The Impending Catastrophe and How to Combat It, one Lenin writes, "For socialism is merely the next step forward from state capitalist monopoly." Or, in other words, socialism is merely state capitalist monopoly which is made to serve the interests of the whole people and has to that extent ceased to be capitalist monopoly. These propositions are themselves based on a certain number of premises. They suggest that the forms of organization of capitalism in its most advanced phase are necessarily those upon which the proletariat must and can base itself in building socialism. The problem of the relation between these forms and their class content is not clearly presented, so that the only important question that seems to arise is that of who controls the use of these forms. This is what Lenin says. In point of fact, the whole question of control boils down to who controls whom, i.e., which class is in control and which is being controlled. 3. This is fundamentally correct, for the question of power is of primary importance, but to put the matter like this does not render pointless a number of other questions. Can the mode of control and the forms of organization required by this mode of control be the same for both of two antagonistic classes, an exploited class and an exploiting class? If not, what changes does the exercise of power by the proletariat dictate in the concrete ways of control? Must not these ways of control themselves be modified, depending on whether the principal task of the hour is to consolidate proletarian power or to bring about socialist transformation of economic relations? In October 1917 the question was settled at least as far as the stage at which the revolution then stood was concerned. In favor of the possible, and even necessary, identity of the forms of organization of state capitalism under the dictatorship. 466. Of the bourgeoisie and under the dictatorship of the proletariat, with one decisive reservation, namely, that control over the apparatus of state capitalism must be exercised by the popular masses themselves. But this reservation begs exactly that very question, namely, whether the popular masses can really exercise control over the highly centralized apparatus of state capitalism. In 1917 the Bolshevik Party answered this question affirmatively. In fact, given the concrete conditions of the time, which we have discussed earlier, it must be acknowledged that there were at that moment no other possible ways of avoiding total disorganization and fragmentation of the economy than the measures which were then taken, and which in fact involved only a very slight degree of control by the popular masses who were, generally speaking, not interested in this sort of activity. In any case, the problems of the general necessity of a stage of state capitalism, of its eventual role in the advance towards socialism, of the contradictions of such a stage, and of the way to deal with these contradictions, were not really discussed. At the time, the stage of state capitalism seemed to the Bolshevik Party to be an obvious necessity, and the model offered by the German war economy seemed to be one that should be emulated. In practice, the class struggle led the Bolshevik Party in 1918 to apply, or to try to apply, two variants of the same fundamental conception of state capitalism under the dictatorship of the proletariat. The variant applied between October 1917 and March 1918, the first of these aimed at encroaching as little as possible on the legal ownership of enterprises. It prevailed, broadly speaking, until March 1918. In the course of his period, the organization and regulation of industry by the state was seen as the main thing, and enterprises were not usually confiscated unless the workers in them demanded that this be done, or else as a punitive measure. At the Third Congress 467 of Soviets, in January 1918, Lenin confirmed this orientation of policy, stating that the enterprises of some capitalists had been nationalized and confiscated in order to compel them to submit. 5. At the beginning of 1918, one of the immediate reasons most often put forward by Lenin in support of the policy of state capitalism, and more particularly of the policy then being followed, which involved only a limited number of expropriations and nationalizations, was the catastrophic situation in which the Russian economy then found itself. In this situation, Lenin considered that it was necessary to halt momentarily the offensive against capital, the struggle to destroy capitalist economic relations and build new, socialist ones. Replying to those who wanted, on the contrary, to continue this offensive, Lenin wrote, for example, in the immediate tasks of the Soviet government, the present task could not be defined by the simple formula, continue the offensive against capital. Although we have certainly not finished off capital, and although it is certainly necessary to continue the offensive against this enemy of the working people, such a formula would be inexact, would not be concrete, would not take into account the peculiarity of the present situation, in which, in order to go on advancing successfully in the future, we must suspend our offensive now. 6. Here, state capitalism appears less as a stage than as a policy of halting the revolutionary offensive. For Lenin, however, it was not a question of a real halt. As far as he was concerned, what we are discussing is the shifting of the center of gravity of our economic and political work. Up to now, measures for the direct expropriation of the expropriators were in the forefront. Now the organization of accounting and control in these enterprises in which the capitalists have already been expropriated and in all other enterprises, advances to the forefront. 7. The second variant. The second variant of state capitalism under the dictatorship of the proletariat was one that was oriented toward the 468. Large-scale expropriation of the old bourgeoisie, while retaining the bourgeois forms of state organization and regulation, in state-owned industrial enterprises as elsewhere. This second variant came into operation after the signing of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. To Bukharin and the left communists, who protested against this conception, Lenin counterposed the attitude of the workers who, he said, having grown out of the infancy when they could have been misled by left phrases or petty bourgeois loose thinking, are advancing towards socialism precisely through the capitalist management of trusts, through gigantic machine industry, through enterprises which have a turnover of several millions per year only through such a system of production and such enterprises. The workers are not afraid of large-scale state capitalism. 8. In this same article on left-wing childishness and the petty bourgeois mentality, Lenin also put forward other arguments which presented state capitalism not as a stage, but as a policy justified by the isolation of the Russian Revolution and the need to mark time, while holding on to power, until the proletarian revolution should triumph in Germany too. At the beginning of 1921, when the first conception of the NEP was outlined, Lenin again stressed the need, under the conditions then existing, to have recourse to state capitalism under the dictatorship of the proletariat. The return to state capitalism in 1921. In Lenin's pamphlet on the tax in kind, 9, the NEP is seen essentially as a return to state capitalism clothed in the form that the Bolshevik Party had wanted in 1918. It will be seen later that this conception of the NEP was very temporary, it was abandoned in the autumn of 1921. Theoretically, however, It is important, testifying as it does to the considerable place still occupied by the conception of state capitalism under the dictatorship of the proletariat in the policy and ideology of the Bolshevik Party. Concretely, state capitalism presented itself at that time in 469 many different aspects. In his pamphlet, Lenin mentioned those that seemed to him the most important: the granting of concessions to foreign capitalists, cooperatives of small producers and petty capitalists, the leasing to capitalist entrepreneurs of industrial, commercial, and mining enterprises belonging to the state, etc. 10. These aspects of state capitalism were then those most recently introduced. They must not lead us to forget the earlier aspects already established and still enforce the recruiting of capitalists and bourgeois technicians to run state enterprises, and the capitalist relations maintained in these enterprises, the capitalist forms of organization of the overall management of the state enterprises, and the participation of capitalists and bourgeois technicians in these forms of organization. These last mentioned aspects of state capitalism deserve all the more attention because they were to persist when Soviet Russia entered what Lenin called a new phase of retreat, one which seemed to him to signify the abandonment of state capitalism in favor of a new conception of the NEP. Actually, the break effected when the transition was made from the first to the second conception of the NEP, called into question much more than the abandonment of state capitalism, as we shall see when we analyze these two conceptions. Before doing so, however, we must examine the origins of the notion of state capitalism under the dictatorship of the proletariat and its place in the development of Lenin's thought. 11. 2. The origins of the conception state capitalism and its place in Leninism. The notion of state capitalism first appeared before the First World War, in the Social Democratic parties of Germany, 470, and Austria. It was in these parties that certain leaders and theoreticians, such as Koskai and, especially, Hilferting, drew attention to the decisive role being played by the central apparatuses of state monopoly capitalism, and saw in this a prefiguring of the economic machinery which the proletariat would need in order to build socialism. The German Social Democratic Party thus reproduced bourgeois and petty bourgeois conceptions of socialism against which Marx and Engels had waged ceaseless struggle. For years Engels strove, for example, to make known to the masses and the party members the anti-statist theses expounded by Marx in his critique of the Gotha program. Only belatedly did he succeed in getting the agreement of the German party leaders to the publication of this work. Soon afterward he managed to have eliminated from the Erfurt program of the German Social Democratic Party the fresh resurgences of statism that had been contained in the original draft. The program as finally adopted declared that the party could have nothing in common with what was called state socialism, in which the state takes the place of the private entrepreneur, and thereby concentrates in the same hands the power of economic exploitation and political oppression. 12. We know how sharply Lenin broke with Koskai's ideas regarding the political apparatus of the bourgeois state and the possibility of the proletariats making use of it. In The State and Revolution, for example, he wrote, in his very controversy with the opportunists, in his formulation of the question and his manner of treating it we can now see, as we study the history of Koskai's latest betrayal of Marxism, his systematic deviation towards opportunism precisely on the question of the state. 13. Lenin showed in rigorous fashion the incompatibility of Koskai's ideas on the question of the state with the teachings of Marx, and in doing so reminded his readers that, in order to exercise its dictatorship, the proletariat must smash the state machine of the bourgeoisie and build a political apparatus of its own, a state which is destined to wither away. All. Having effected this break, however, Lenin nevertheless declared that the state economic apparatus which had been formed in the monopoly stage of capitalism must be retained. Thus, he wrote, in addition to the chiefly oppressive apparatus, the standing army, the police, and the bureaucracy, the modern state possesses an apparatus which has extremely close connections with the banks and syndicates, an apparatus which performs an enormous amount of accounting and registration work, if it may be expressed this way. This apparatus must not, and should not, be smashed. It must be wrested from the control of the capitalists and the wires they pull must be cut off, lopped off, chopped away from the apparatus, it must be subordinated to the proletarian Soviets, it must be expanded, made more comprehensive, and nationwide. And this can be done by utilizing the achievements already made by large-scale capitalism. 14. In Lenin's writings of this period there is still a contradiction between the class analysis of the bourgeoisie's political apparatus, which Lenin says emphatically must be smashed, and the role he assigns to the economic apparatus of state capitalism, which he presents as needing to be preserved, in order that it may be subordinated to the organs of proletarian power. The position maintained by Lenin thus fixes a limit to the work of destruction and reconstruction to be accomplished by the proletarian revolution. This position raises a number of questions. The first set of questions concerns the stages to be traversed by the revolution under proletarian leadership. Lenin agrees that the revolution is not a once and for all act but a process that passes through stages, and he indicates that each of these stages is marked off by the limits to the work of destruction and reconstruction of social relations which can actually be realized. However, there are some ambiguities regarding the nature of these stages, their content, and the conditions governing transition from one stage to another. For instance, state capitalism appears sometimes as a stage which has to be gone. 472. Through for apparently technical reasons, but elsewhere, state capitalism appears as a policy which the proletariat applies during a certain stage in the class struggle. This conception of state capitalism as a policy is one that tends to become predominant from 1921 onward. 15. Another ambiguity is to be observed in Lenin's writings of 1918, which do not make clear whether, upon transition to the next stage of the revolution, the apparatuses of state capitalism are destined to be destroyed, or whether, on the contrary, they are destined to play a role also in the building of socialism. Obviously, one should not expect Lenin to answer in advance a question which the class struggle had not yet raised concretely. Nevertheless, some of his formulations in that period might suggest that the same apparatuses are destined, without being revolutionized, to play a part in socialist construction. A second set of questions relates to the conditions for transformation of the social relations established in the apparatuses of state capitalism. Whereas Lenin usually puts politics in command, and stresses that the transformation of social relations necessitated by the transition to socialism results from class struggle and action by the masses, he did nevertheless use formulations from which it could be concluded that, under the dictatorship of the proletariat, once private ownership of the means of production has been abolished, the transformation of social relations results from the development of the productive forces and not from the class struggle, notably, in the case of the disappearance of the division between physical and mental work. For example, he writes, when we see how incredibly capitalism is already retarding this development, when we see how much progress could be achieved on the basis of the level of technique already attained, we are entitled to say with the fullest con. 473. Fidence that the expropriation of the capitalists will inevitably result in an enormous development of the productive forces of human society. But how rapidly this development will proceed, how soon it will reach the point of breaking away from the division of labor, of doing away with the antithesis between mental and physical labor, of transforming labor into life's prime want, we do not and cannot know. 16. This formulation, despite its cautious phrasing, shows that at the very moment when he was writing The State and Revolution, that is, when he was breaking with those theoretical positions of social democracy which he had never attacked so resolutely before, Lenin had not yet entirely abandoned the idea of a transformation of social relations resulting, given certain political conditions, from the development of the productive forces, nor that of a relatively long-lasting role to be played by the apparatuses of state capitalism. Actually, where these questions are concerned, two different views conflict and coexist in Lenin's thought. One of them, the dominant view, puts in the forefront the class struggle waged by the masses as a factor in the destruction and reconstruction of social relations and, in the first place, of social production relations. The other, the dominated view, sees the emergence of new production relations as being dependent on the development of the productive forces. The presence in Lenin's thought of this second conception, which, when it is dominant, is that of economism, is not at all surprising. Certain passages in Marx seem not to rule it out completely, and these passages, interpreted in an economistic way, played a big part in the ideology of the Second International, with which Lenin made a break that was still incomplete in 1918. At the level of theory, the difficulty in breaking with the 474 economistic interpretation of certain passages in Marx lies in the fact that it is true that, in general, that is, as long as the prevailing production relations do not hinder their development, it is the productive forces that play the principal and decisive role. However, when the productive forces can no longer develop within the limitations of the prevailing production relations, the principal and decisive role is played by the transformation of the production relations. It is here that an ideological slip may occur, leading one to suppose that under certain conditions, namely, given the dictatorship of the proletariat, a radical transformation in production relations may be effected peacefully, under the pressure of the productive forces, whereas the necessity of a transformation of the production relations does not render this transformation inevitable, but merely makes possible the opening of a period of social revolution. 17. To return to Lenin's passage in which he refers to breaking away from the division of labor, it suffers from the defect of suggesting that, once the expropriation of the capitalists has been effected, breaking away from the old economic relationships can thenceforth take place as a direct consequence of the development of the productive forces. An interpretation on similar lines might lead one to affirm that the transformation of the apparatuses of state capitalism and of the social relations embodied in them can likewise result from mere development of the productive forces. This interpretation, which makes the productive forces, rather than the class struggle, the driving force of history, and which therefore contradicts the fundamental ideas of Marx and Lenin, has been adopted by modern revisionism. It is an interpretation which rules out the continuation of the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat. It thus leads to consolidation of the elements of capitalist relationships, more or less transformed, which continue to exist. After the political power of the bourgeoisie has been destroyed and a state-owned economic sector established, it thus disarms the proletariat and enables the bourgeoisie to strengthen. 475. Its position in particular as a state bourgeoisie. Finally, this interpretation results in hindering the further development of the productive forces. Despite the brevity of the period of the dictatorship of the proletariat for which he was able to draw up a balance sheet, Lenin's last writings show with increasing clearness that he was in the process of breaking with what he had retained of the economist interpretations of Marx's analyses. He was jettisoning more and more of what remained of Trotskyism in the role that, in 1918, he still assigned to state capitalism, considered not as a policy, but as a form of organization which could serve directly for building socialism and for dealing with the contradictions between the proletariat and the petty bourgeoisie. Analysis of the successive formulations that Lenin gave to the new economic policy enables us to perceive clearly how he was moving, in 1922 to 1923, toward a break with his conceptions of 1918. The fact that this transformation of Lenin's ideas had not been completed, and the contradictions which, consequently, are to be found in some of his formulations, made it possible later, by interpreting his writings in a one-sided way and ignoring the movement of thought which is expressed in them, falsely to identify state capitalism with socialism, and this in the name of a Leninism which betrays precisely that which is new in Lenin. 478. Lenin's conception of the NEP in the spring of 1921. The first conception of the NEP, formulated in the spring of 1921, presents it as aimed above all at coping with an emergency situation in which it is impossible to continue with the policy of requisitioning, and necessary to reckon with the demands of the peasantry. Basing himself upon his analyses of 1917 and early 1918, taking account of the failure of war communism, and paying maximum attention to the actual demands put forward by the peasants, Lenin assembled the elements of a first conception of the NEP. This first conception was one of temporary compromises which had to be accepted so as to hold out until the victory of the International Revolution too. It did not aim to open up a new road to socialism, but merely laid the foundations for measures that were indispensable in order to strengthen Soviet power. On the plane of economic policy, this initial conception of the NEP was paralleled by two types of measures. On the one hand, as we know, requisitioning of the peasants' produce was abandoned and replaced by a tax in kind, with re-establishment of a certain degree of freedom of exchange for the peasants, as well as for small traders and small-scale industry. On the other, concessions were granted to foreign big capital, with the twofold purpose of setting one section of international finance capital against another and reactivating Russian industry, which was then in a practically paralyzed condition. This second component of the new economic policy was at that time regarded as the chief one, following as it did the line of state capitalism, of which the NEP then seemed merely a variant. The NEP, conceived as a variant of state capitalism, was justified in Lenin's eyes by the analysis he made at that time of the relations which the proletariat was in a position to maintain with the peasant masses. In the spring of 1921, a political alliance between the proletariat and 479. The peasantry seemed to him possible only insofar as the proletariat was fighting to uphold the democratic revolution, and not taking as its task the socialist transformation of social relations on a large scale. A policy of economic agreement with the peasantry was necessary, however, in order to consolidate the dictatorship of the proletariat in order to save the socialist revolution in Russia, as Lenin put it in his report of March 15, 1921, to the 10th Congress of the Bolshevik Party. He explained his line of thought thus: the interests of these two classes differ, the small farmer does not want the same thing as the worker. 3. At the 10th All-Russia Conference of the RCP, held May 26 to 28, 1921, Lenin returned to the same idea, pointing out that alliance between the peasantry and the proletariat had been possible under the conditions of the Civil War because the White Offensive also threatened the peasants with restoration of the power of the big landlords. It is the Civil War that was the principal reason, the principal motive force, and the principal determinant of our agreement. It was the principal factor that determined the form of the alliance between the proletariat and the peasantry. Making the point even more clearly, he added, as soon as we had finally done away with the external enemy, another task confronted us, the task of establishing an economic alliance between the working class and the peasantry. 4. The economic character of the alliance between the workers and the peasants was here emphasized, it will be seen, by Lenin himself. In this same report, Lenin still ascribed an essential position to large-scale industry. Large-scale industry is the one and only real basis upon which we can build a socialist society. Without large factories, such as capitalism has created, without highly developed large-scale industry, socialism is impossible anywhere, still less is it possible in a peasant country. 5. Furthermore, he linked the existence of proletarian class consciousness with the presence or absence of large-scale industry, the principal material basis for the 480. Development of proletarian class consciousness is large-scale industry. 6. At that time, one of the aims in view was consolidating the economic alliance between the proletariat and the peasantry through the development of socialist exchange between town and country. In practice, this amounted to a rather unfavorable attitude toward the revival of rural industry, the basis of the peasants' day-to-day existence. Some of the purposes envisaged by the conception of the NEP which prevailed in the spring of 1921 were not really such as to consolidate de facto the economic alliance between the proletariat and the peasantry. Lenin considered, however, that, taken as a whole, the concessions made to the peasantry would ensure that the contradictions between this class and the proletariat would not develop into antagonistic contradictions, though a relationship of antagonism would threaten as soon as the proletariat tried to undertake tasks other than those of the democratic revolution. In the same address to the 10th Party Conference, Lenin expressed himself in these terms: either the peasantry comes to an agreement with us and we make economic concessions to it, or we fight. 7. In this period, as Lenin saw it, the latent, constantly threatening antagonism between the proletariat and the peasantry was bound up with the petty bourgeois character of the latter. The main enemy of the proletariat was the petty bourgeois element. 8. From which followed the conclusion that we need a bloc, or alliance, between the proletarian state and state capitalism against the petty bourgeois element. 9. In his report in July 1921 to the Third Congress of the Comintern, Lenin defined again, with precision, what his conception then was of the relations between the proletariat and the peasantry. As he saw it, there existed in all the capitalist countries, besides the exploiting classes, also a class of small producers and small farmers. The main problem of the revolution now is how to fight these two classes. 10. 481. The fight against the small producers and small farmers could not, of course, be waged in the same way as the fight against the big landowners and capitalists, for the simple reason that these social classes made up more than half of the population. Consequently, they cannot be expropriated or expelled. Other methods of struggle must be adopted in their case. From the international standpoint, if we regard the international revolution as one process, the significance of the period into which we are now entering in Russia is, in essence, that we must now find a practical solution for the problem of the relations the proletariat should establish with this last capitalist class in Russia. This problem now confronts us in a practical way. I think we shall solve it. At all events, the experiment we are making will be useful for future proletarian revolutions, and they will be able to make better technical preparations for solving it. 11. This conception, in which the petty bourgeoisie were defined as the chief enemy. 12. Was the counterpart of the conception which aimed at promoting state capitalism. We see repeated here one of the themes developed by Lenin in 1918 in his pamphlet on left-wing childishness, in which he stressed that in the combination of elements which actually constitute the various socio-economic structures that exist in Russia at the present time, it was not socialism that was at grips with state capitalism, but the petty bourgeoisie plus private capitalism fighting together against both state capitalism and socialism. 13. In this passage as in others, Lenin proposes, therefore, an alliance between socialism and state capitalism against small production, state capitalism being defined not just as a policy, but as an economic and social form characterized by planned state organization, and making possible the material realization of the economic, the productive, and the socio-economic conditions for socialism, conditions which, in Lenin's view, seemed to be such as existed in Germany, whereas in Russia there were only the political conditions for socialism, namely, the dictatorship of the proletariat. Hence, 482. His conclusion that our task is to study the state capitalism of the Germans, to spare no effort in copying it and not shrink from adopting dictatorial methods to hasten the copying of Western culture by barbarian Russia, without hesitating to use barbarous methods in fighting barbarism. 14. One of the significant themes developed in the pamphlet on the tax in kind is that of bureaucracy, in which Lenin sees, not without reason, a product of the pre-capitalist character of Russia, the patriarchalism of the country's peasant backwoods, with villages isolated one from another, over which a bureaucracy can easily impose its yoke. 15. Though remaining incapable of helping the peasants to emerge from their condition, whereas the combination of the dictatorship of the proletariat with state capitalism, in the form of the NEP, seemed to him to be capable of doing this. Thus, in this conception of the NEP, state capitalism was at that time the sole means of struggling given the restricted forces of the Bolshevik Party, especially in the countryside, against bureaucracy, corruption, and the regime of bribe-taking. It would enable regular relations to be strengthened between town and country and help destroy the economic conditions upon which arose a superstructure that the proletarian revolution had not really been able to destroy. Lenin added that, despite the capitalist nature of the development of exchange that was being stimulated in this way, its effects were less to be feared than those that would result from maintaining the existing conditions, since this would lead to the collapse of the dictatorship of the proletariat, whereas the development of capitalism allowed by the new economic policy could be kept within limits, owing to the existence of the workers' and peasants' government and the expropriation of the big landowners and the bourgeoisie. 16 Lenin did not, of course, say that the political and economic conditions then existing were sufficient to set a limit to the development of capitalism. He wrote, for example, the whole problem in theoretical and practical terms is to find. 483. The correct methods of directing the development of capitalism into the channels of state capitalism, and to determine how we are to hedge it about with conditions to ensure its transformation into socialism in the near future. 17. This formulation is interesting from a number of angles. It brings out the very provisional character of this conception of the NEP. It emphasizes the need to find the correct methods for restricting the development of capitalism. And it raises the problem of transforming state capitalism into socialism, thus clearly counterposing the one to the other and excluding the possibility that, since the dictatorship of the proletariat has been established, the development of large-scale industry within the framework of state capitalism can result in socialism without any need for a process of transformation which would be dependent on a correct political line. As for the correct political line, Lenin points out that it cannot be arrived at in abstract fashion, its concrete content depends on the specific handling required by the existing contradictions, and in particular, the class contradictions. In order to be correct, the concrete content of the political line must therefore be determined by practical experience, which may necessitate both bold advances and temporary retreats connected with the implementation of new methods. The road leading to the consolidation of the dictatorship of the proletariat and eventually to the building of socialism, cannot be found in any book. It is not straight as the Nevsky Prospect, and the methods that seem to approach most directly the demands of socialism, are not necessarily always those most appropriate to the situation, that is, to the demands of the class struggle. Accordingly, the variant of the NEP put forward in the spring of 1921, like its successor, was not advanced as a ready-made solution of the problems but as an attempt at a solution, to be scrapped or modified if, in practice, it were to prove impracticable. 484. To Lenin's conception of the NEP after the autumn of 1921. A few months' experience showed that the NEP, if conceived as a new form of state capitalism and as an alliance between the latter and socialism against the petty bourgeoisie, was not viable. This was due to a number of reasons. The development of concessions and of exchange did not proceed easily, the weight of the machinery of state, invaded as it had been by the old Tsarist bureaucracy, continued to be a crushing burden, and in these conditions the initiative from below to which the first conception of the NEP had also sought to appeal did not get underway. The year 1921 was a year of famine. Industrial production made no progress. The supply of food to the towns and to those rural areas which did not produce enough to feed themselves remained gravely inadequate. Lenin drew fresh conclusions from this state of affairs, and proposed a profound transformation of the NEP. In October 1921, in a report presented to the Seventh Party Conference of the Moscow Gubernia, Lenin redefined the NEP and economic relations with the peasantry. In the spring we said that we would not be afraid to revert to state capitalism, and that our task was to organize commodity exchange. What was implied by that term? It implied a more or less socialist exchange throughout the country of the products of industry for the products of agriculture, and by means of that commodity exchange the restoration of large-scale industry as the sole basis of socialist organization. But what happened? This system of commodity exchange has broken down. It has broken down in the sense that it has assumed the form of buying and selling. We must admit that we have not retreated far enough, that we must make a further retreat from state capitalism to the creation of state-regulated buying and selling, to the money system. 20. Economically, this new definition of the NEP meant a comparatively extensive re-establishment of overt commodity and money relations. The Bolshevik Party agreed thereafter to the development of these relations on a scale much greater than 485. Had been foreseen initially, when it had hoped to establish direct relations between units of production, between agriculture and industry, town and country, the state sector and the peasants. Re-establishment of commodity and money relations was now considered essential for a real restoration of the economy. Generally speaking, it was this change in the economic conception of the NEP that attracted attention and appeared significant. Actually, however, what was most important was the political implications of this second variant of the NEP. It was, in fact, the beginning of a new type of relationship between the proletariat and the peasantry, since what had been previously described as an alliance between state capitalism and socialism, was no longer what was aimed at. What this really meant was a new renunciation of the attempts to subject the peasants to state economic apparatuses, the function of which was to impose various constraints upon them and thereby to exact from them produce and conditions of exchange to which they would not otherwise have agreed. The road was thus open for seeking an alliance with the peasantry that should be not merely economic but also political. In other words, the Bolshevik Party's adoption of this second version of the NEP implied the possibility of a new realignment of class forces, a reconstruction on new foundations of the alliance between workers and peasants, the only firm basis, in a country like the Russia of that time, for strengthening the dictatorship of the proletariat. The concrete conditions for an advance along this newly opened road were not, however, immediately favorable. On the one hand, and I shall come back to this when dealing with the image of a retreat used to describe the NEP at the ideological level, it was not yet clear whether the redefinition of the relations between the proletariat and the peasantry was tactical in character or strategic. On the other hand, the feeble representation of the Bolshevik Party in the villages, a heritage from its past, was not such as to enable it to grasp overnight the profound 486 aspirations of the peasant masses and form close ties with the poor peasants and the less well-off middle peasants, so as to help them fight against that strengthening of the richer elements among the peasantry which the second NEP might favor. As long as the concrete conditions had not been created for a political alliance between the proletariat and the decisive masses of the peasantry, the worker-peasant alliance tended to assume a mainly economic character. Since, however, such an economic alliance was not a component of an effective political alliance, it was very fragile, owing to the contradictions that might deepen between the peasants in their capacity as commodity producers and the workers and the Soviet state. But, though real, such economic contradictions can remain secondary, provided they are properly handled, for the fundamental interest of the broad masses of the peasantry is to find a way by which to transform radically the economic relations to which they are subject, a way that frees them from exploitation by the rich peasants, merchants, and usurers, and ensures a radical improvement in their conditions of life. The peasant masses, however, cannot find this way without the help and guidance of the proletariat, its organization and ideology, which give priority to the collective interest over the interest of the individual and over petty bourgeois egoism. When the initial conception of the NEP was changed at the end of 1921, the question arose, under what conditions, by applying what measures, can the proletariat in power achieve a political alliance of a new type with the peasants, an alliance the aim of which is not merely fulfillment of the democratic tasks of the revolution but also consolidation of the dictatorship of the proletariat in order to build socialism. This question arose moreover, ever more concretely as time went by and the prospect of the Russian Revolution merging with the proletarian revolution in the industrialized 487 countries of Europe, especially Germany, became fainter and fainter. In his last works written at the beginning of 1923, and thus the fruit of over a year's further experience, we can see that Lenin took a decisive step toward the formulation of an answer to this question. He sets out his conclusions in concise fashion in On Cooperation, Our Revolution, and Better Fewer, but Better. 21. On Cooperation. In the first of these works, Lenin refers to the polemical character of some of his earlier formulations on state capitalism, which forbids us to regard everything he said previously on this subject as still representing his views in 1923. 22 But the decisive importance of cooperation lies above all in the fact that it accords a big place to cooperative production as a socialist form of production accessible to the peasantry. He thus criticizes the attitude formerly taken up by the Bolshevik Party, which, he says, was already beginning to forget the vast importance of the cooperatives, had given them not enough attention, and had treated them with contempt. He stresses that the cooperative movement is of immense importance from the standpoint of the transition to socialism, for it is the means that is simplest, easiest, and most acceptable to the peasant. 23 Here, in a single phrase, we find rejected the one-sided importance which had been ascribed to state enterprises, and the role of cooperation emphasized, especially as regards the peasantry, which was thenceforth more and more at the center of Lenin's preoccupations. Writing of the peasantry, he says, if the whole of the peasantry had been organized in cooperatives, we would by now have been standing with both feet on the soil of socialism. 24 The cooperatives whose development is thus identified. 488. With creation of the conditions for transition to socialism may assume the widest variety of forms, but this cooperative movement must be voluntary in character, based on the conviction of the peasants themselves. In formulating these propositions, Lenin was combating a tendency which was very strong in the Bolshevik Party, and which had developed especially strongly during war communism. In that period, many Bolshevik leaders sought practically to integrate the cooperatives into the Soviet organs, which in the circumstances meant not the local Soviets but centralized administrative apparatuses. 25 In fact, this would have amounted to nationalizing the cooperatives. A majority of the section for study of the cooperatives at the 9th Congress of the Bolshevik Party did, moreover, pronounce in favor of such a measure of nationalization. Only an intervention by Lenin at this Congress led to the proposal being withdrawn. 26. In 1923 Lenin assigned a considerable role to cooperation. In his view, it was not merely a preparatory phase. Cooperation under our conditions, he said, nearly always coincides fully with socialism, for it makes possible the development of socialist economic relations. As we see, the question that Lenin is dealing with here is not that of the legal ownership of the means of production, but the social production relations. This is why the cooperative system does not merely have a place in what Lenin often calls a phase of transition to socialism, but is itself the system of socialism. 27 This work possesses a twofold significance, a general theoretical one, and a conjunctural one. The general theoretical significance of cooperation is that it shows Lenin making another break with one of the variants of the statist notions inherited from the second. 489. International. By explicitly affirming the socialist nature of the cooperatives under the dictatorship of the proletariat, Lenin links his doctrine with the quite explicit formulations found in Marx and Engels, which had so often been overgrown by simplistic conceptions of a statist character. In the political conditions of the time, the triumph of these conceptions could foster the reproduction of bourgeois social relations, under a specific legal covering, and enable non-producers to dispose of the means of production by way of the state machine. The oblivion into which the passages have fallen in which Marx and Engels gave great importance to cooperation and producers' associations, makes it necessary, no doubt, to remind the reader of them. In the Civil War in France, Marx says that one of the great lessons of the Commune, resulting from the revolutionary boldness of the communards, was that it promulgated practical measures destroying state functionarism. Among these were not only the political measures mentioned by Lenin in the State and Revolution, but also economic measures, such as the transfer by the Commune of the means of production to associations of workers. In his introduction to the Civil War in France, written in 1891, Engels says that by far the most important decree of the Commune instituted an organization of large-scale industry and even of manufacture which was not only to be based on the association of the workers in each factory, but also to combine all these associations in one great union, in short, an organization which, as Marx quite rightly says in the Civil War, must necessarily have led in the end to communism. 28. A few years previously, writing about the period of transition to communism, Engels emphasized the fact that neither Marx nor himself had ever doubted that in the case of transition to a communist economy it would be necessary to make extensive use of cooperative enterprises as an intermediate rung, provided that matters were organized in such a way that society 490 retained ownership 29 of the means of production in order that the special interests of the cooperatives in contrast to the interest of society as a whole might not become consolidated. 30. Thus, Lenin's on cooperation links up with Marx's analyses and carries further, on this special but important issue, the break with the ideas of the Second International already begun in the State and Revolution. The situation of this work in the political conjuncture of late 1922 and early 1923 is equally important. On cooperation gives concrete form to the implications of Lenin's conception of the NEP as it had begun to take shape toward the end of 1921. It does this by opening up a new path for the alliance between the workers and the peasants, thereby extending substantially the bearing of the passages in Marx and Engels which were particularly concerned with workers' cooperatives. The new conclusions to which Lenin thus arrived were the outcome of the experience of the first 5 years of the Russian Revolution, and of an analysis of the successes and failures recorded which brought out more and more clearly the right way to handle the contradictions that had developed between the proletariat and the peasantry on the basis of political and economic practices which were partly misconceived. These writings thus draw the lesson to be learned from past mistakes. The development of socialist economic relations and the struggle against the state machine. It was not accidental that Lenin was at one and the same time trying to find a path that would enable socialist economic relations to develop at the actual level of peasant production, and undertaking a struggle against the state machine. In his writings of early 1923, Lenin mentions the need to carry out a set of tasks relating to the transformation of political and economic relations. He enumerates these tasks: struggle against a state machine inherited from Tsardom, destruction of 491. This machine and construction of a genuinely socialist one, launching joint work with the peasantry on a basis of trust, a fierce fight against megalomania, waste, boasting, and respect for hierarchy and the forms and usages of administrative procedure, all the features characteristic of a state machine which is socialist only in name. In Lenin's view, these tasks could be accomplished only through re-established and genuine unity between the working class and the peasantry, and by calling upon the advanced workers to learn, through practice and with a critical spirit, not fearing to condemn what might prove to be negative in past or present experience. Lenin thus denounced in advance many of the later attempts to advance by means of the same bureaucratic and statist methods as before. The main axis of this political line of struggle against a state machine, which he described as being the old Tsarist one anointed with Soviet oil, was the ideological and political leadership exercised by the proletariat over the peasantry. It was no longer a question of strangling the petty bourgeois element by means of coercion, but of convincing the peasant masses and building along with them, step by step, a state of a really new type. We must strive to build up a state in which the workers retain the leadership of the peasants, in which they retain the confidence of the peasants, and by exercising the greatest economy remove every trace of extravagance from our social relations. We must reduce our state apparatus to the utmost degree of economy. We must banish from it all traces of extravagance, of which so much has been left over from Tsarist Russia, from its bureaucratic capitalist state machine. 31. The building of a new type of state, the development of relations of trust between the workers and the peasants, and the leading role of the working class implied the application of the mass line in new forms. This was necessary in order to build new political relations, which could only be consoli. 492. Dated, however, through transformation of the economic relations themselves, and, in the first place, of the production relations. As Marx wrote, it is always the direct relationship of the owners of the conditions of production to the direct producers, which reveals the innermost secret, the hidden basis of the entire social structure, and with it the political form of the relation of sovereignty and dependence, in short, the corresponding specific form of the state. 32. The link that Lenin established between transforming production relations in agriculture through cooperation and transforming the state was thus not at all fortuitous. Nevertheless, it is true that Lenin does not take up in these works a whole series of questions concerned with the transforming of production relations in industry. Perhaps this was because, as Marx puts it, mankind never sets itself tasks which it cannot solve, and the ideological and political conditions where transformation of production relations in industry was concerned, were not yet present at that time. Even though Lenin does not tackle in its full magnitude the problem of revolutionary transformation of production relations in industry, he does deal with some extremely important aspects of this problem, when he comes out in favor of a certain form of industrial development based on the utmost local initiative, and of small local industry. 33 He is not here rejecting the rapid development of large-scale industry, but he is sketching a line that was later to be put into effect in China under the two slogans of walk on two legs. 34 And two initiatives are better than one. 35 Lenin's writings are certainly far from being the equivalent of these slogans and their relation to the fight against the various forms of the division of labor inherited from class societies, but it is possible to perceive in them the start of such an orientation. His writings of 1923 confirm this, with their contrasting of the megalomania and unrealism of the state apparatuses with the modesty and earnestness of the initiatives coming from below, from the workers and peasants. 493. Thus stressing once again the need for a mass line for the revolutionary transformation of economic relations. In any case, the beginning of such an orientation in Lenin's last writings was clear enough. The threat that this orientation represented to the state bourgeoisie then taking shape in the administrative and economic apparatuses was definite enough, and the capacity for pressure possessed by this new bourgeoisie was itself strong enough for On Cooperation and Our Revolution, which were written in January 1923, not to appear in Pravda until the end of May, an exceptionally long delay in the publication of anything written by Lenin. Mass line, cultural revolution, and transformation of economic relations. During the first months of the NEP, Lenin urgently stressed the need vigorously to apply a mass line once again. In his pamphlet Instructions from the Council for Labor and Defense to Local Soviet Bodies, 36 he wrote, "A number of capable and honest non-party people are coming to the fore from the ranks of the workers, peasants, and intellectuals, and they should be promoted to more important positions in economic work, with the communists continuing to exercise the necessary control and guidance. Conversely, we must have non-party people controlling the communists. For this purpose, groups of non-party workers and peasants, whose honesty has been tested, should be invited to take part, on the one hand, in the workers' and peasants' inspection, and on the other, in the informal verification and appraisal of work, quite apart from any official appointment." 37. This instruction clearly advocates the establishment of control by the masses over the state apparatuses and over the communists themselves. This orientation is reiterated constantly thereafter in Lenin's writings and speeches, in his interventions at the 11th Congress of the Bolshevik Party, 38, and in the works he wrote at the beginning of 1923. In the last mentioned writings, Lenin emphasizes particularly 494. Largely the role of direct contacts between workers and peasants. On this point, the following passage, taken from pages from a diary, deserves quotation: "It is our duty to establish contacts between the urban workers and the rural working people, to establish between them a form of comradeship which can easily be created. This is one of the fundamental tasks of the working class which holds power. To achieve this we must form a number of associations of factory workers, which would devote themselves regularly to assisting the villages in their cultural development." 39. In this passage as in others, what is aimed at is many-sided organization of the masses, and activity by the workers among the peasantry so as to help the latter organize themselves, in order that they may not have to bow down before administrative apparatuses having nothing socialist about them, in order that they may control these apparatuses, and in order that they may gradually move in the direction of socialism of their own accord, thanks to the leading activity of the proletariat. But without haste or coercion. In the same period, Lenin also returns to the theme of cultural revolution as an indispensable condition for the development of socialism. To be sure, what he has in mind, for a start, is real bourgeois culture, which, he thinks, will enable the masses to shake off the cruder types of pre-bourgeois culture, i.e., bureaucratic culture or serf culture, etc. It is clear that when Lenin speaks of bourgeois culture, he does this in order to brush aside the prefabricated notions of proletarian culture which were being advocated by many of our young writers and communists, and not in order to dismiss a genuine proletarian culture that would really become part and parcel of our social life, our habits. 40 For Lenin, be it remembered, the term cultural revolution refers to two interwoven revolutionary processes. The first of these corresponds to the accomplishment, in the domain of way of life and education, of the democratic revolution. It is in this sense that Lenin speaks of getting rid of 495 pre-bourgeois culture, i.e., bureaucratic culture or serf culture, etc. The second process is that of a proletarian cultural revolution, the conditions for which Lenin was unable, at the time when he was writing, to explain, but the need for which he obviously feels when he calls upon the factory workers to help in the cultural development of the countryside, and when he says that the replacement of pre-bourgeois cultures by bourgeois culture is only a start. Lenin's conception of the relations between the superstructure and the infrastructure, which was radically different from the mechanistic views of many other Bolsheviks, especially Bukharin, explains the dialectical way in which he presents the problem of the class struggle in the superstructure, and the revolutionary transformation of the latter as a condition for transforming the economic basis. The revolutionary role of the peasantry. Starting with the conception of the NEP which he formulated toward the end of 1921, and so also with his critical review of the relations between the working class and the peasantry during the first years of the Russian Revolution. Lenin began to work out a new political line in relation to the peasantry, a line which treated these masses as the true ally of the proletariat, not merely in the democratic stage of the revolution as an ally capable of moving towards socialism, provided that it was shown the right road. Some writings of Lenin's previous to On Cooperation clearly reveal this orientation. Thus, in his speech closing the 11th Party Congress, he said, "The central feature of the situation now is that the vanguard must not shirk the work of educating itself, of remolding itself. The main thing now is to advance as an immeasurably wider and larger mass, and only together with the peasantry, proving to them by deeds, in practice, by experience, that we are learning, and that we shall learn to assist them, to lead them forward." 41. 496. The emphasis laid on advancing together with the peasantry, and only together with them, was already present in several of Lenin's earlier writings. It goes far to explain the vehemence of his struggle against the workers' opposition, whose theses embodied the danger of putting the craft interest of the workers above their class interests, 42, and thereby causing the proletariat to lose its leading role in the direction of policy. 43. It was only in his writings of 1923, however, that Lenin set forth some of the conditions for a political alliance that could lead the peasantry, and with them Russia, towards socialism. This was a step forward of immense significance, for it made possible a new definition not only of the relations between the proletariat and the Russian peasantry, but of the revolutionary role of the peasantry more generally, and thereby, a fresh appreciation of the international political situation, by recognizing that the center of gravity of the international revolution might be shifting from the west to the east, to countries inhabited by great masses of peasants. It was therefore not accidental that, at the beginning of 1923, Lenin returned to the theme of the Peasants' War, and recalled what Marx had written in 1856 about a combination of a peasants' war with the working class movement. 44. He saw more and more clearly the role that the peasant masses of Asia were destined to play in the development of the world revolution. In the last work that he wrote for publication, Lenin explicitly declared, "In the last analysis, the outcome of the struggle will be determined by the fact that Russia, India, China, etc., account for the overwhelming majority of the population of the globe. And during the past few years it is this majority that has been drawn into the struggle for emancipation with extraordinary rapidity, so that in this respect there cannot be the slightest doubt what the final outcome of the world's struggle will be. In this sense, the complete victory of socialism is fully and absolutely assured. 45. 497. Hi. The predominance in the Bolshevik Party of an economistic interpretation of the NEP. The Bolshevik Party mainly ascribed to the NEP a significance different from that indicated in the preceding pages. The party did not see it as orientation that would make it possible to forge a political alliance of a new type, which could unite the proletariat with the broad masses of the peasantry so as to guide them onto the road of socialist construction. In fact, the Bolshevik Party conceived and practiced the NEP as if it were above all an economic policy which had been imposed upon it as a result of an unfavorable relation of forces, and which it would therefore be necessary, as soon as circumstances had altered, to repudiate it purely and simply, in order once again to put into effect measures regarded as being more in conformity with the requirements for building socialism. These measures would accord with the conception of a frontal assault upon capitalist and commodity relations, similar to that attempted under war communism. For many of the Bolshevik leaders, indeed, war communism had not ceased to seem a model proletarian offensive, which had had to be abandoned for essentially conjunctural reasons which could therefore be regarded as merely temporary. Thus, in 1928, the large Soviet encyclopedia stated that what was mistaken and utopian in war communism was the belief that the measures taken under pressure of war emergency could bring about immediately, under the conditions of that time, a centralized non-commodity economy. It was thus not the measures taken during the Civil War that were to be seen as inadequate, only the moment when they were introduced was seen as inappropriate. The article on war communism consequently declared that in building a consistent system of war communism, the working class was at 498. The same time laying the foundations for further socialist construction. 46. What we see prevailing here, as elsewhere, is an economistic interpretation of the NEP. This interpretation signified that the Bolshevik Party had lost sight of the fact that Lenin's last writings opened the way for a new political strategy, and led necessarily to a realignment of the relations between the workers and the peasants and to a profound transformation in the relations between the masses and the political apparatuses whose bourgeois, and even pre-bourgeois, character meant that they could not serve as instruments of real socialist construction. The reasons for the prevalence of an economistic interpretation of the NEP were numerous. The most fundamental of them were political in character and were connected with the relation of class forces in Russia, especially inside the machinery of state. However, the development of an ideological struggle such as might have enabled this interpretation to be ousted by a revolutionary conception of the NEP, in conformity with the new indications given in Lenin's last writings, also came up against difficulties of a strictly ideological order. These difficulties were connected with certain hesitations in Lenin's own thinking, and crystallized around a small number of formulations, images, and metaphors which eventually helped to conceal, to disguise, what was radically new in those last writings of his. The images and metaphors in question had been used by Lenin for pedagogical purposes, but, by being taken literally, they were deprived of their real meaning. Since the economistic interpretation of the NEP made itself increasingly felt after Lenin's death, we must examine how this interpretation was rooted in those images and metaphors which were used as pretexts for it. Otherwise, these metaphors may continue to hide the profound meaning of Lenin's last writings. As we know, in 1921 Lenin acknowledged the failure, as he himself called it, of the methods of war communism. He drew from this the conclusion that political measures of a 499 different type must be introduced as soon as possible. He did not shrink from saying that the setback suffered was due to the mistaken character of the policy which had been followed. As has already been observed, however, in his writings of 1921 the nature of the mistake made was not precisely analyzed, it did not clearly emerge whether the methods of war communism were mistaken in principle, or whether it was only the conditions of the moment that doomed them to defeat. There was thus, in these writings, a silence which was rather unusual where Lenin was concerned. This silence was filled by means of metaphors and historical analogies. In the report which he presented on October 29, 1921, to the Seventh Party Conference of the Moscow Gubernia, Lenin compared war communism to the assaults launched by the Japanese against Port Arthur during the Russo-Japanese War of 1905, and then compared the NEP to the siege of that town. 47 With this comparison was linked the metaphor of withdrawal and retreat, 48 which easily suggests that the measures taken during war communism were not mistaken in principle, it was only the moment when they were adopted that was badly chosen, from which it might be concluded that measures of direct assault might become appropriate again when circumstances had grown more favorable. We have seen that this interpretation was not in conformity with the conclusions toward which Lenin was actually moving. Nevertheless, the metaphor he used seemed to authorize those who were willing to make dogmatic use of his 1921 statement to resume, as soon as this should become possible, the methods of direct assaults, involving the employment of state coercion against the working class as well as against the peasantry. The distortion of what was essential in Lenin's writings of 1923 found apparent justification in dogmatic interpretations of other 1921 writings of his, in which the metaphor of withdrawal is coupled with that of a new retreat. 500. This second metaphor fills, so to speak, a second silence in the speech of October 1921, namely, that which occurs when Lenin observes that the retreat effected in the spring has proved inadequate. He merely notes a fact, without explaining the reasons for it. They are, it seems, faced with a situation that has to be accepted and which, he says, dictates a further retreat. This image of the two successive retreats presents the transition from the first to the second variant of the NEP as a mere prolongation of one and the same withdrawal. Yet, the second retreat was something quite different from a prolongation of the first. What was described as a retreat was, in reality, the beginning of a change in strategy much more radical than that which had been announced some months earlier, since it tended toward an entirely new redeployment of class forces, and was thus calculated to prepare a new offensive which would itself be radically different from the first one. What Lenin was proclaiming in the autumn of 1921 in a way that, at that moment, was not yet fully explicit, even for himself, and what was of decisive political importance, was renunciation of the dominant role accorded to state capitalism and an endeavor to build a real, lasting, and firm alliance with the peasantry. Lenin sketched out what was later to be the political line of the Chinese Communist Party, a line aimed at drawing the working peasantry onto the socialist road, and doing this not by means of coercion but by persuasion. This was the line which Lenin was to elaborate in his writings of late 1922 and early 1923. Unfortunately, this gigantic step forward was presented by means of the misleading metaphor of retreat. The appearance of this metaphor in Lenin's report on the NEP was a sign that the magnitude of the political and theoretical break with the errors of the previous period was hardly beginning to be apparent even to Lenin himself. This explains why, in his speech of October 1921, Lenin used another formulation, surprising at first sight, when he said, "We must take our stand on the basis of existing capitalist relations." 49. 501. The formulation is surprising since one obviously cannot take one's stand anywhere else but on what exists, unless one chooses some imaginary basis. That is just the point, and is one of the profound meanings of this passage. What was involved was not a return to the past but a return to reality. To say that one is retreating to the basis of what exists is to say that one is not really retreating at all, but abandoning the imaginary basis of non-existent socialist relations in order to take one's stand on real relations. To say this was also to say that war communism had failed in the most profound sense, not because it had led to economic difficulties or because it lacked adequate forces, but because it was not capable, as had been believed, of transforming economic relations, and, consequently, that they had let themselves be deceived by the outward appearances of political and legal relations to which they had supposed the social production relations could be reduced, and had thus mistakenly identified socialist property, legal ownership by a state of the dictatorship of the proletariat, with socialist economic relations. If we approach the matter from this angle, we see that the NEP was not really a retreat, but only apparently so. It corresponded to the abandonment of measures that were illusory from the standpoint of progress towards socialism, because they could not affect the profound nature of economic relations. Abandoning such measures meant not a retreat but an advance, for to take one's stand on real relations instead of on illusory ones is in fact to advance, and such an advance is necessary if the real social relations are actually to be transformed. Why is all this said in the difficult, deceptive language, not customary with Lenin, of metaphors that require decoding? First, because, as regards the strategic significance of the NEP, Lenin in 1921 had not yet broken completely with the earlier conception which presented the NEP as a retreat aimed at realizing a mere economic alliance with the peasantry. Consequently, we find, in several of Lenin's writings, this concept. 502. Shin coexisting, at the level of certain formulations, with another, a new conception, which represents the real tendency then at work in Lenin's thinking, a conception in which the economic alliance between the proletariat and the peasantry is no longer merely an immediate aim, but the foundation of what is essential for the future, the political alliance between the proletariat and the peasantry, an alliance through which the peasants can be guided onto the socialist road. This combination of two contradictory conceptions, one only nascent while the other is being abandoned, explains why it happened that certain writings of Lenin's were for a long time seen as merely repeating what he had said previously about the economic alliance between the working class and the peasantry. Actually, Lenin could not have said much more than he did say at that time, for the fundamental social and political reason that he was only at the beginning of a break with a whole set of former theoretical and political conceptions, with a whole section of what, in the ideological and political heritage from the Second International, had not been jettisoned in Lenin's previous break in 1917, notably as regards the considerable role attributed to state centralization, and the forgetting of the transformation of economic relations which was made possible by the development of cooperation. The significance of the break that then began could not, of course, become fully apparent except through the development of a new practice of class struggle to which it opened the way, thereby ensuring new relations between the working class, as the leading political force, and the peasantry and the petty bourgeoisie in general. Until this new practice had been sufficiently developed to make possible a theoretical reformulation, the new strategy heralded by the break could be expressed only in the language of the old one. On the morrow of war communism, however, the development of a new practice of class struggle under the leadership of the Bolshevik Party was held back by the ebbing of the political activity of the masses, who were at grips with the gravest difficulties in everyday life: hunger, cold, sickness. 503. Unemployment. This development was held back, also, by the changes which had taken place in the Bolshevik Party, so that the party's break with the conceptions of war communism and state capitalism was slow and only very partial. These changes also hindered Lenin in defining explicitly the new strategy he was proposing. Despite these hindrances, however, Lenin gradually marked out the main lines of this new class strategy. He was able to do this because of his exceptional political experience and his mastery of Marxism. The latter enabled him to link up his thinking with the lessons drawn by Marx and Engels from the history of the class struggle, lessons which had fallen into oblivion in the Second International. 5. The tasks before the Bolshevik Party at the time of Lenin's death. It would be futile to try to state today what the Bolshevik Party would have been able to do at the time of Lenin's death, if the new strategy he proposed had been put into effect. This would be a foolish exercise, for history cannot be rewritten. One may, however, legitimately consider the significance of the tasks that Lenin then sought to assign to the Bolshevik Party, and the reasons why these tasks were fulfilled only partially. 1. The transitional form of the dictatorship. of the proletariat and the need to strengthen it. Lenin's last writings are dominated by one essential preoccupation: to set out the guidelines for preparing the elaboration of a new basic political line for the party, giving the NEP a content such as to make it possible to advance beyond the transitional form then borne by the dictatorship of the proletariat, and to strengthen it through a number of measures which go much further than mere matters of economic policy, concerning, as they do, also ideological and political relations. Inevitably, the guidelines we find in Lenin's last writings are still only very general in character. To become concrete, they would have had to pass into social practice, into a multitude of experiences necessitating activity by the masses. 506. 507. From which the party could draw lessons conducive to rectifications. The transitional form of the dictatorship of the proletariat as it existed in 1923 was, as we have seen, the historical result of that extreme tension of forces caused by the military struggle against the white insurrection and the imperialist intervention. We know how serious were the political and economic effects of the period from which the Russian Revolution emerged at the beginning of 1921, effects which were still present in 1923. The system of Soviets, conceived as organizations animated by the masses, remained in a state of paralysis. The country's administration was dominated by apparatuses which were no longer under direct control by the working people. Consequently, the dictatorship of the proletariat was being exercised by the Bolshevik Party, which had merged with the most militant elements of the working class. The latter, as a result of the economic chaos and the quasi-paralysis of industry, was greatly reduced in numbers and partly deproletarianized, instead of being made up of genuine workers who had participated as such in proletarian struggles and in the practice of industrial production. It consisted to a large extent of déclassés petty bourgeois who were hostile to the dictatorship of the proletariat. At the time, the strength of the dictatorship of the proletariat in Russia was due above all to the merging of the party with a few 100,000 workers who were wholly devoted to the cause of communism, and to the presence at the head of the party of a leadership which had successfully survived the tests and trials of the insurrection and the Civil War, and was implementing a policy based on Marxist theory in the most revolutionary form this had ever assumed in an organization guiding great masses of people. The strength of the dictatorship of the proletariat in Russia lay also in the capacity of the Bolshevik Party to criticize its own activities and rectify its mistakes. In that period, the dictatorship of the proletariat brought 508. About a transformation of the social process of production and reproduction which, though revolutionary, was only partial. In industry this partial transformation affected the principal factories, insofar as these had been expropriated, and where their functioning was no longer subject first and foremost to the need to make profits, but was directed toward objectives laid down by the Soviet power. This transformation implied that the managers of the factories in question were subordinated to the proletariat through the medium of the Bolshevik Party, which appointed and dismissed them and supervised their activity with the help of the trade unions and the most active workers. This supervision was exercised very unevenly, but where it existed it effectively changed the relations between the working class, the managers of the state enterprises, and the means of production belonging to the latter. Given the situation prevailing in the state sector, upon which the dictatorship of the proletariat was actually exercised to a partial extent only, and given, too, the enormous place occupied by petty peasant production and the role played by private capitalist production, it must be said that the transitional form of the dictatorship of the proletariat which existed in 1923 was not based on a socialist economic foundation. In order that no illusion should persist on that point, Lenin did not hesitate to say that for a time we shall have to live in the midst of the capitalist system. The constituent elements of this capitalist system were numerous. In the first place, there were the capitalist relations which were reproduced, or could arise, in the private enterprises, on the peasant holdings, or in the enterprises which had been granted as concessions or leased out. These relations showed themselves in the reproduction of commodity and money exchanges and wage relations, and in the functioning of a price system not controlled by the Soviet power and exercising a far-reaching influence upon the forms and ways of reproduction of the material and social conditions of production, including those in the state enterprises. 509. Indeed, one of the components of the capitalist system of which Lenin spoke was constituted by the relations which were reproduced in the state sector. In this sector, capitalist relations were still predominant, scarcely transformed by the fact of state ownership. Although the functioning of some state-owned factories was actually subjected to the requirements of the dictatorship of the proletariat, these factories were only scattered islets. In the main, production was carried on in the state sector under the same conditions as before, both as regards what was produced and as regards the way it was produced. The forms, inherited from the past, in which the elements of production were combined, had not really been changed. We know that a genuine social transformation of the relations and forms of production calls for a protracted class struggle, a struggle which must develop through stages whose succession is dictated by the development of the contradictions involved. It is the acuteness of these contradictions that determines the activity of the masses, and it is the correct guidance of this activity that enables production relations to be transformed, thereby making them more and more socialist. In 1923 this transformation had hardly been begun. The capitalist elements in the production relations were still deeply engraved in the totality of the processes of production and reproduction, in the forms of the division of labor inside the state-owned enterprises, and in the ways in which the latter were separated from each other. Consequently, commodity and wage relations were being reproduced, so that profit in money terms made its appearance again at the enterprise level, hence Lenin's remark about the capitalist system. It will be remembered that already in 1918, when the Bolshevik Party took a decision aimed at subjecting the workers in the state-owned factories to a discipline imposed by AP 510 appointed managers, and paying the latter, as also the engineers and technicians who were put over the direct producers, salaries that were higher than the workers' wages, Lenin had pointed out that the relations that might thereby be reproduced were capitalist in character. He made the same appreciation of the profit basis on which state-owned enterprises were placed at the beginning of the NEP, for he saw that the management of these enterprises was being placed to a large extent on a capitalist basis. 3. Thus, in 1923, the situation in Russia was marked by a profound contradiction between the dictatorship of the proletariat, which had been established and was being upheld through the activity of the most militant workers, soldiers, and peasants, closely linked with the Bolshevik Party and accepting its guidance, and a set of social and class relations which weakened the Soviet power and imposed upon it the transitional form it bore at this time. By adopting the new economic policy, the Bolshevik Party, and its leadership in particular, took note of this contradiction, and of a certain number of others as well. However, the analysis made by the various leaders of the party of the system of contradictions then existing was far from being unanimous, as was to become strikingly apparent after Lenin's death. The most thorough analysis of these contradictions was Lenin's own. In 1923, though, this analysis was still to some extent expressed by means of formulations that were adapted to previous conceptions, and that, though historically unavoidable, made it hard to see the situation clearly. In these circumstances, the tasks which the Bolshevik Party had to carry out in order to consolidate the dictatorship of the proletariat still did not stand out clearly. This was all the more the case because within the apparatuses of the state and the party there were social forces which were pressing for the existent capitalist system not to be destroyed but, on the contrary, consolidated. As we shall see later on, these forces were very active in the years that followed. The tasks incumbent upon the Bolshevik Party, if it was to 511 make Russia advance along the socialist road, the tasks which were indicated, in essence, by Lenin, were several, and concerned above all the transformation of ideological and political relations. On the plane of ideological struggle, the party needed to help the masses to acquire an outlook other than one of acceptance of the existing economic and political relations and to undertake the transformation of these relations, which called for something quite different from a series of revolts without prospect of success. In the eyes of the party's leaders, who were aware of the tasks connected with this ideological struggle, the latter appeared as demanding, above all, educational work, constant struggle against pre-capitalist habits and customs, and a form of revolutionary activity sometimes described as cultural revolution. On the plane of directly political struggle, what was needed was to restore life to the Soviets, combat bureaucracy, and reduce as far as possible the size of the state apparatus, while refraining from hasty measures which experience had shown resulted ultimately in causing the administrative apparatuses to grow bigger and increasing their independence in relation both to the masses and to political guidance by the party. As regards economic relations, the Bolshevik Party agreed in 1923 that their transformation was a long-term task, but a unified view was not really arrived at as to the way in which this task should be carried out. The party leadership was far from being in complete agreement with Lenin's guidelines, which meant renouncing future use of the methods of war communism, and accepting the road of cooperation as the way to bring about the transition of the peasantry to socialism. The divergences that existed on this subject did not, however, entail immediate consequences, for the socialist transformation of economic relations was not then on the agenda. For the moment, a relative unity of views prevailed in the party on the necessity of accepting, for the time being, the 512 coexistence of a variety of forms of production, ranging from patriarchalism to the socialist form and including simple commodity production, capitalism, and state capitalism. It was almost unanimously agreed that, temporarily, a big place must be allowed to simple commodity production, especially in the countryside. There was much uncertainty, however, about the way in which this form of production could and should be linked with the others. This uncertainty was to play a considerable role throughout the NEP period. The realization of these tasks, despite their importance, was itself subordinated to the realization of urgent political and economic tasks. The most urgent political task was to unite the masses under the leadership of the Bolshevik Party. Without such unity no real step forward could be taken in any field whatsoever. Although, in 1923, the dictatorship of the proletariat was not under threat in the immediate sense, as it had been in the winter of 1920 to 1921, it could be consolidated only if the working people achieved unity for joint struggle, which was necessary if, in the middle and long runs, the task of eliminating bourgeois and pre-bourgeois social relations was to be accomplished. In order to secure unification of the masses for this struggle, it was above all essential to re-establish a real political alliance between the proletariat and the mass of the working peasants. The conditions for the re-establishment of this alliance were already given, to some extent, insofar as the broad masses of the peasantry saw the Bolshevik Party as alone capable of organizing resistance to the return of the landlords. To that extent, the peasants as a whole gave support to the Bolshevik Party. But in order to carry through new tasks, to go forward to socialism, this support was not enough, it had to be deepened and transformed into active backing by giving it a new political content. On the question of what, concretely, needed to be done in order to accomplish this essential task, there remained much uncertainty, especially as regards the conditions for political differentiation work among the peasantry, aimed at enabling the Bolshevik Party to obtain the 513 active backing of the least well-off strata of the peasants, those who were most directly interested in a socialist transformation of the rural areas, while at the same time not losing the backing of a substantial fraction of the middle peasants. These problems, which had not been settled in 1923, were to be at the center of the divergences which developed in the Bolshevik Party in subsequent years. In 1922 and 1923 the economic task which was still immediately and urgently incumbent upon the party was that of restoring production. At that time, the survival of the Soviet power still depended on its capacity to provide the working people with the means of life. If it failed to do this, there was no point in drawing up plans for the future. As Lenin told the 11th Party Congress, the chief thing the people, all the working people, want today is nothing but help in their desperate hunger and need. 4. And in practice it was to this task that the Bolshevik Party at first applied itself, a task corresponding to the deepest and most crying needs of the people. In order to strengthen the trust that it was possible for the masses to feel for it, the Bolshevik Party had to show that it was capable of something more than merely leading political and military campaigns. The urgency of the tasks needing to be accomplished in the domain of production contributed to confer on the NEP the character of an essentially economic policy. It caused some of the Bolshevik leaders to lose sight of the political requirements for the struggle to increase production and feed the masses. Some, as we have seen, even showed willingness to agree to the states giving up vital economic controls, or sacrificing the immediate interests of the poorest peasants. Here, too, divergences were to appear at several points in the Bolshevik Party during the NEP period. These divergences of view were to become all the greater because a number of ideological and political obstacles made it difficult to formulate the various tasks in a rigorous way and to appreciate how they determined each other. Something must 514 be said on this subject, if we are to form a sufficiently clear picture of the situation in Soviet Russia at the moment of Lenin's death. 2. The ideological obstacles to accomplishing the Bolshevik Party's tasks. The task of transforming social relations under the dictatorship of the proletariat was all the harder to tackle because, in this field, the Bolshevik Party lacked the benefit of any previous experience. To be sure, it had the experience of the revolutionary struggle against the bourgeois state, but the lessons of this experience could not be applied directly under the new conditions. As we know, the very exercise of power caused party members, including many leading members, to solve problems by using, first and foremost, the means provided by the state apparatus. However, even if this apparatus had been genuinely proletarian in character, which was far from being the case in 1923, giving priority to using this apparatus would not have made possible a revolutionary transformation of social relations, which always calls for action by the masses themselves. Recourse to the state apparatus makes it possible, under certain conditions, to defend transformations that have already been accomplished, but it cannot bring about fresh revolutionary transformations. Moreover, prolonged recourse to the state apparatus, without any effective intervention by the masses, tends to consolidate bourgeois and pre-bourgeois relations, engender passivity among the working people, and strengthen the positions of authority held by those who hold leading posts in the state apparatus. In 1923, however, this was not generally recognized by the Bolsheviks. The exercise of power therefore required that the Bolshevik Party discover new methods for guiding the activity of the masses. 5. In this regard, too, however, the situation was complex. Insofar as the masses tended to trust the party, they were 515. Not very ready to take action, while, if they ceased to trust the party, their action might be directed against it. In his writings of 1923, Lenin emphasizes that the party must seek new forms of leadership of the people's struggles, and he suggests, as we have seen, organization of the masses in a variety of ways. However, these guidelines were very general, they could hardly be otherwise at that time, and, above all, they did not make a very deep impression on the Bolshevik Party, whose members allowed themselves to become increasingly absorbed in tasks of management or administration. The weakness of the efforts made to develop a mass line of a new type, adapted to the conditions of the dictatorship of the proletariat, had other ideological roots besides those which have just been mentioned. Among them was a certain form of ouvriérisme which had been inherited from the Second International. This ouvriérisme played a far from negligible role in causing the party to distrust the peasantry, and even those workers who had recently emerged from that class, which meant a very large proportion of the Soviet proletariat. In practice, this attitude hindered the development of the mass organizations, prevented broad and quasi-permanent consultation of non-party people, and was an obstacle to the initiation or consolidation of forms of activity adapted to the nature of the new contradictions, which could be handled correctly only on the basis of the experience of these contradictions acquired by the working people themselves. In this field, very many Bolsheviks remained greatly under the influence of the positions taken up during war communism or during the first months of the NEP, when it was still considered possible to form an alliance with state capitalism against the small producer. The party consequently tended to forget that it was but a drop in the ocean and could therefore play its leading role only when we express correctly what the people are conscious of. 6 other ideological limitations or obstacles, 2, made it difficult for the Bolshevik Party to carry out some of its tasks. One of these was an inadequate appreciation of the class nature of the state apparatus. Even though Lenin had not 516 hesitated to describe this apparatus as bourgeois and tsarist, most of the Soviet leaders stressed mainly the bureaucratic character, or bureaucratic distortion, of the Soviet state. Furthermore, they drew different practical conclusions from this characterization. For some, such as Stalin, the bureaucratic character of the state apparatus was mainly a cultural feature which would disappear as education progressed and which, in the meantime, could be partly combated by eliminating from the administrative and economic apparatuses the elements that had become most heavily bureaucratized. For others, such as Trotsky, the bureaucratic aspects of the state apparatus were essentially bound up with the low level of the productive forces in Russia, and could therefore not be made to disappear until these forces had been sufficiently developed. Here, bureaucracy appeared as a social stratum which was assuming a determined and necessary function of constraint, a function which had to be exercised on the plane of production and distribution. Trotsky's conception had not yet been very explicitly affirmed by 1923, but quickly became defined in the years that followed. Lenin's writings, of course, contain some elements of analysis similar to those which have just been mentioned. Lenin, too, used the expressions bureaucracy and bureaucratic distortion, but what is important is that he did not rest satisfied with these elements of analysis or of description, but strove to relate them to class relations and the class struggle. For almost all the party's members, including the leaders, however, the expression bureaucracy and bureaucratic distortion served as substitutes for class analysis. Thereby a mask was put upon the bourgeois political and ideological relations of which the bureaucratic phenomena were merely a manifestation. Consequently, the fight against these phenomena seemed not to be primarily a question of class 517 struggle, but to depend exclusively on the development of the productive forces, of education, or of repression. There was thus a connection between the Bolshevik Party's lack of a mass line aimed at smashing the bourgeois political and ideological relations in the state apparatus, and the dominant place occupied by the idea of bureaucracy in the way the effects of these relations were described. The absence of a correct theoretical solution to 2 other important questions also restricted the party's capacity to carry out certain tasks that were needed for the consolidation of the dictatorship of the proletariat. In the first place, there was the problem of the specific character of agrarian relations in the Soviet Russia of 1923. Without embarking here upon an analysis whose significance cannot fully emerge except in connection with an examination of the unsolved contradictions which developed between 1923 and 1929, it must be pointed out that 2 essential specific features of the dominant agrarian relations were not really taken into account theoretically by the Bolshevik Party. One of these specific features was a consequence of the democratic revolution which had taken place in Russia under the leadership of the proletariat. As a result of this revolution, the payment of the rent and dues to which the peasants had previously been subjected was abolished without capitalist ground rent taking the place of these payments. A second specific feature resulted from the renewal, in modified forms, of the prerogatives of the Mir and of the General Assemblies of its members. These 2 features determined the particular forms of reproduction of the conditions of production in agriculture. Briefly, it can be said that as a result of these 2 features, the economic constraints obliging the peasants to market part of their produce and to increase production from one year to the next were extremely weak, and productive accumulation of private capital in agriculture was limited. It would have been necessary to take explicit account of these features to work out and carry through a coherent agricultural policy, and to guide. 518. Correctly the class struggle in the countryside, but the Bolshevik Party's analyses lacked this explicit reckoning. The party tended to apply to the Soviet countryside the laws of reproduction appropriate to the development of a capitalist agriculture which did not possess the peculiarities that were present in Russia. The second set of questions to which the Bolshevik Party was unable to provide a correct theoretical solution was that relating to the socialization of the means of production. Lenin had, indeed, frequently pointed out that nationalizing or statizing the means of production did not mean socializing them. He had shown that progress towards socialization required systematic accounting and control of all the means of production and social domination of their use. He had shown, too, that this accounting, control, and social domination could exist in reality only if they were the work of the working people themselves. Nevertheless, while formally agreeing with these theses, the Bolshevik Party tended to identify accounting and control of the means of production by the state apparatus with the carrying out of these tasks by the masses themselves, whereas it is impossible to arrive by that road at genuine socialization of the means of production. The tendency to identify the activity of the state apparatus of the dictatorship of the proletariat with the activity of the masses was partly connected with a lack of sufficient clarity concerning the conditions in which the masses can effectively play the role that must be theirs in a genuine socialization of the means of production. Without such clarity, however, progress toward true socialization is impossible. On the one hand, the working people do not spontaneously move toward the carrying out of tasks of accounting and control of the means of production, tasks which demand time and organizational effort. On the other, if such effort is made to some extent, in a spontaneous way, it is not usually directed toward the utilization of the means of production in accordance with the overall interests of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Rather, it serves narrower interests, such as those of the workers of each enterprise taken separately. This can result in transforming the 519 means of production into the collective property of the workers in the various units of production. The question of accounting and control of the existing means of production, moreover, cannot be dissociated from that of the social division of labor and the conditions for transforming it. But these problems were not taken up in the Bolshevik Party, either because it seemed premature to formulate them or because the illusion existed that they would solve themselves as the productive forces developed. In 1923, therefore, a number of problems of decisive importance for the future of the dictatorship of the proletariat remained unsettled, even on the ideological plane. The situation is not, of course, surprising, since it is only on the basis of practice that theory can develop, but we must not forget that this situation existed, and that it could entail considerable political consequences. However, the consequences of the existence of ideological obstacles to a transformation of social relations which could strengthen the dictatorship of the proletariat and advance towards socialism were not all equally apparent at once. Besides, from the theoretical standpoint, the Bolshevik Party was very far from lacking means to overcome such obstacles. The application of historical materialism, and the concrete analysis of the contradictions, successes, and failures experienced could have enabled the party to improve its theoretical knowledge and thus obtain a guide increasingly better adapted to the requirements of action. Concrete proof that such progress was possible is provided by the new theoretical developments found in Lenin's last writings. It is impossible not to be struck by the gap which generally distinguishes, from the standpoint of rigor and lucidity of analysis, the writings of Lenin from those of the other Bolshevik leaders. In the fight against economism, against mechanistic forms of materialism, for a dialectical analysis of the realities of Russia and of the revolution, Lenin is almost 520 constantly ahead of the party, including the great majority of the Central Committee. They have difficulty in bringing themselves to rectify earlier formulations, whereas Lenin does not hesitate to undertake rectifications whenever this seems to him to be necessary, even if it means his being at first in the minority and having to fight to make his views prevail. We have seen earlier how, where such vital questions were concerned as that of substituting the slogan of dictatorship of the proletariat for that of revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the workers and peasants, the decision to launch the October insurrection, the question of a coalition government, the peace treaty of Brest-Litovsk, the absolute maintenance of the foreign trade monopoly, to mention only a few examples. Lenin had to fight for quite a long time before the Central Committee would follow him. On other points, mainly questions of organization, Lenin was not followed in this way, or was obliged to agree to compromises. Subsequent history showed that, on essential matters, Lenin was the first to form a correct view, and this justifies us in saying that Lenin was usually ahead of the Bolshevik Party from the theoretical and political standpoint. For this reason, the use of the expression the Leninist Party to describe the Bolshevik Party is highly misleading. It was only belatedly, and not in every case, that the party came around to Lenin's positions, and even then it often did so without having assimilated what was new and vital in Lenin's thought. Hence, too, the considerable gap which frequently existed between the indications given by Lenin, especially as regards appealing to the initiative of the masses and respecting democratic centralism, and the actual practice of the Bolshevik Party. Basically, the fact that Lenin remained at the head of the party despite the existence of the gaps, delays, and disparities which have been mentioned, testifies to the revolutionary character of the Bolshevik Party. Only a revolutionary party is capable of adopting and retaining a leader who is not just a sort of arbiter between different clashing conceptions but is, at one and the same time, the boldest Marxist theoretician, with the best sense of reality. It was owing to the experience. 521. He had accumulated in the actual life of the Bolshevik Party, to his political and intellectual courage, and to his ability as a materialist dialectician, that Lenin was usually ahead of his party, and it was because that party was a revolutionary Marxist party that Lenin was in fact its principal leader, who led the party forward, thanks to rigorous thinking and activity placed entirely at the service of the proletarian revolution. If Lenin and the Bolshevik Party had to make progress, and did indeed make progress, in the domain of theory, this was because theory is always incomplete and must ceaselessly be enriched, which also means getting rid of erroneous ideas incompatible with the proletarian standpoint, which become exposed as such in the light of analysis of social practice. The fight to advance Marxist theory and the practice of a proletarian party is dictated by the class struggle, of which it is an effect. The discrepancies between Lenin's ideas and those that were dominant in the party, the gaps between his guidelines and the actual practice of the Bolshevik Party, were also effects of the class struggle. It was not accidental that in 1923 the gap was especially wide between some of the conclusions at which Lenin had arrived and the conceptions that were dominant in the party and which were to make it very difficult to carry out a number of tasks needed for the consolidation of the dictatorship of die proletariat. On the one hand, Lenin had only recently put forward his new conclusions. These were then available only in the form of notes or scattered remarks, and Lenin had not the time to fight for the triumph of his new conclusions. On the other, and this was the social basis of the increasing difficulties Lenin encountered in trying to get his ideas accepted, the Bolshevik Party of 1923 had been penetrated by many bourgeois and petty bourgeois elements who had often come to the party by way of the administrative and economic apparatuses, in which they had made a career, and where pressure was brought to bear in a multitude of ways to oppose the initiative of the masses, the strengthening of democratic centralism, and the adoption of conclusions n. 522. Abling the proletarian character of the party's political line to be consolidated. Ultimately, there were three kinds of ideological limitation which prevented the Bolshevik Party from accomplishing tasks which would have enabled it to go forward to a higher form of the dictatorship of the proletariat. First, there were the previously existing theoretical lacunae connected with the lack of sufficient experience and the still not completely liquidated influence of the economistic ideology inherited from the Second International, gaps not yet filled even though Lenin had already opened up a path that made possible an advance toward a correct theoretical solution. The most typical of these was the substitution, for a class analysis of the bureaucratic phenomenon, of an explanation of it in terms of the development of the productive forces and the cultural level. Formulations of this sort are present, of course, in many of Lenin's writings, too, for, while fighting against the ideological heritage of the Second International, against what had constituted the pseudo-Marxism of a certain epoch of the working class movement, he did not completely liquidate this inheritance which continually reappears, moreover, as an effect of the bourgeois class struggle. These formulations, however, are merely a residue in Lenin, and not what is essential, for the essential in Lenin is the new. Secondly, there were the mistaken ideas still present in the Bolshevik party even after they had been rejected, in part at least, by Lenin himself. This was the case, for instance, with the role attributed to the methods of war communism, which Lenin condemned as a matter of principle, but which the party generally regarded as having been not wrong in themselves, as means for making the transition to communist production and distribution, but only as inopportune as regards the time when they were introduced. Finally, there were in the Bolshevik party a certain number of mistaken ideas, for example, about the possible substitution of action by the state apparatus for action by the masses in the revolutionary transformation of social relations which 523 were repudiated in words but often remained dominant in practice, because, under the influence of the class struggle, the repudiation of what was mistaken had remained superficial. Thus, almost everything that Lenin said about the class character of the Soviet state apparatus, which he described as bourgeois and even Tsarist with respect to the class practices which were reproduced in it, was largely forgotten. The party, instead of directing the struggle of the masses against this apparatus, confined itself to trying to combat bureaucratic abuses by multiplying the controls exercised by one part of the apparatus over another. The ideological limitations on the consolidation of the dictatorship of the proletariat were in fact due to political relations, to the class struggle. The political obstacles to accomplishing the Bolshevik Party's tasks. In 1923 the Bolshevik Party's ability to apply itself to the tasks that needed undertaking was limited, in the short run at least, by the obstacles constituted by certain of the political relations which had developed previously within the party, or between it, part of the masses, and the state apparatus. One of these obstacles, a particularly serious one at a time when a new peasant policy needed to be launched, was the very weak representation of the party in the countryside, the inadequate contacts between the party and the peasant masses, so that the latter were mainly in contact with the state administrative apparatus whose characteristics are already known to us. Thus, when we read Lenin's pamphlet on the tax in kind, we see that a series of tasks which, in order to be carried out properly from the proletarian standpoint, should have been above all tasks for party activists, were in fact to be carried out by M. 524 employees and officials. 9 already in this work, and, still more in his subsequent writings, Lenin raised the question of changing this situation, for example, through a large-scale transfer of Bolshevik leaders with jobs in the central administration to posts as leaders of counties or rural districts, so as to work there on exemplary lines, in such a way as to help to train new workers and provide examples that other districts could follow with relative ease. 10 Lenin's suggestions show the extent to which the political relations existing at that time between the party and the peasant masses constituted an obstacle to the implementation of the NEP. This obstacle became still bigger when it became a matter of implementing the second variant of the NEP, which aimed at forming a new type of political alliance with the peasantry. What happened after Lenin's death showed that this obstacle had been removed only very partially, for the attempts made to remove it came up against the relations prevailing between the party and the state apparatus. These relations were such, indeed, that it was extremely difficult for the party to lead the struggle for a radical transformation of the bourgeois and pre-bourgeois social relations embodied in this apparatus. The contradictions were here all the greater because the party was the effective instrument of the dictatorship of the proletariat and was capable of taking decisions that struck at the bourgeoisie, including many bourgeois elements in the state apparatus and in the party itself, and yet, for all that, it was not capable unless the masses went into action of transforming the political relations embodied in the state apparatus. The magnitude and character of the party purge carried out in 1921 and continued in 1922 showed that the party was capable at that time of ridding itself of bourgeois elements on a mass scale. The purge, together with voluntary withdrawals, affected a quarter of the party membership of 1921, and the chief charges brought against those who were expelled were careerism, corruption, and joining the party in order to carry on counter-revolutionary activities. Only 1/6 of those party members classified as workers were expelled. 525. Whereas the proportion was 2/5 in the case of the peasant members and 1/3 in that of the office workers, intellectuals, and others. 12. These figures show both the extent to which the composition of the party had deteriorated and the capacity it still possessed for eliminating dubious elements from its midst. All the same, because extensive help from the masses was not sought in the way Lenin had often suggested, the party purge remained very incomplete, and, above all, it failed to alter the bourgeois political relations existing within itself, as it needed to do if it was to be able effectively to lead the struggle against the bourgeoisie in the state apparatus itself. This was the reason for the development of a contradiction between the overall leading activity of the party and the fact that, in many cases, party members acted under the influence of officials who were bourgeois or representatives of the bourgeoisie. Lenin took note of this in 1922, in his political report to the 11th Party Congress, when he said that, where the bureaucratic machine was concerned, he doubted that the communists were directing, and even thought they were being directed. 13. Lenin's statement was not an exaggeration insofar as the expression being directed referred to the considerable influence which could be wielded by tens of thousands of officials hostile to the dictatorship of the proletariat and acting in defense of their own interests. This influence was sometimes manifested on a small scale, by giving a certain bias to the application in everyday life of the decisions taken by the party, and more especially by the party leadership. But this influence could also be exerted on the decisions of certain party leaders who were subject to the arguments and logic of the bourgeois elements present in the state's administrative and economic apparatuses. 14. This influence of theirs, however, was still limited at that time, insofar as the party leadership was made up of tried revolutionary fighters who took their decisions on the basis of the activity of a party which included many experienced cadres who had proved themselves in the fires of the Civil War. Their influence was also 526. Restricted by the links uniting the party with the most militant elements of the proletariat, and by its leaders' ability to recognize their own mistakes. Nevertheless, from day to day the party's activity was being countered by a body of officials who were basically hostile to the dictatorship of the proletariat, by the place such officials occupied at the top of the administrative machine, and by the bourgeois practices and methods they propagated. An idea of the scale of this hostility to the Soviet state is shown by the fact that only 9% of the old officials and 13% of the new ones declared themselves favorable to the Soviet regime when, in the summer of 1922, an inquiry was made among officials possessing an engineer's diploma. 15. The influence of a body of officials largely hostile to the dictatorship of the proletariat could become even greater since some of the information which the Bolshevik leaders themselves were able to obtain regarding the real situation and the aspirations of the masses was acquired through the medium of a hostile state apparatus whose members had a bourgeois outlook. Thus, the makeup of the state administrative and economic apparatuses, the way they operated, and their relations with the Bolshevik party set limits to the tasks that the party could actually accomplish. These limits, however, could be transcended as long as their existence was not ignored, as long as the party continued to be sufficiently linked with the most advanced sections of the masses, as long as its leaders were capable of carrying out rectifications, and as long as party members were still able to voice their criticism through the practice of genuine democratic centralism. In this respect the situation in the Bolshevik party remained fundamentally sound, even though, since the 10th Congress, the way the rule forbidding factions was applied, and the tendency to settle by administrative means the problems of party unity, led to limitations of the members' freedom of expression, and even to the expulsion of some who expressed disagreement with the decisions of the Central Committee. It is known that some local or provincial organizations of the 527 Bolshevik Party made use of the purges to get rid of dissidents who were accused of ideological deviations. 16 At the time of the 11th Congress, several members of the workers' opposition were expelled in this way. A member of the Central Control Commission, which had been formed in order to combat bureaucracy, declared that its task was to see that no one deviated from the line laid down by the party's Central Committee. 17 The limitations imposed on the party members' opportunities to defend their views could hinder the party's ability to overcome its errors of judgment or its ideological weaknesses, all the more seriously because political life outside the party continued to be practically suppressed. Those parties which had at first been regarded as Soviet parties, and which had been able to function openly at certain periods, were no longer, de facto, allowed to exist. Mensheviks, SRS, and anarchists were often arrested by the GPU, even when they were not engaged in subversive activity. On several occasions Lenin himself intervened, especially when requested by Gorky and Kropotkin to check the excesses of repression. 18 The existence of this repression, which had to be introduced when the dictatorship of the proletariat was really in danger through the counter-revolutionary activities of the bourgeois and petty bourgeois parties, limited the awareness that the Bolshevik Party was able to obtain of the contradictions that were developing. The existence in 1923 of a system of repression which was to some extent pointless actually obstructed the leading role of the party, as well as the proper functioning of democratic centralism. It resulted from the acquisition of independence by the party's administrative apparatus. It showed that bourgeois political relations had developed inside the Bolshevik Party itself, something that Lenin noted on several occasions, as when he observed how the problem of relations between Soviet Russia and the non-Russian Soviet republics had been settled. These facts must be taken into consideration if one is to understand the obstacles that at the time made it more 528 difficult for the Bolshevik Party to accomplish certain tasks involving the consolidation of the dictatorship of the proletariat. At the same time, one must not imagine that the situation in 1923 was comparable to repression on a quite different scale which was imposed at a later period. In 1923 there was nothing comparable, especially not within the party. Even if the oppositions could not express themselves with the same facility as before the 10th Party Congress, they could still make their voices heard. Their documents and critiques circulated, they were fairly widely known, and what they said was seriously taken into account in the working out of the party line. Outside the party, the interventions of the GPU did not cause a general concealment of opinions or of reasons for discontent, as is shown, for example, by the inquiry mentioned above, which revealed that nearly 90% of the officials questioned expressed a hostile attitude to the Soviet regime. In short, in 1923, though there really were obstacles to the Bolshevik Party's fulfillment of some of the tasks needed for consolidating the dictatorship of the proletariat, these obstacles seemed to be of a kind that could be overcome. The obstacles of an ideological character were not the most serious ones, especially in the short run. They did not challenge the basic principles of revolutionary Marxism as it had been able to develop up to that time, and could therefore have been eliminated by means of experimentation and by drawing up a balance sheet of past errors in the light of Marxist theory. The obstacles of a political character constituted a more serious threat, but they left intact the proletarian character of the party, its leaders' will to fight for socialism, the devotion to the party of hundreds of thousands of militants, including a very high proportion of workers, and the support accorded to the party by broad masses of the people. Actually, what existed was a certain configuration of class relations which meant that, in the years to come, the dictatorship of the proletariat would be confronted by new problems with which the Bolshevik Party was not immediately ready to cope. Hence the special complexity of the struggles that developed after Lenin's death.